Alrighty, this is it, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Today I'm joined by Morris Greenberg. Morris, welcome in. How's it going?
It's going great. I mean, I'm hoping for 5 games of Scrabble. We're going to get 3 at a minimum, though. And it's between 2 incredible players.
So I think I calculated 12 possible results in this best of 5 finals, but 6 relatively likely ones that don't involve a tie. So this will be a best of 5 match between Mack Meller and Orry Swift, determined by the last game of the day yesterday, where Mack defeated Orry, securing his spot in the finals for a 3rd year in a row. The 2024 champion versus the 2022 runner-up. Orry has been in the finals before. Mack has been in the finals before. So they are no stranger to this scene. Let's go back and look, because we have a bit of time before the players are going to start the game. Game 1. Let's take a look at some boards. So this was round 2 of the championship. This was the first time we saw either Orry or Mack on the stream board. This game was an absolute classic where Michael Thielen got off to a very, very, very strong start against Mack Meller. You can see going through the moves after compting, Michael Thielen was up 77 points. But look at this, after Volition going up 131, Distract immediately hits the board, giving Mack Meller the lead, and he never looked back. After Distract, Locavore with the other blank. After that, Biza. After that, Insulter. And this was ridiculous. Maybe the most amount of points we've ever seen scored in like 6 moves on stream. So that was crazy. Morris, were you there watching this one?
I think this was one of the ones where I looked at it later that day and I was like, okay, let's double speed this now because Michael's going to win this. And I'm like, oh, wait, let me not double speed this anymore because this is now a game. Oh, now I need to double speed again because Mack's going to win automatically.
It was an absolutely ridiculous one. We really thought Mack Meller was out, but that play of go allowing him to draw into that amazing triple with the blank. Let's go now to this was round 3 of the championship, and this was the first time we saw Orry Swift play on stream. And this one was also crazy, playing the legend Jim Geary. Jim opening with yucky. Very weird looking word. Well, actually, it's not a word. And
Yeah, it
Orry
looked yucky to me.
Such a crazy position here, because if he challenges this word, which is not a valid word, he doesn't have a 7-letter word to play. So he let it go, reasoning that it would have been really difficult for him to make a play after challenging this off. This way he gets a guaranteed bingo. And after many, many moves, things started to clarify. Orry taking a huge lead after Gauzy ending up winning the game 541 to 335. So that was a crazy one. And in round 6, we saw the next time one of Mack Meller and Orry Swift were on stream. This was a game against Rafi Stern. Did you watch this one, Morris?
I did, yeah. And Orry made one surprising play, if I recall correctly. So we'll get to that in a few. The one other thing I'd say about that Jim Geary game is Orry had the lowest average score against the field. He's one of these players who it feels like in kind of closed board positions with like a 90% chance to win, he actually converts it much closer to 100%. So look at that score against in these Orry games. You're going to see low scores a lot of the time because he's just such a resourceful player on those sorts of boards.
Yeah, and you were mentioning the most crazy game that we didn't feature on stream was a 600-point total game between Orry and Joey Kravchuk, where Orry won something like, what, 310 to 285, something like that?
319 to 281, yeah, against Joey Kravchuk, who's like, his average score is probably like 430 to 440 a game, something like that. Getting him down to 281 is insane.
So in this round 6 game featuring Rafi Stern, who unfortunately has not had a great result in this tournament, Never quite in contention to make the finals, but he has the chance to cash for sure in the next couple of games because one round has already been played in the rest of the event. There was this position where it started off very closed. Orry played OE. Rafi responded with a maze and gave Orry a fantastic option that he didn't have before in Godisha. And after that, the blank was drawn, recanes, some weird stuff happened, but what happened here is just fracture with both blanks. Orry Swift fracturing Rafi's chances to win this game. In the end, he wins 454 to 355. And there are so many more games, so let's try to go through them as quickly as possible. We saw Joey Malik versus Mack Meller. Not the only time these guys met, but there was Gorditas, same rack Mack Meller had in his first game, but he won the game against Joey after a bunch of bingos from both players. And there was a lot of interesting positions in this game, but it was all pretty normal. And this was round 8. So let's keep going. This was round 10 of the championship. Chloe Fatsis versus Orry Swift. Chloe took Orry down. This was the first time one of the two players that we're about to feature lost a game on stream. And it was a very tough game for Orry, but both players missed a couple of bingos. Orry missing the opportunity with Will to play trolleyed after a couple of moves. He just chickened out of the word, and because of that, Chloe was able to get a secure advantage for pretty much all of the game and win by around 70. So games are starting in around 5 minutes. We're going to keep rolling through these games because we have access to them thanks to Woogles, Morris. And it's been really fun to be able to follow online thanks to the broadcast feature. So the next game was an absolute classic. It was Nigel Peltier versus Mack Meller. This one was amazing. This one was crazy. Nigel Peltier opening with a blank bingo of Signorai. And after all was said and done, in their rematch after best of 5 last year that Mack fell to Nigel Peltier, the 2025 champion, he lost again 509 to 361. But how did that happen? It was a crazy position. Mack down a bingo for a long time, and Retorts hits the board. Some chance for Mack. And Terraria, triple to end the game. Wow, that was insane. So many things have happened since then. This was only round 12. We had a game between Joey Krafchick and Mack Meller, ending in Joey Krafchick's favor after a very interesting pre-endgame position. Mack was fighting the whole time. He found the beautiful peg box in that one. And Joey Krafchick won that game. David Pearl versus Orry Swift. Orry won 453 to 398. That one was also really interesting. I feel like every game on stream has been quite interesting in some way. There were a couple blowouts, but not really that many. So we're hoping for that again, right, Morris?
Of course. And I think, yeah, I mentioned kind of the themes of a lot of Orry's games where you'll see like kind of these weird board geometries that kind of lead to low opponent scoring. Mack, you're often going to see a lot of bingos. I mean, that he's probably, outside of Nigel Richards, the best bingo finder through 9 letters at least in this dictionary for sure. So, and he knows it, and he's saying, okay, well, if I have that advantage on basically any opponent, I will use it.
Absolutely. So a couple more games left to show you guys before we get into it, before we get to the best of 5 finals. But this one was crazy. Orry Swift versus Jason Lee. After Kiwi, Jason Lee plays the phony Russes. A French word gets challenged off. Orry can't really block it effectively, block the actual word Sousers in Jason Lee's rack. And Jason, instead of playing Sousers, plays Sauruses, which Orry Swift also thinks is a word. And it gives him Apolog, but Jason Lee continuing to fight on after down ear, smelt, and then unargued. Suddenly, Orry Swift is in bad shape. Looks like he doesn't have a bingo, but he does. Ringster through the S was a pivotal find. And after Gin for 30, suddenly Radio Men out of nowhere, and then Orry Swift leading the game for pretty much the rest of the entirety of it. But after Neotenic, suddenly things are crazy. So many high scoring consonants were left in the bag, such a complicated position. Orry opting to play Bio here with the overlap, trying to bingo next turn. Jason Lee saddled with all these consonants, and then this rack allowing Orry Swift to win 100% of games with Airvax, his only 100% win in the position. What a clutch victory. And finally, the last thing we're going to show you is this penultimate round, round 27 versus Joey Malik, who almost finished in the finals yet again after his 2023 tournament. This one was insane. Do you remember this one, Morris?
Of course, yeah. I was watching this live on the edge of my seat. Lots of kind of interesting positions. I mean, it starts off with these sort of small plays, but it's going to quickly expand.
There was this possibility of cohabitee on this second turn for Orry Swift. I gave Mack Meller the puzzle, but I had to give him a hint before he found this one. So this was a crazy possibility for him. EH not much worse, if worse at all. Stoolies, Mug, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, Superstar. And Orry made this play thinking it scored 95 points rather than 89, which would have probably made it worth it over his lower scoring double-double of Terpeths through the T, which was only 86, but much, much, much more defensive. So what ended up happening on this board is, despite Orry having the lead, he wasn't able to control things as he normally does in these defensive positions. He tries to block with Nur, but suddenly Verdict comes down, and Joey Malik leaving things open every turn, opening with Mix. That was a fantastic find by him. And Orry, in some trouble here with no bingo, plays If to set his S up. And Joey Malik is like, I know you have the S. I'm blocking the S with AY. Levance was blocked. And Velate was the ultimate play by Orry Swift, trying to block desperately that E in Superstar, allowing him to lose to a potential bingo of Ideation or Iodinate from the Eye of Ahi. But luckily, Joey Malik was one tile off, and Orry Swift was able to secure the win here. And all of these games were super important for the standings, making sure Orry Swift stayed close to the lead, finishing in first place after 28 rounds, Morris. Let's cut back to our commentator view.
Yes, and I think one other thing. So Mack and Orry finished first and second, or I guess I should say Orry and Mack finished first and second, but there's sort of a slew of people kind of nipping at their heels. Mack had to beat Orry 3 times this tournament already. They've played 3 times already. They could play up to 5 times today, but if Mack lost even one of those games previously, he wouldn't be in the finals. So it's one of these interesting things where today, Mack needs to win 3 games. But basically for this tournament, he needs to beat Orry at least 6 times, which is crazily hard.
It is one of the hardest things I could ever imagine. Orry Swift, such a strong player. It's great to see him back in the finals. This is going to be an absolute classic. If Orry wins, great. That'll be his first nationals. He deserves it. He's been one of the top players for such a long time. If Mack wins, that'll be his second nationals title among a very, very, very short list of people that were able to do that. The players are now seated. I don't know if they're ready to go, but Morris, whatever happens here, it's going to be so much fun to call the games with you. So sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Best of 5 finals on the Let's Play Scrabble channel on YouTube. Another best of 5 finals between Josh Castellano and Austin Shin. So let's pan over to the board to see these 2 finalists and a best of 5 match. It could end in 3. It could end in 4. It could end in 5. Probably won't end in a tie. We could see a tie. We've never seen a tie in one of these finals. Orry Swift getting to go first, given that he was in first place in the standings. So that will give him an advantage. These guys are great friends. Mack wearing his own merch. Buy that merch on Mack Meller's website if you're interested, if you're a fan of his. Orry Swift ready to go. Tiles are bagged. let's play Scrabble.
So we're waiting for the go-ahead here. One other thing I'll say is, so Mack is probably the second best NWL player. I guess actually he's about to draw after Nigel Richards. I'd say Orry's one of the few players where in some subset of positions, he might actually outplay Mack. There are certain kinds of positions that Orry just nails so well that he could basically be the second best player after Nigel Richards in the NWL dictionary in that position. So depending on the position, either one of these guys can outmaneuver the other, I'd say.
Absolutely. Both of these guys have let a couple of phonies go, but if in terms of word power, pure word power, nobody compares to Mack in North America. Let's look at that first rack, ACIKLST for Orry Swift. A nice set of tiles, but I don't see a bingo here, so it's going to be a matter of, do you play short with something like ick or lick or lack, or do you play a little bit longer, taking extra points, trying to double that K on the double letter score? What are you thinking here, Morris?
Yeah, and I'd say this is actually, there's going to be a lot of close options in terms of what computer analysis says, but I think depending on what Orry wants to do against Mack, these could have a lot of different, like these different flavors of plays could really dictate the next few turns. So I think something like Ick makes a lot of sense, kind of just trying to keep really good bingo tiles, get towards a nice lead right away, and then see what you can do from there. But there are definitely other options too. What about you?
So Orry's already taken over a minute. That's around what time it takes for a top player to make their opening play. But in such a pivotal game, I think Orry's going to think a little bit harder. If he plays Tilak, Tilak, for 28, that's his only candidate move that will give Mack Meller bingo of head note. So it doesn't look like he's doing that. It looks like he's going to keep things a little bit tighter. Don't think this gives Mack an 8-letter word. This is 20 points, setting up the S on both ends. I think this makes a lot of sense. Oh no, the L does give Mack in haloed.
Yes, I was going to say, yeah. So maybe Ick was bias on my end seeing Mack's rack, but and Haloed comes down, and so Mack will jump out to a lead. I mean, Orry has some nice tiles for the board still. The Y slots really nicely with the second Ian and Haloed now, so he'll probably be able to get a nice hefty score back, but not what Orry wanted.
Definitely not. If he had just left that eye off, he would not have gotten hit here. Everything, like you said, was super close, and Haloed a great find by Mack. All he needed to do was wait for one of those consonants to come on the board. A great start for him. That's got to be feeling really good after 26 seconds, knowing he made the best play. Orry Swift now, not sure he made the best play, probably going to play buys and ES just to block that big triple on the top. That seems like too big of a spot to leave open. Leaving the same leave as last time, AST, which could result in a bingo with licks. Could play through the E of Haloed. That will remain open. But Mack Meller with another nice draw, ACDILOP. And if he gets a spot for Placoid, that would be fantastic. If the Y goes out in space, he gets Polyadic. So
nice.
Got to be a little bit careful if you're Orry Swift. Little do you know, Mack Meller's drawn another balanced rack.
Yes, so I think buys makes a lot of sense. I mean, I wonder what else he's considering here. He's considering playing with licks. That doesn't seem quite right to me. You're holding another S, so that lane is probably going to be advantaged towards you.
Yeah, I think this is just what you have to do. It doesn't feel great. You're going down by around 10 points. You're breaking up your rack a little bit, but you're actually keeping, I guess, the 3 best tiles you could keep here. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of, do I want to score 40 points with Sty and Slick, leave this open, maybe let Mack play there, give me better lanes for myself, but I think this is the right call for Orry Swift. And we'll see how Mack responds to this play. No spot for Placoid, or Placoids, or Polyadic. Len Haloed, invalid. That's a little bit tantalizing for Mack, who's probably seen that possibility. Will he find the 36-point option here of a cold, hooking the A onto the D of Inhalode. That looks pretty good to me. Anything else you're thinking about here, Morris?
Oh, a cold was going to be the play I'd suggested too. I'm also just kind of feeling bad for Orry after his draw in the moment. I guess so. From Mack's perspective, with this bingo lead, having the C and the P is nice to put next to the H because that lick lane could be a very high scoring bingo lane long term. So if you could make a play through the H to obscure bingos ending in S at least, that could be an objective Mac has long term. I think you still play a cold over something like Child, especially because Child takes it back E. Yeah, that would be another sort of thing I'm thinking in the back of my head to long term consider.
And here's the thing. If you're Orry Swift, you're down a tempo, but because you got the first turn down, you have the automatic tempo advantage. That's why going first is a better thing than going second in Scrabble, because there's a 50% chance you get an extra turn at the end of the game. So Orry Swift not in any danger, except given that he's drawn 3 A's, he's probably not feeling great. Mack Meller also knows this. Mack Meller knows that he's clinging to a small lead despite his opening bingo. So probably not a great thing to try and play defense here, despite probably knowing that Orry's going to have an S a large amount of the time. There's not really anything Mac can do about that licks hook right now. So I think he's just got to go full throttle, push ahead, and work on his own stuff. Because Orry just played 4 tiles. He could have anything. He could have AAAEIST and only be able to score like 8 points with acai.
Yeah, so it looks like he has a cold set up now. Yeah, Matt kind of does this thing where he like looks at a play for a while that he considers a real candidate. If he's not fully satisfied, then he further looks. So I think he's probably going to play a cold in the end. So yeah, and yeah, he's picking it up now, I think.
There's something to be said about a play like Pika to the left, keeping 3 tiles, a little bit better balance. The L goes well with a B on the top of the board. I think you have to do this. A cold for 36, and over to Orry with his 5 vowels. He has an open board, so he will be able to keep things open. He's just going to play AA. I was wondering if he was going to do that. Rather than play acai, keep the 2 vowel, 2 consonant combination. He's keeping AEIST, which is a little bit dangerous. You could draw 2 more vowels, but I think the extra points and the extra chances of a bingo with this open board makes AA a very, very solid play for Orry.
Yeah, and I mean, at some point, Macondo, the current top Scrabble engine, made the insight that vowels are probably more valuable than we previously considered. And the big reason why is at the start of the game, the bag is 60% consonants, 40% vowels. So these slightly vowel heavy leaves, if you actually look at the contents of the bag right now from Mac's perspective, for instance, there's still a consonant imbalance. So it's on average fine to slightly have more vowels than consonants. So I'm totally fine with that decision.
Look at this again, Mack Meller with another unplayable 7, Pianola. Just looking at the board a little bit confused. Like, well, this is an open board. Why does my bingo not play? Do I have an 8-letter word available? Once again, nothing is playable. Capilano is not valid from the C of a cold, and AA just didn't quite open the opportunity for Mac that he needed. This is a little bit weird. It's funny, Mack Meller got the L he needed for Inhalode when he didn't have a bingo on his rack. And since then, he's had a 7-letter word on his rack both turns, and they didn't fit. So this board is really open, but it kind of speaks to what you were talking about Orry Swift's incredible board control.
Yeah, I was trying to look, and immediately when I saw the D, A, and C all next to each other, I saw pina colada, but no, not all in the right positions. Yeah, and one thing to sort of monitor as this board kind of keeps unfolding, it is a very open board, and that's good for 8-letter words on this board. But if you don't have an S, it's going to be really hard to play a 7. I guess you have the B, you could front hook AA, but otherwise there's really nothing that allows you to play 7-letter words aside from pluralizing lick. So it'll be interesting to see how both players adjust to that realization. Mack right now has Pia set up. I'm guessing that's next to the AH, or below, I guess, of OLD of a cold, maybe as well. Could be an option.
Yeah, I feel like I would be looking to play to the left of the ED, making PE and ODA. But how do you do that and play off an A? POA, not a word. So yeah, this is kind of a weird position for Mack. He's got a nice lead of 34 points, so he does have the opportunity to play some defense here. PIA to the right of a cold makes sense. The play of AA is a little bit scary, and he might also still think that Orry's sitting on an S. So maybe he's thinking of playing through the K, trying to control that opportunity. Orry, though, sitting on ABEGIST, does have a bingo available through the B of buys, if you guys can try and find that at home. But wonder if he's going to see that, be confident that it's valid. Probably. Mack Meller holding on to PIA. See where he plays that. He can play it for 16. He can play it for 20. We like the 20-pointer here.
I think so. And the one other thing I'll say here is that the AA play, I mentioned earlier, Mack might at some point want to play through the H to limit the damage of the lick hook if he inferred after buys that Orry has an S. Orry maybe thought about that as part of his AA decision. The AA basically makes it impossible or very hard for Mack to make those kind of high-scoring plays through the H to block his S power. So there's this game already. We're seeing sort of these moves with sort of these deep potential intentions that might not be clear at the surface immediately.
So now Orry Swift to act. He does have Gabbyist. That is the word through the B of buys. It looks like he is about to play it. Maybe he was just looking for a 9-letter word. Just double checking that he's not missing something higher scoring, because this doesn't hit anything. It hits a double letter score. So it's going to be basically just a surface level score. But it's a bingo. A bingo is a bingo. And Orry Swift taking a small lead with 2 blanks out. Mack Meller drawing that W. Probably going to look to play to the left of Inhalode. Orry Swift drawing his tiles. Both players acknowledge the validity of Gabbyist. Are we going to see Woo or Wool or something of that nature? If we see Wool come down to the left of the ED, it's going to set up a big Y hook. There's one remaining Y. Wonder if Mack's going to balk at that possibility.
I was thinking the same thing. Wool, yeah, that does introduce certain kinds of positions into the game that Mack might not be a fan of. In terms of the average position, it is a lot better than his other options, I think, though. Given sort of still the constant imbalance we see, Wool is better than Woo in a vacuum in terms of leave, I think, right now. If he tries to pivot towards something like Warren instead, that seems like a much worse leave by comparison. So it's not the kind of play you love making, but it would make sense if he pulls the trigger on it.
Yeah, and I think just keeping the 3 1-point constants is just too much for Mack. So he's going to pull the trigger on Wool. Just hope that Orry didn't draw that Y. Maybe he has like a 1 in 4 chance of having drawn it on his post-bingo draw. And worst case scenario, Mack should be able to access that triple if Wooly gets played eventually. He's got almost as good of a chance of drawing a Y as Orry does. Now back to Orry, EGIINOT. So this is another close to bingo rack, but look at what just happened. Mack Meller playing Oda. How quickly has Orry Swift recognized what has changed in the position, Morris? Through the ODA, he has set up a 40-point IO dating. That is brilliant from him.
Absolutely. And one thing we went through the Orry versus Rafi Stern game where Rafi played Amaze and then Orry played Godisha. Orry talked about after the game that he was looking for kind of these crazy double doubles through, I think, 3 disconnected tiles in that position yielded. And so you can see that Orry is still in this fine like board vision form where even if things might at the surface not look like words can fit through them, still look.
This is just a really educational thing. What has changed in the position? Every time your opponent makes a move, something changes, unless they exchange or pass, of course. So you have to look at the small little details, and this is still such a good find. Putting the I before Oda, that is brilliant, brilliant vision for Orry Swift, and he has a 14-point lead. Mack Meller, on the other hand, has 5 vowels and no L to play Aleuron.
Yeah, and I mean this will usually be the best play iodating, but Mac might even be worried that he could have held a Q or an X on top of that to be setting up a huge play thereafter. So this kind of is a really uncomfortable position for Mac after this kind of turn. You might want to play something like Erugo to both now block the S and not and limit at least a lot of those Q and X options.
So Erugo, Aerugo through the G of iodating. That can't feel great to play to just tie the game. Does block the S, but again, those 2 blanks, the Q, the X, so many threats Mack Meller has to fend off in this position to win this game 1. Erugo looks like a great idea. That's a nice find by you. Does some blocking, does some digging for the blanks. EAU, a possibility. You can play that on top of the TIN for 12 points, or for 13 points. We're going to get that annotation fixed for you guys.
So either of those could be reasonable. I guess if we start looking at the bag also, there are still a lot of E's, but very few A's left in the game, O's left in the game by comparison. So if you're Mac here, you're okay with departing with at least one of your E's. You probably want to actually this turn, even though it's a better tile in a vacuum than other things. So it looks like he has Erugo set up now. Erugo is one of those cool words where you can actually leave off the A, and so in some positions you might want to consider if you could play Erugo to set up your A. In this case, though, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so this is a great find by Mack Meller. He's just contemplating it. He is already pretty far down on the clock. We've seen this before. Of course, we know Mack Meller can play incredibly quickly. You know, I just played a few Blitz games last night. He crushed me. But does like to think long and hard in his 25-minute classical Scrabble games. That can sometimes cause some complications in the pre- and endgame phases of the game where Mac might not have quite enough time to contemplate all the possibilities. So 13.5 minutes, nothing to worry too much about, but if those blanks start getting drawn, the board stays tight like this with very few opportunities to bingo, it might get really, really complicated really fast. Over to Orry with AEIORTZ. Do you play long here? You could play erotizes to the ES in the center of the board and blow it open, or you can just keep things tighter with something like Zoa for 30 points, making AAH. You could play Zek to the K for 36, keeping the nice ratio leave. You have a small lead. How do you cling on to it if you're Orry Swift?
Yeah, Zek was the play I was looking at. It looks like now he has ears set up, though. Given sort of that there's only one A unseen from Orry's perspective and 2 O's, ratio is actually a very strong leave for this bag. So I think that seems reasonable. It looks like he's pivoting now to the Zoa. These are all slightly different things, and yeah, I guess one advantage of Zoa potentially is that will make it hard for Mac to open up the left side of the board at some point, and maybe that's sort of the geometry Orry wants, because he just kind of knows he knows how to handle these positions really well. So it might play to his strengths.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice. If he draws one of the 2 remaining Fs, he could play Fritz to the Z after Zoa and open. the board himself. Zaire was a really cool idea. There are lots of E's left. You don't really need your E, so Zek also makes sense. But by playing 5 tiles, you're digging into the bag for those 2 blanks that are going to be so important. Even on closed boards, the blanks allow you to navigate the position better than any other tile. You might even get a 9-letter word. Orry is very, very proficient with 9-letter words, but he is playing the 9's king in Mack Meller.
Indeed. So he's right now really narrowed in on this Zoa idea. In terms of tiles to monitor, obviously the 2 blanks are left in the game. The X still with that spot above the I in IO dating, the second I that is, that could be a really powerful tile. The Y still is the other big tile to monitor with that woolly hook. So it's going to be interesting to see who draws those tiles. And it looks like Orry is going for Zaire here. I mean, it does make a lot of sense. It kind of really limits bingos for now on the right side of the board. Now, if Mack plays a tile in front of the AE that Orry just had, that will likely take hooks. AE does not take any back hooks. But look at Mack's immediate play, Juku. It's kind of exactly what you need to do here.
Absolutely. So Orry recognizing had he played Zek, he would have been in a better position, but you cannot know such things. At least Juku blocks the X-bomb that both players were worried about on top of the TI of Ido dating. And look at that draw for Orry Swift, ELOPRST. But on this board that he has helped create, no options for him now, are there?
Yeah, I need to spend a while to look through all these 9 lanes before I was fully sure that there were no bingos available. So things like petrels, replots are not going to play on this board. In this position, I mean, it is sort of an awkward rack now because if you look, there aren't a lot of hot spots left. You want to keep good bingo tiles, but then again, this board is just so against bingoing for now. You might just want to make just a high scoring play here. What's jumping out at you, Josh?
Yeah, high scoring play would be great, but all the scoring spots are gone, and you only have a P to score with. This is a crazy complicated position where we're going to very much see Orry Swift's thought process in action. Can he play something like PAH for 8 to that AH in the center of the board, set up his O? Is that what you try to do here? Try to bingo here at all costs? Probably not. With 2 blanks unseen, it's really, really dangerous to open anything when your opponent has the next move. Yeah, maybe you play something like plots and wools and just go straight for the blanks. I'm actually liking that possibility the more I look at it. Blocks the woolly situation, which we talked about earlier, which is pretty much the biggest scoring spot on this board now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Pa actually is a more interesting option than I thought at first. Like, the O front hook is just weird enough, given that there's so few O's left in the game, and there's have all the U's been played by now? Yes, all 4 U's have been played too. So you can't stack above it nearly as easily to fully block. Pa is the kind of play that will torture Mack. Also, by Orry having the LS, keep in mind the ES off of Inhaloed and Buys can often give him 9-letter words ending in less, which is a very common suffix for 9-letter words. So the more I look at it, Pa actually seems quite reasonable a lot of the time.
It is, but it is so risky so early. If it doesn't work out for you, it's gonna bite at you. If Orry Swift plays something like plots and wools, that'll be very key here, I think, because Mack Meller is probably quite happy with the possibility of aliening through the LI, just keeping a lone N on his rack and gunning for those blanks. Plots would actually just block that possibility. Orry looking at Lop, or maybe Lopes. Many places to play these 3 tiles, many options to consider. It's a little bit risky again to score so little in a position like this and play so few tiles. I would actually be a big fan of playing plots and wools. The triple that it opens is kind of dangerous, but given the unseen pool, only 1 A out, only 3 I's out, only 2 O's out. So it's very difficult to imagine a lot of racks benefiting from the opening that the PLO on the bottom of the board would give to that triple.
One other thing I might do here if I were Ori is try to actually see if I could figure out any inference from Mack's previous plays, right? Something like ERP in a vacuum off the U in Ergo could be great if Mack doesn't have an S or blank. But I need to be really sure in those sorts of positions that he actually doesn't. So maybe he's going for, but he's set these LOP tiles aside. He has some sort of plan with them.
There's so many things you can do. You could play Opal. That's a similar idea through the A of Zaire. ERP is a great idea. Maybe you go aggressive. There's a suggestion of Trollop through the L and the OP. Another great idea. Lop is just a solid play. Doesn't set up your O anymore. Sets up a big scoring spot on the left. I just feel like it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's just a little bit too slow in my view. But we'll see how Mack Meller deals with this. He's probably just going to play Aliening now. Maybe he's going to look at the opening that's just created and wonder if he should do something about it. ERST is a fantastic leave for Orry Swift. He redraws an E, an R, and a T, which would be great on an open board, but maybe not so much on this one.
Yeah, so turning back to Mack, I'm surprised Aliening has not been set up yet because that does seem like the sort of play Mack would identify right away. But I wonder if Lop gives him pause in some way.
Very well could. Very well could. Mack might also be considering some overlaps of Zaire. He does have the last A. He might also be thinking about, is that valuable to keep on my rack? But Aliening just seems to click to fit all the boxes. I guess the one problem to think about is a response like underneath Aliening, like Fiat for 50. Which is just really not that likely. So I think, yeah, Mack going to end up playing this, try to draw a blank. There are 2 blanks left. Almost 2/3 of the game have gone by. We haven't seen one of them. So playing 6 tiles becomes extremely valuable, giving yourself maximal chances, drawing those all-important blanks.
Yes, and one other note I just want to make is we talked about, or Josh said before, notice after every play how the board changes, right? That allowed Orry to identify iodating. When Mack played Juku, the Q went from a bad tile to a horrendous tile in this game. Both U's were played, and it blocked the QI spot all at once. So the Q is kind of going to be this key tile throughout the rest of this game that is going to basically be poisoned even more so than normal.
Looking at this play, Orry Swift not too thrilled, I think. This ties the game, and Orry knows Mack has great chances at drawing one or both of the remaining blanks, as he doesn't have a single one. Suddenly, it's really just all about timing here. If you're Orry, you might have to start opening the board now. You just don't have a way to score. And, I mean, maybe you just play Tret to the left of Lop. Set up Stret, or just RET somewhere. This is not looking fantastic for Orry Swift now, but Mack Meller has not drawn a blank. Instead, he's drawn 6 consonants and that last S. Wow.
Yeah, so I don't think Tret takes a front S in this dictionary. You could play Ret to maybe set up your T in front of it, but I don't think there's anywhere where that would actually be lucrative. So it's a really kind of interesting position. And Orry is about one of the most instructive players to watch in these sorts of positions. I really am kind of drawing blanks on what I'd actually do. I'd really need to start looking at the bag in this position, start to think about what my objectives are for the next few turns, because this is now just a very slow game all of a sudden. Orry can decide to make it a fast game in certain ways if he makes a really aggressive opening play. But for now, at least, Orry has control of the pace of this game.
Does indeed. But in terms of pacing, again, the complications are tremendous on boards like these. 2 blanks unseen, not that many vowels unseen from Orry's perspective. You need to use your time somewhat efficiently and just make a play that seems okay, because you're under the 10-minute mark. We might see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more plays each on a board like this one, Morris.
Indeed. So I think in some positions, so I think he has Rhett in his hands, and yeah, he's going to play to the left of Lop. I wonder there though, like this could create some really tough positions for Orry depending on the tile. Mack might be able to create like some sort of hook that's really hard for Orry to block. So it's not a comfortable play, but I think Orry just thought this still was his best option among a lot of weird choices.
There's the X and another vowel for Orry, so he's got to feel somewhat happy about this draw other than not seeing a blank. And you have to just keep things closed at this point if you're Orry Swift. You can't just make an opening and let Mack Meller pounce on it with a potential blank bingo. I think that's what he's thinking here. Now Mack with the weird decision on his hands with 6 consonants. He also sees the danger. Not that many vowels left from his perspective. Both blanks. He hasn't drawn a single one. The play of Rhett for only 12. To me, that screams, I have a good rack. Leave. But does that mean Orry Swift has a blank? Does it mean he has duplicated R's, E's, and T's that we know that he has? Mack Meller's probably going to think about and lean into that last decision of Orry's, but still probably try to play as many tiles as he can within reason to go for one of the blanks.
I could be wrong here, but I think the leave Orry had of rest is by far the likeliest leave that Orry has in that position. I could be wrong, but if he has a blank there, he's with an S. He's probably going to be more aggressive a lot of the time. Like to me, it might be the case that rest is the leave after Rhett a fairly high amount of the time. But I'm not 100% on that at all.
In this sort of position, any opening can be pounced on and the game could end in a second in one move. So both players probably just very much urging themselves to play more closed and not give that killer blow to their opponent. It's such a close game. 2:21 for Mack Meller on turn, 2:33 for Orry Swift. Mack under 9 minutes. And now I'm starting to get very, very concerned about time for both players. If you make an opening, it can be an opening like Edo, for example, to the O and Wool. That opening might allow for a bingo by Orry, but also a follow-up bingo by Mack. So if you make an opening here, it has to be one that's in a spot where if a bingo gets played, it opens more for another bingo. That's only on the left side of the board. On the right side of the board, there's just not enough space for that. Right now, in terms of bingos, only an 8-letter word could fit through the H of alienating, which is super, through the G of alienating, excuse me, which is super unlikely. Mack is considering playing demand through the A of Zaire. This is exactly the play that your brain is saying, this makes sense, but your heart is saying, I cannot handle the problems that this might create in the position. Demand in this particular instance would be okay. It wouldn't lead to immediate disaster. Is Mack Meller going to blow things open now, or is he going to keep things tight against Orry Swift in this first game of a potential 5? What an interesting one so far, Morris.
Indeed. So it's, yeah, like I think the more I look at the position, and I could be biased given Orry's letters. Oh, okay, emend makes some sense too. I was going to say demand looks almost forced. Like there are at the time were fewer consonants than vowels, vowels than consonants. You don't want to play too few tiles with the E to kind of get in consonant overload. So this is one of the very few plays that I think you can stomach even in this position.
Makes a lot of sense. It's definitely a human decision. It's all about timing. And there's the cue and the blank for Mack Meller. Orry Swift going to respond with Rem, setting up his T with 2 T's remaining. Yes, this is the best he can come up with in this position. He knows he has to start playing fast. This is a little bit dangerous, but for Mack, it's going to be even worse. He has no way to block that T-hook. Where does
Well, yeah,
QI?
QI is forced. GI and QI.
You have to play QI right now and hope
Yeah.
that whatever play that Orry plays, making Trem, next turn potentially will open a spot for 8-letter words. You're down 15. QI is 18, going up by 3. If Orry just stacks again on the top left, we're just going to see some, I think, time scramble at the end of this game. I feel like it's almost necessary we're going to see a time scramble, Morris.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you play a Trem play next turn if you're or do you play like EF and Fur parallelly to the R and E and Rem? It's these are all very nuanced decisions, right? If Orry makes a play like Vet this turn, the V as a starting letter isn't the best tile, but that's about the best spot in a word that a V goes. So, and if someone hits a bingo starting with a V to the triple, that's going to be super powerful. Orry is actually considering vets. He sees that there's 2 S's unseen to him, and given that there's 2 blanks unseen to him too, it probably is worth it to take 6 extra points for the S here. On average, the S is worth 9 to 10 points overall positions, but in positions like this where there are so many S's remaining, you could probably downweight it, in addition to the fact that there are very few spots to pluralize in general.
Absolutely. I think this is definitely worth playing the S for 6 points. Again, with the vowel drought unseen to Orry, it makes a lot of sense. Only 4 vowels unseen to him at this point in the game. So playing vets, playing that S is actually just a consonant that you don't really want in this position. I think this is what you have to do here, but staring down the barrel of both blanks, a V bingo is likely. It will open space a lot of the time on the bottom left, but Orry with an X is not really going to be able to respond. I think he wants to keep his F here, though, for the possibility of fiat under the ing of aliening or food or something of that nature. If he draws vowels, he'll be very happy here. If he draws a blank, he'll be pretty happy here. Mack Meller has drawn FV to DIRS blank, one of the worst draws he possibly could have gotten.
Yeah, and one other thing to monitor here is before there were a lot of E's. Now, from Mack's perspective, there are only 2 left. Orry has 1 of them already. Orry at some point could just make a play of Axe off the A and Zaire to set up the final E in the game. So it's like it's going to be really hard to block fully. There are no A's left to play parallelly for Za and Axe. So that's sort of something that, given how slow this game is going, that's an idea that actually could materialize that Orry could set up. There are probably going to be other ideas like that too that could be uncovered.
So Mack Meller now considering playing Invar through the N and A disconnected to set up his last S. And he has a blank. There's just one problem. If Orry Swift has that last blank, he'll be able to shut it down. But this is a great gamble by Mack Meller. Orry Swift probably a little bit concerned now. What is Mack going to draw out of the bag? He can draw 3 potential vowels. He can draw the last blank. Suddenly Orry Swift has to avoid disaster here. There's the second blank. Wow.
Foisted and Invar's plays, there's going to be a lot of things. So Orry, he's going to be looking at that spot Mack opened up. I mean, this is the one disadvantage of playing off the S in that vet's position, is if Mack makes kind of a play like this. So it's a really uncomfortable position from Orry's perspective. You have to give Mack the credit that he's probably holding a blank and an S here, maybe even all 3. It's a really tough position for Orry.
How does he even block the spot? He's only up 11 points. He's just going to get outmaneuvered. He has too many high-scoring tiles on his rack. There's just no good way to handle that spot. Probably just have to hope a blank is in the bag or that the vowels are still in the bag. Mack Meller did use his only vowel to play Invar, but luckily for him, he drew another one and that second blank. Looks like Orry is considering playing Onyx from the O of Erugo, which does not deal with the spot. But if Foisted comes down, I believe Mack Meller is going to take this incredible first game against Orry Swift. I just don't see Orry blocking.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And I mean, Ori's draw there, given that the only other bingo lane right now is going to be the V off of Vets, having all these hefty tiles really isn't good for that. I wonder if you're not blocking, is there some way to get rid of the tiles that are least conducive, or at least most of the tiles that are least conducive with the V? It's pretty tough at this point to really make any valid play on most parts of the board, so maybe not.
There's so many threats from Orry's perspective. Matt could have a natural fiat beneath the ing of aliening. I've said it before and I say it again. Fiat should not be a word. It is too playable. But it could very well be 50 points and the door shut on Orry Swift without even a bingo. So I think he has to just try and do his best to part with some letters on his rack and try and draw one of those blanks to counteract Mack Meller's next play. This has to feel really bad.
Oh, sorry. I guess one other advantage of Onyx is sometimes Mac will just make an inverse plural that isn't a bingo, right? So he could play something like Todd's from his rack now. He wouldn't do that here. But then Orry, if he draws the R, he'd have 4x next turn. So there are some nice things Orry can draw into after playing Onyx. He has the FEO kind of set aside, probably because of the D after that Josh mentioned. So there are some letters where Orry's thinking, if Matt can only just get a high scoring play to the triple, pluralizing invars rather than a bingo, I could still outmaneuver him by just getting an even higher score play to the triple with the X, or using my F to its maximum power at the bottom of the board.
Or he plays something like Ref from the R and Zaire to try and block, setting up Foxy. Mack Meller will almost always just play from that F. Play as many tiles as possible. If he plays Zen and ER from the Z and Zaire, he's leaving himself with so many points on his rack, and it's just so much more difficult to maneuver those endgames. Is Orry going to try and block Invars in some way, shape, or form? No, he isn't. Onyx for 22, taking a 33-point lead that is going to disappear as soon as Mack Meller recognizes that every single draw he can get out of the bag will win the game.
Indeed. So very nicely timed by Mac, but this was a really instructive game. Both players making these really nuanced, deep decisions that are really tough to master. I mean, we weren't sure in the booth. They're probably not sure. It's these kinds of positions are just brutal to think about and really instructive how they handled it.
So Foisted, Frosted, Dust Off. Those are the three bingos Mac has for 90 points in this position, hooking the S onto Invars. That was a very, very gutsy play by Mac, and it's paid off massively. We're not going to see the time scramble that I expected. Invar completely changed the context of the game. Mack Meller is looking into the bag, trying to see if there's anything Orry Swift can do after he bingos to win. He is down 33 points, but after 90, after a 67-point lead, the only thing he's worried about is some bingo at some part of the board, which is just not there. The V and Vet's the only spot to play a bingo. Maybe you look for 9-letter words, you look for anything. You use your time here, because Mac has it. You just double check everything, make sure his tracking is in order, make sure his scoring is in order, then go ahead and play one of his three bingos. He's probably spotted all three of them.
Yeah, I guess, I think you might want to start thinking about which of the three bingos makes the most sense, but looking at them, they all basically accomplish all the same things. So any one of them, yeah, is going to be the play. I'm guessing in the next 30-ish seconds.
If you want to place bets, I think Mack can just wait it off and just keep looking. But yeah, Mack Meller is going to take this game unless something ridiculous happens, like he misdesignates his blank. We hate when that happens, but it is possible that Orry will take this. But I think Orry, in his particular situation, pretty much knows. He's looking at a bag that absolutely 100% of the time bingos. It's max rack plus another E. There is no way Mack doesn't have a bingo with one of those 8 possible racks. So I think he knows that it's over.
Indeed. And Mack isn't even like writing anything down on his tracking sheet, so he seems pretty confident his tracking is right, if I had to guess. If he wasn't, we'd see a bit more frantic scrambling over there. This is really just like taking a deep breath, making sure that he's not missing anything in the
Wait a second. Hold on. Is there somewhere to play a W on this board other than DAW and EW on the bottom?
Interesting. Standalone, no. You can play something like row off the R or vow, right? Off the V in vets. So, or vow.
Maybe that's what Mack is thinking. He's looking at the 8 tiles and wondering what happens when I draw a W.
Interesting. Yeah.
So
that
maybe
makes sense.
he's actually going to pivot off of this and play Fiat, allow 4x, and potentially win the game with any draw next turn. Is Fiat the only winning play here? Fiat
That's quite fascinating. If you play foisted, you're fine. You create a second W spot.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. Foisted should win 100% of the time.
Yeah. So let's see. Is he making? Yeah, he's doing that exactly. So good call, Josh. There was a risk there. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. There's a spot for an F2. Wow, that's what Mack was thinking about. Okay, there we go. Foisted coming down, guaranteeing a win. It looks like for Mack Meller. Wow.
So yeah, I spoke too soon. But yeah, really, really smart play by Mack.
All right, Orry Swift down 57 now. Doesn't really have any good options anymore. And it looks like the blanks were properly designated. Mack has drawn the E as his last tile. This will be a game 1 victory for Mack Meller on one of the most tactical boards I've seen in recent times. Any move could have been a mistake. I think both of these players know that. Any move in the middle game could have been wrong. Maybe not Juku, but there were so many things to think about, so many nuances, so much minutiae. Orry Swift looking at playing Whorl, WHORL to the L. He also has FD to the Y for the same score. And I think Whorl might be slightly better.
Yeah, Hefty would give back 2 extra points to Mack. Whorl would give WE, but that's still fewer than TE/X. So I wonder if Mack, though, instead forgoes both options and plays melees just for fun, or another fun insertion play of some sort. But we'll, I guess, see in the next minute.
Yeah, wow. So, of course, unless there's a tie in this best of 5, the margin at which you win or lose doesn't really matter. But Orry Swift playing Whorl for 22, going to 326. And you were just talking about this, Morris, how Orry Swift can sometimes make his opponent score so little. Despite drawing both blanks, Mack Meller here is going to score 383 to 326. Crazy game. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
3 to 326.
Yeah, I agree. I was scared of drawing the R. I would have been stuck.
Yeah, I could have kept this S, but like, I don't know. There's blank S. I need to go for something.
Yeah, I mean, this kept, man, it was a crazy game. This kept FDS blank. So, I mean, there was...
That's probably going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a blank at that point, but I was admittedly surprised he played this. But I mean, I guess there's so many consonants out and stuff too. Yeah, there were. Yeah. Alternative fun.
Problem is like, yeah, this was up here. So, yeah, I'm still creating this rim, like makes me play here. So,
Yeah, I almost actually fished for Vibrance, but this felt too strong.
I can even initially survive a bingo with my F. I just couldn't quite get that D.
Yeah,
or
I
anything.
could have.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were several turns I could have, like here even, I could have played fair by keeping DVS. Just wasn't gonna cut it, I don't think. I wonder if there's any universe in which I'm not supposed to bingo here because of the R draw, but like I just wasn't confident enough in like Postfix or FedEx winning.
Yeah, from my position, I was like, oh, he can't get stuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think it was a 7 and 8, and I was like, well, I don't know if you would have played Oryx or Onyx, but at some point I was like, I'm running out of time. I gotta just play the
There's
bingo.
not a bingo you can play to.
There's no R spot at all. So
Sure.
I'd have to.
Oh
create
yeah, then I
two.
would just block that one.
No, I'm just dead if I draw the R. I just had to pray.
Yep,
didn't
I
do
went
that.
through all of them, and I was like, oh, he's not getting stuck, and he
No,
literally.
I went through all of them too.
Yeah, he
and-
literally has to bingo.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually thought about not bingoing again, but I just wasn't confident enough in like even detox. But then like if I draw the W, like.
Yeah, I'm pretty screwed playing this S, but yeah, I just don't know. Like,
What
if
did you keep?
I think if you have both blanks, MEX.
MEX, huh?
I think
Wow.
Or did I have the F there? No, I had the F. F.
Okay.
When did I play the X? Later. I had extremes minus the E at some point.
Extremes.
This was F something, you know, I can't remember. Yeah, I feel like I blew it.
I feel like I didn't play that great either, honestly. It was a very tough game.
Yeah, I mean, I could have probably completely prevented you from bingoing, although it's hard because there's this lane too.
Yeah, and you're also not up that much. Like I could hit a big F play too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why, you know, I was just like going for more tiles.
Right. I mean, that's what I was trying to do. I mean, I hated to do this. I had another end,
Yeah.
but 'cause
Yeah,
the
I
pool was
figured
getting
you had blank
consonant.
blank S here. I'm like, well, he wouldn't.
Well, no, I
just whiffed.
I had only one of the blanks, but I was like, I figured I had FDS blank, so I was like, if you go here with your blank, I'm gonna hit
Yeah.
food or fiat. And
Type that in or pick it up for you.
sure.
383, 326.
Yeah. I gotta check a few racks to make sure I didn't like miss it. Yeah, I had
Man, it was a very challenging game to play.
Hey, guess what?
It was a fun
Blank
game
blank
to-
S on his last
It
round.
was a fun game to watch, though.
Yeah, I mean, anything
It's happened, like,
particularly
every time
notable,
I've
or
played
just-
in this
I mean, there's a lot of tough turns.
That was,
Kind of know what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not confident I played that.
I
right.
tried. I just dumped an S going for more tiles.
Mhm.
You know,
Something
and he
to
made a
fly
good
with.
setup, but I was like, I have to draw blank blank S. There's hardly any tiles left.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy how in all of our
But-
games, like the blanks and S's just seem
Yeah.
to keep like.
Yeah, obviously I regretted getting rid of this, but I created a lane, so he's just gonna bingo
Well,
there.
the problem is there were so many consonants. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, this skipped IRDS blank. I was like, I drew FV. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I think I have to just bingo there. I don't know.
Yeah, so you could lose to an R.
Right, 7 out of 8. I mean, I was very aware of
can
it.
you even lose to an R? Can I score enough points?
Yes, you can, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
Obviously, I didn't go through that because there was no stick.
I mean, I
on
didn't
my
either,
end.
but like intuitively, I think you. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need what 50? I mean, you can.
Yeah.
Well,
This was sort of a setup. I keep
Do you have the O?
ERST. No, I just keep
Oh, wow.
ERST, but I'm trying to get you to play here so I can bingo.
yeah.
Right.
So this was, man. I struggled here. I had RDS. I wanted to play demand, but I'm like, if you bingo here, it's GG.
What were you gonna play?
Like demand or something through the A.
Okay, I needed an E for extremes, so that wasn't
All right,
happening.
well, you
Yeah,
would've
you're not
hit-
gonna put an E there.
No.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I decided to be patient. I thought about med, but the consonants were so overwhelming. I hated getting rid of the last A here too. I didn't,
Yeah, I'm sure as quick as I played Rim. I mean, we were low on time, but I knew you would know that's a setup. But it's not like
I
had
figured,
The,
but
yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
like I
I-
have the H, so it's
Well, even if you did, I was like, all right, I got to just play to try to bingo back because I figure whatever you do here, you're putting a tile. And I literally couldn't do anything about it. I mean,
yeah. I think I was okay with this lane. There's a
Mhm.
possibility you miss it, and it looks like you might have. And so maybe keeping my S.
I guess
was
you just
correct.
literally couldn't block this. I mean, what?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Not that I saw. Z,
Yeah.
Yeah. Z E.
Right. I
something.
mean,
Yeah, it's
Zen.
just-
Then I just play food now, run. Yeah. Because
Right.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess I could
boy.
do this, but then you just do that. And then maybe I hit this. Yeah, maybe that's right.
Wait. So
That's right.
I mean, but then what are you doing? The X was going to be really hard to play too, though.
Yeah, I know.
That's the other thing.
I had a lot of problems.
Yeah, man. No, I don't feel like you blew it. I think I just got lucky at the end again, but
You know,
this was a nice play though.
I had some. Yeah, I kept OE. I had iodation too. I didn't want to keep GE.
No. Yeah, I had Pianola here. I could have played Apo, but I figured these are more likely for you to hit after your
I
first.
might have missed a 9. I had
Oh.
replots here.
Oh, through the ES? No?
Yeah, I was looking at ES for a while. This
Good.
rack was good too. OT. This is like notarized.
Huh.
You know.
Wow, that feels like there should be something better, but I don't know what.
Okay, let's see if I missed something. Not really. Aromatize is the only sort of play that. And then, man, I had some tough ones. Replots plus ES.
I don't think so.
Yeah, and then replots plus everything else. LI, and then DA. Okay.
Yeah. There's nothing.
Yeah, it just kind of ate up my time.
Yeah, I was mad here because I had ARN. I blocked my own loan word, but.
Yeah, and obviously I'm like digging for the Y or something, you know, it just...
Yeah, there was that too. I didn't love creating that, but there was one Y left, and
Yeah.
I wanted to get rid of the. I mean, I could get it too. And I hated to do this, like I said, because the pool is constant heavy. It gets rid of the A, but I had to go for turnover, I think.
Yep. I feel like I bricked that game pretty badly. I'll have to look at it.
I don't know, man. I mean, what? Like, it doesn't.
These turns are just so weird.
I
though.
know.
This is Terrets. T-R-E-T-S.
Yeah, and see, that's why I didn't want to open, because I figured I mean, you're not doing this unless you have like a really good rack. 'Cause it's a
Yeah.
weird looking play.
Yeah. I was considering a setup, but
I
you
feel
know,
like these
both
kind
blanks
of
are
boards,
unseen.
it's like it's just so hard to know what to do. Like, I think it's easy to feel like you screwed up, but like I don't.
I mean, obviously in retrospect, this is huge, but
Yeah,
I don't know if I feel bad about it in the moment.
Right. You said, I'm sorry, you said you had like FEM or MEX?
Man, I'm having trouble remembering. I don't know. Maybe they can tell me. Hey, what did I leave on vets?
Sorry?
I can't remember what I left on vets. FEX maybe?
FEX. Yeah.
FEX.
Man. Yeah.
All right.
Very challenging game. All right, get some.
Okie dokie. Wow, Morris. What a game one. If this is what's in store for us in this best of 5, we are in for an absolute treat. Crazy, crazy tactical game. Both players scoring under 400 points. Board staying closed for almost the entirety of the game. You love it. I love it. Did Mack Meller miss an 8-8 opportunity on the final play? We didn't even see it. Could Mack Meller have drawn the R and lost? Yes. Was there a way for him to not lose the game with an R draw or with any other draw? Possibly. I'll have to look into that and get back to you, Morris. What do you think?
Yeah, and one other nuance in that post-mortem that came out was Mac was talking about if he was going to bingo, would he play like postfix or FedEx rather than fiat, which is what we were saying. I think Mac is correct there because from his perspective, 4x could be in the bag, right, from his perspective, and other big X plays that Orry could have. Whereas since Mac had the D and both blanks already, fiat was not a possibility for something that Orry could have played. So it shows another extra level of sharpness that his candidates that weren't bingos, I think, it had more guarantees than the ones we came up with.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll maybe analyze that between games. What you should know at home is game 1 has gone to the 2024 champion, 2025 runner-up, Mack Meller. Orry Swift not able to win that one with Mack's 2 blank draw late in the game. There's up to 4 more games to go. We're going to have a schedule of game 1 and 2, followed by a break, then game 3, maybe game 4, maybe game 5, depending on the result. In any case, On the other side of things, we have a finals match between Josh Castellano and Austin Shin over on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Both of these streams sponsored by NASPA Games. Thank you very much for allowing our beautiful game to be transmitted to as many people as are willing to watch. Tell your friends, like the video, let the algorithm do its work. And we'll have a game 2 for you very, very soon. Morris, anything else to say about this matchup? I know we got kind of cut off at the beginning there because I was going on and on and on about the already played stream games. I know you have a lot of insight into these two players. We were talking about how Mack Meller won 3 games against Orry this tournament, but in general, Orry actually has Mack's number, right?
I think so. Actually, I don't have that on hand. Do you have the exact breakdown of their historic matchups?
No,
I should have looked that up in advance.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll say is Mack in recent years, especially I think the first year I noticed this was the year he won this tournament before, has pivoted to be a more defensive player a lot of the time. I said Orry had the lowest average score against in the division. The second lowest was Mack Meller this year. So these kind of tactical positions, some of the time it's what Orry wants, but it could also be what Mack wants too. One option that game that was actually super interesting that we didn't really discuss was when Mack played QI, keeping, I think, DIRS blank, QAID burning the blank off of the ZAI in Zaire, making ZA, AI, and ID, would have been a lot more points. And the engine actually thought that that could have been a worthwhile gamble. At that point, though, right, Mack is holding an S, but he'd have to burn the blank. That might have been too risky for Mack's sort of style of play at this point, too.
Yeah, so many decisions to look at and analyze. That game was so rich. It so often is the case when you're playing against Orry Swift. The forest is deep, the forest is dark. Only one person emerges from it. You're laughing, but I think it's true. I've played Orry a great number of times, and it's always something weird going on. He really just has a very, very tough style to overcome in games where he's blocking the board, he's opening the board, he's so dynamic. And Mack Meller is just so solid on any given board. The only issues we've seen with him, at least in this tournament, is maybe overthinking a little bit, taking a little bit too long on the clock. But he's like missing absolutely nothing, isn't he?
Indeed. And I think one other thing that Mack showed on display in the post-mortem is not only is Mack, outside of Nigel Richards, the best word finder up to 9 letters, he's also probably the best pure calculator in pre-end games with one in the bag. We saw that in this scenario. He kind of considered nuances we weren't really looking at. Mack is extremely precise as a pure calculator. And those kinds of one in the bag positions, he's so good at it to the point where if I was deciding between a few candidate plays and I was playing Mack and one left 1 tile in the bag and one left 2 tiles in the bag, often the tiebreaker for me will be I'm playing Mack Meller. I don't want to give him the ability to do the one in the bag endgame calculations.
Yeah, absolutely. The play of Onyx was potentially necessary for Orry to just try and get ahead as much as possible and fade any bingo Mack might have had. But who knows? Who knows? A lot to analyze. You have to move forward. Orry Swift definitely a bit deflated after that loss. Both players are still, I think, away from the board. But we're going to go and come back in a couple minutes with game 2, followed by a lunch break, then game 3, game 4, game 5. Don't go anywhere. Round 2 to come next. See you in just a few. Welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship Finals between Mack Meller, who has just won Game 1, and Orry Swift. This is a best of 5. I'm here with Morris Greenberg, and Mack Meller is going to go first in this game. A little bit more confusing potentially for the viewer. Get used to it. Mack Meller going first. He's on the right side. Usually we have the person on the left going first. But yeah, take a look at the win indicator under those nameplates. Mack Meller has one of the 3 slots filled. So Morris, what's your game plan if you're Orry Swift?
I think Orry's game plan was pretty good in the last game. He shouldn't be discouraged. I think like that sort of position where they both only had, I guess Mack had a bingo at the end, so they had 3 bingos total during the game, but it took Mack his first turn. Oh, sorry, yeah, he has the blank or both blanks, so a plethora of options here. Maybe here you want to have another B, so like Barbule or something like that, Baubles, just so it limits the floaters that Orry can play through. What are you looking at?
Max found a bubble with 3 Bs. Are you kidding me? That might actually be the best play. Maybe playing it with the A on the star would be what you do here. I cannot believe this rack. Mack instead is going to play it here, exposing a couple vowels. There's not much in it. But wow, what a ridiculous start. I don't think I've ever seen a 3B bingo because, Morris, there are only 2 Bs in the set.
That is true. Yeah, one of my goals in Scrabble is to play Riff Raff, which would require 4 Fs, so that would require both Fs and 2 blanks. A 3B bingo, pretty beautiful.
Yeah, if you're Orry Swift now, down 70-0 with 5 vowels, 2 duplicated vowels. It's kind of awful already. You have to keep going. How do you keep lanes open on the board? Do you play something like PIE to the right of a bubble, leaving things open that way? Do you play a little bit shorter? Do you play off an E and an I? Really see a good spot to do that. Or he's going to have to contend with this decision as Mack has drawn an X for both of the vowels that he's exposed.
Yeah, if Orry does play PIE, that gives a huge X spot for Mack's next turn to crush with Vox and Ope and XI. So this is pretty pivotal. Orry's now looking at LEI. Is that what he's looking at? It's a tough position here.
Yeah, very much. He's looking at Pili, which is the best balance, I guess, but now he's looking at Pi. Yeah, you can play that to the left of a bubble, but that gives back so much. It's probably not worth it. Whereas playing to the right on the top, making AI and BE, looks a little bit more reasonable to me. We'll see what Orry chooses. He's got a little bit of time still to make this decision. He needs a couple of consonants. This also works playing with both blank Bs. It's just so hard to just visualize this word on the board.
It sets up Z's with that, right, Biz would be in play. So he's shifting to this one. Ooh.
Oh man,
so this will get crushed in this scenario. I think this one probably is the best for holding an S. It creates an S lane, and if Mack makes a play downwards, then you'll often get a pluralization. So maybe that's what he's thinking, but these are all going to do different things. And I think if Orry's down, okay, he's switching back to this. So this would be bad if Mack has the Z. In this case, he does not. So Orry made this pivot, which is going to work out really well for him comparatively this game.
Comparatively, yeah, that would have been a disaster. Vox coming down probably instantly after PIE. So now Mack can play Vox. He can play it to the right of the A of a bubble for 38. It's much worse than the possible 59 after the other pi. But oh no, Orry Swift, can you please draw a little bit better here. This is really awful for him. But there's still a whole game left to win. Lots of turns can happen. Orry Swift can draw beautifully for the rest of the game. So far, so bad for him. Mack looking at playing Vox now. I don't think there's any merit to playing something like Vex through the E of a bubble or Vax on top, but probably Vex to block the board. This is a 25-point play. Blocks a ton of stuff. What are you thinking about a play like Vex, Morris?
Maybe even Vexed could be good there. VXT. That looks interesting. I think also, given Orry's last play, I might sometimes think about, is it worth playing Cox instead of Vox there to save Vax the next turn? You're holding an M here for Max, so maybe that's not a consideration. But there are a lot of nuances you can consider if you read Orry's last play as he's holding good bingo tiles, and we'll try to bingo on the bottom of the board.
Yeah, Mack now looking at Avocet, A-V-O-C-E-T, a longer play, not opening a triple, keeping the X to score with next turn. This is a pretty good option. It also sets it up underneath the E and the T somewhat well. I like this idea too. Wonder if he's gonna do that instead. Actually, a few plays to think about. Vox might seem automatic to some, but I think a play like Avocet or Vex make a lot more sense board-wise.
The one issue I'd say with Vexed is it'd be helpful if we had like a telestrator to show. Or it could then make a play that forks both sides of the board through the V. So like in this case, for instance, if Mack plays Vexed, Orry can play Avo. It's a slow play that turn, but it would kind of open both the left side of the board for sevens and the bottom left of the board, the top left and the bottom left. So while it accomplishes a lot for one turn, it could actually lead to a very open board long term by having the V divide up different quadrants.
Yeah, definitely. The V can be useful to block, but it could also be useful to create a wall and open the board with a forking play, as we call it. Mack taking a while on this decision, contemplating a bunch of different options, and poor Orry just has to sit there, wait, and probably exchange. No matter what Max does. He's looking at Vexed now. Another issue I see with this play through the E of a bubble is the T placement. The T will allow for some plays, some 6-tile plays above it, starting with a vowel, reaching all the way to the right side of the board and opening up lanes that way. So you're right that there's many opportunities for Orry long term to keep things open on as many quadrants as possible. It's kind of why I prefer leaving the T off. It's not a huge deal to let that hook exist. But I guess there's some ramifications there if you allow Orry to play something with Vexed, hooking the BE in the center of the board, that blank B of a bubble. That could fork the board in a different way as well. So lots to think about. We'll see what Mack ends up doing. He's under the 20-minute mark. This is what I was telling you, Morris. He sees his options very, very quickly. But if there were any criticism of his play, it would be the length of time he spends contemplating said plays, trying to eke out every possible little nuance in the position.
Yes, and one other thing I even forgot to mention is sometimes Pi could be a Z setup for Orry. And so Mack maybe has had to think about that this entire time too. I don't think there's a good way to block in that case. Like, this is maybe partially why he's playing Vexed. It could actually limit Orry's ability to make a Z play by adding the T.
Yeah, possibly. But because Orry placed Pi on the other side of the board first, unless that was a ridiculously cool ploy to just disguise the fact that you're setting up the Z, I don't think Mack is all that worried about it. He plays Vexed, takes an 83-point lead. If a forking play happens through the V, Orry will still be down 80. The lanes he opens up, not so good. Mack drawing a couple more consonants there. Orry probably bound to exchange here. I feel like this is just jail time for him. He doesn't have anything good.
I might still play Avo here. Like, sure, OUIES isn't great as a leave, but if you draw two constants, it can draw into bingos, and it accomplishes a lot in terms of what you now need to do for the board long term. So even though it's not great on the scoreboard or in terms of leave value, you're going to need to make a play like this eventually. I think I might make that play, but I think exchanging is reasonable.
Yeah, so he's exchanged down to AES. Could have also kept IES. Maybe that would help him bingo through the A of a bubble some of the time. But this is as reasonable as anything. And Mack Meller now considering a Vomica to the A of a bubble. Another similar play to Avo set. Problem with this play is it does open action in the top left, but it might just be too many points to sacrifice to play something else if you're Mack Meller. So I think this is worth playing, and it's coming down. It sets up the F nicely, potentially for an underlap. And look at that draw for Orry. 3 E's, 2 A's. This is looking close to doom already.
Yes, so Orry, I think, won't exchange here. He's going to play off his A and his E. I guess the fork there isn't as powerful anymore with the I from Vomica kind of obstructing the top side ones, but it might be worth considering there. It could also be worth considering playing A and B for more points somewhere else on the board.
Yeah, is he going to play with Vomikai? Setting up the triple on the top, that could be quite dangerous, but with the board in the state that it is, that might be worth doing. And that's what he is doing. So this is going to allow Mack to use that triple pretty much 100% of the time if he wants it. I think it makes the most sense in terms of scoring points. You have to keep scoring. You have to keep stabbing at your deficit and creating distractions so that you can maybe bingo elsewhere on the board if Mack blocks. So there's an H and a J for Orry Swift. Probably not exactly what he was looking for, but at least he's going to be able to score something next turn. So now over to Mack. The ideal play would be a 6-tile word ending in N or T, making NAE, TAE. Those don't seem to exist here. What are you looking to do now if you're Mack Meller?
Yeah, I think you're fine just kind of you're up almost 100 points now. This can be a time where you can afford to sacrifice points. So I think he might just make a short tile play, making NAE or TAE, something like Fawn or Oft. He's probably, if he's delivering between those, he might actually be thinking about what are extensions that could be possible or plays that you can make through those to sort of navigate the differences there. But I'm guessing he's going to play something in that vein. He's now looking at often. Similar idea. I'm guessing he's going to play that to the right, ending in NAE rather than TAE. Though that does actually create a bunch of front hooks, so maybe he's considering the TAE version.
No, I think often is fine with NAE. You kind of want to play a lot of tiles here to try and draw some scoring tiles, since you'd be parting with your only scoring tile in the F. AERT can actually have some tremendous value in potentially ending the game on the spot next turn. But in the position Mack's in, he doesn't want to be hoping for a good draw next turn. He's obviously hoping for it, but he needs to open the possibility of that not happening because he's up by so much. Playing more tiles, trying to draw something that scores points, and scoring more points immediately is probably the type of play we're going to see Mack make. But FON, extremely strong. Looks like Freon now is what he's thinking about, keeping the T over keeping the R. Not much in it between Often and Freon. So I'm going to trust that Mack made a good choice here. This is 27 points, bringing his lead to 155, 124 points ahead of Orry Swift. Now, if you're Orry, you just have to play your J somewhere. and again try for a bingo.
Yeah, so I guess Mack did create an interesting little insertion play. He could play G, J-E-E, making Joe, Fem, and R-E-I, which he has set up now. Maybe you kind of want that that extra spot beneath it, just so if Mack makes a play over there, you can then fork the board the next turn instead of Mack getting the opportunity to really shut down all parts of the bottom of the board now.
Yeah, I don't know. Taking 34 for JEE and letting Mac underlap so often with a big play with FEME, hooking JO, just feels like suicide. It looks like Ori's considering Joel, Jole, through the O for 22, setting up a double-double lane, which seems a lot more sensible, a lot more thematic in this position. But maybe he has to hope Mac can't underlap. Maybe Mac doesn't have an E, for example, for FEME. Maybe he can only play one tile from the JO, which is actually indeed the case in this particular instance. But everything feels just so bad. Maybe Ori can hope for a play like Ashler next turn, A-S-H-L-E-R or L-A-R, above the T of Vexed to open that side of the board. There's some hope because that space is not used right now that eventually he'll have enough chances to open that space and create opportunities for himself so that he can bingo probably multiple times and get back in this game. But it's going to be a very tough road for him. I know he knows this. He's already taken his glasses off in a terrible position. You can see it on his face. Body language does not lie here.
Yeah, it's very tough. I'm wondering if he has any sort of ways for setups, even, or is there any idea here that doesn't use the J immediately? I'm not seeing anything immediately, though, in that vein.
Looks like he's going with Joel. Again, a very sensible decision. Keeping a balanced rack, he'll be able to score next turn regardless of whether he bingos or not. If Mac does end up blocking the double-double line, which he'll do so often, that 2x word square to the left, the right of the E of Joel is definitely ripe for the taking. And with Mac's 102-point lead, that's where he's looking to play. If that happens, Ori will still have a lane to the left to possibly bingo with. And he's drawn in Halos minus an O, which is kind of like tragic, I think.
Yeah, and I don't think Mac's going to be floating his O this turn. So Mac, it actually is like a sort of interesting move. He's considering Mutt here. I think that seems quite reasonable. Even though the T takes more front hooks than the G, for instance, for something like Mug, you don't want Ori to be able to pluralize that, I think, is Mac's logic. So I think this seems okay.
Yeah, you maybe want to play something like Tautog in a vacuum, T-A-U-T-O-G, making ET, but that just sets up another double-double lane for a word starting in S. If you're Mack Meller, you're wondering, when is Ori going to bingo? He's been so close for a few turns in a row. Any turn could be a chance for Orry Swift to take a stab at his deficit, try and get back in it. Mutt looks like a good way of trying to eliminate as much space as possible, but it can't feel good to keep AGO after that. So maybe MAGOT instead for a couple more points. It's a sensible alternative. But Mac has the chance here to make a pretty defensive choice in MUTT, and it looks like he's about to play it.
Yeah, and I guess EM compared to some of the other plays that we could have considered, like Tautog, EM takes many fewer front hooks than ET, for instance. So I think this is thematic for what Mac wants to do in that sense as well.
Now Orry Swift probably just going to drop the EH to the right of the EM and try once again to draw a bingo next turn. He has the option, the possibility of drawing a 7-letter word to the left of Mutt, but you need to start in a vowel. That's why this was a pretty good defensive play for Mack. Mack has drawn pretty poorly, 1 letter off of Oogonia. And so he might play to that T and mutt now in order to just score something. But this is the opportunity for Orry. If he draws a bingo now, he is still alive in this game. But every turn
Or
that
the
he
Z.
plays-
He still has Zest, possibly.
Oh, but
So,
not
oh.
you. Oh no.
Not the Q. Yeah. I guess one thing, we didn't really talk about it, but EH versus HE there was interesting. You need to think about, would you rather have EM front hooking that or EME? I think given that Orry had the S there, this decision makes sense, but that probably is pretty close.
It's just such a disaster draw for Orry Swift, that Q with a 2-tile pull. Mack Meller could play something like Ingot to the T of Mud if he just wants to keep scoring his way through this game. I wonder what he's considering with IAGON lined up. Maybe he's considering just playing the I and the O somewhere on this board with OI. There, he's Ingot.
Yeah. I think I might do Ion and Upo and Bin. I think at some point that if Orry crushes the Z there, I think that's by far at this point the most. Like that could be the easiest way for him to get back in the game at some point. And so I might just make a play like that this turn when I don't have a lot of great options.
Yeah, we'll see what Mack does. That is a good point, because Orry might get back in the game with just 1 bingo and then a pivotal Z play to that biz spot that's been there since the first turn that Orry made. A bubble, the opening play for Mack Meller. He's up 1 game to Orry Swift 0 and is in fantastic shape to take a 2-0 lead in this one. Ingot coming down, Orry Swift with the Q has to choose whether he plays QI for 11 or leaves the board open and exchanges. That's basically what he has here.
To me, exchanging looks correct. I think when you're down like this, every lane matters, but also every tile matters. Playing off the Q for 11 doesn't score a lot of points, and the Q has this potential ability to hamstring Mack later on if he draws it, and in these scenarios, Orry needs the best case scenario. So I think it makes a lot of sense to exchange here. So I think you exchange at a minimum the Q, probably the O as well. But you may exchange even more if you think, oh, okay, so what is Orry? Oh, he's playing Amos.
Oh no, this makes a lot of sense to blow the board open, try to get a QU bingo or something. But unfortunately, with Mack's redraw, this is going to give him Tabarins, Sorbitan. That is just brutal to see. That's a very sensible play, actually, from Orry Swift.
Yeah, 23 points is better than 0 points. So, yeah, so it's a bad beat. But this does set up the I for the Q, at least this one. So it's not what Orry wanted, but of all the bingos, he will be able to get a counterplay with the Q.
QI for 31 now, keeping AAIORR. Can Orry even bingo after QI for 31? It's just so brutal now. Down 100.
Yeah, the Q would block things like Armorial. Yeah, I wonder through the N or G, maybe there might be some 8s. So he's considering QI maybe with Ingot, potentially for that reason that Josh highlighted, that it lowers your bingo percentage a lot if you keep the I. But maybe shifting back to QI without using the I for a few more points.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe just take 31, be a little bit patient, but time is running out now for Orry Swift. Didn't get the U that he wanted with the Q. He had good chances of drawing a 60-plus point play there in a vacuum, but there's a U on Mack Meller's rack. Not a great pull for him. With AAEILUY, he won't be scoring much this turn or doing much. Orry Swift has drawn a Y himself, so he can potentially score something next turn. But it's a long, long, tough journey back into this game for Orry Swift, and only 41 tiles unseen from Mack Meller's perspective. Is he going to take an early 2-0 lead, or will Orry Swift somehow come back? We've seen him face worse odds in 2025. Actually, it was Nigel Peltier facing worse odds against Orry, knocking him out of the finals while being down 200 points. But Orry can certainly do the same thing in this particular instance. Still a lot of game to be played. Mack does not have the killer blow on his rack yet.
Yes, so if you're Mack here, I guess what are the objectives? You will start looking at the bag. It looks like in terms of the different vowels, they're pretty evenly distributed, so kind of just operate as usual and think the U and the second A are the first two priorities you probably want to get rid of. So, yeah, are there any specific plays that jump out to you? I see Quellia, for instance, but that might be too risky opening a big pluralization spot and the triple.
Quellia, from the Q through the E of Anoles, like you said, does exactly what you don't want to do on this board, opening the bottom of it. If I were Mack Meller, I'd maybe looking to play EAU somewhere and block the board. Doesn't appear to be somewhere to do that particular thing. So maybe just to play like Yuan to the end in Anoles. You know that Orry Swift didn't have a play like Cuz overlapping, hitting that biz spot. That's basically the only play left to worry about from Mack Meller's perspective. But Yuan will deal with that threat for the rest of the game for 14 and balance the rack. But it can't feel great to make a play like this. You're in great position if you're Mack Meller, but you'd want to start clamping down on things and preventing Orry from opening the board long term.
Yeah, it looks like Orry might have Aviary set up right now, which will open the bottom of the board quite nicely if Mack plays Yuan. It's a really pretty idea. But yeah, the more I look at it, Yuan looks great. I mean, it gets rid of the probably 3 tiles you want to get rid of most, and it blocks sort of that annoying Z spot long term.
There we go. Yuan for 14 does eliminate a little bit of space too. A lot of bingos through that O are now blocked. Now is Orry Swift going to try and access the bottom of the board? You see the play of Vexed coming to fruition for Mack Meller 5 or so turns ahead of time. The bottom of the board is completely vacant, and it is in Orry's interest to keep the space open there long term. Does that mean opening it now, opening it later, trying to access it via a bingo? We'll see what he decides to do. Aviary is 18 points. It's his top play based on score and leave value. Pretty much every single one of Orry Swift's best plays here, every turn, have had a very, very low valuation.
Indeed. What Orry was probably considering there when he shifted to Ya is there aren't a lot of tiles left in the game. Every tile matters. By playing 3 extra tiles, you might actually be getting 1 less turn in the game in some games. So you really need to think about how worth it is it to actually open the board and take 6 fewer points than playing Ya off of the A and the B in Tabarins. I think this was merited, though.
Yeah, and Mac just looking at that like, are you serious, man? What is going on? Why are you not in this game? He knows how good Orry Swift is, and Orry knows that this has not been his game thus far. He's drawn the Z, so maybe some possibility of a score, but every single rack that Orry draws that doesn't form 60, 70, 80 point play on this board is meaning that his tiny winning chances getting smaller and smaller. Mack Meller very quickly re-overlapping with HAE. This is his highest score and blocks the space that was just opened tremendously well, blocking the double-double through the A. And the only issue here is possibilities of plays hooking the R of aviary now. ERG is a word, and maybe a play down to that triple is not exactly what Mack wants to see. And he's kept 2 eyes, but there it is. Pretty good draw for him. Lenition is being threatened through the N of ingot. Is this game over for Orry Swift if he doesn't block Max Bingo?
Yes. I mean, that would make it very hard for Orry to come back. So it looks like he's considering Azo now off the A in NAE. I might even consider, like, at this point, you're going to need at least probably 2 bingos, but if you get a huge bingo with the Z, that could actually make it so you could get like an 100-point bingo and then another just big non-bingo. It's sometimes worth it here maybe to make a play like Sour, ERS, and YO to try to make a really big bingo with the Z. But it's everything here is going to be very minimal chance of winning.
At desperate times call for desperate measures. Sometimes you just play something like Uzo or Azo. Just try to bingo 3 times the rest of this game. Sometimes you want to play something crazy, maybe SOU by itself, making ERS and YO, setting up an R, setting up a P, setting up an L. I mean, it's something. You're down 170 points. Maybe Mack has none of those tiles. Or you're looking at Sour now. Just a desperation move. And it's not even a game where, like, Orry's plays were all forced. He always had somewhat of a decision to make. So the psychological effect that has on you, especially in the middle of the game where you don't know if your decisions were good or not, you don't know if you should have pivoted, played the other move you were thinking about. It's just so difficult to deal with in the moment. So hard to take yourself out of the one game that you're playing. Just try to play it move by move. If Orry loses this game, he knows he has to win 3 in a row to win this championship. That's got to feel awful for him. Sour coming down. Mack Meller is going to bingo with Lenition. I don't see any world in which he misses that. Just going to look at the R. Just double check there's nothing there. And Lenition coming down. And that might be curtains for Orry Swift. Let's see if he draws something ridiculous here. That doesn't seem like it. This might be it.
Yeah, and Mack, you can even see in his body language as Orry was putting down Sour, just like, I can't believe how easy this game is. And it looked like he felt distraught at how unfair this game was in some ways, based on what letters Orry has been able to play.
At least for Orry, you don't have to fight anymore. You pretty much know it's over. 200 points between you and Mack. You just make some moves and take your break and just try and recover. But wow, another decent draw for Mack Meller. Whatever, just play to the left of Lenition with the W. Try to score at the Z. There's 12 tiles in the bag. It's too late. You can't bingo 3 times anymore. Can't even bingo twice, probably.
Yeah, you can maybe try to make some sort of clever setup. Like, that's at least like a moral victory that you were able to give, even though you didn't get good tiles, you were able to be resourceful with them and make the most of them. But yeah, minimizing brain power is probably Orry's top move right now.
Yeah, and he could also sit there if he wants and just take that time on his clock rather than just try and play quickly here. Maybe just give himself time to breathe and recover from this disgusting game. Watts is the play he's considering now. He has one of the 2 remaining eyes. There's no need to play the I over the O here. I think this is the right choice for him. Now Mack Meller with ungirded and engirded, both. Like, just totally ridiculous. And I don't know if he even wants to play this. Shaking his head, just saying, like, I don't know, man. At least Orry's gonna get Zeds for 72 after
Indeed.
this. He won't even make it to 300.
Well, oh, right. Mac only is drawing one tile.
No, he's drawing 7. There's one in the bag. Or he will eventually get 300.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I see. Let's see.
How awful. Really sucks to be in Orry's shoes here. Basically, feels like there's never a chance in this game. But he could have done certain things differently. Maybe Annals was wrong. Maybe PIE was a better spot for that. Maybe Joel was a little bit too desperate. I mean, who knows? But you have to stop thinking about those things and go into the next game with a fresh mindset in order to maximize your chances.
Indeed. So 466 to 296 now. I guess the last tile in the bag is going to be. Oh, sorry. There were more than just one. Oh no, it was the king. Cool. So Mac will still do his due diligence, try to find a cool endgame win, but probably
maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe his empathy is kicking in too hard and just wants to get this over with. Mac is a very empathetic person. Both him and Orry care about each other, and knowing that it just doesn't really matter how much you win or lose by. Don't see Mac taking too long here unless he thinks just letting Orry calm down is the best way forward. Of course he wants to win the game, but he doesn't want to win it by totally humiliating his opponent. He wants a good series. He wants a good fight. Red cap is possible to the right of YU, keeping just the lone W. There's some 4-tile plays, leaving 3-tile plays to go out. Probably don't want to play something like Where's to the Z of Z's, because that leaves you with 3 consonants. But maybe something like Rap, W-R-A-P, to the right of Yuan, keeping C-D. Something Mac's going to consider here. Orry with 1 vowel doesn't have to consider really anything. Just wait to see what Mac does and then make a play. These guys can find plays in the end game just like within a second or two. Or like you say, not really even paying attention, closing his eyes, just trying to relax, wait for Mac's next move.
And one thing to remember is the year Mac won this tournament, he lost the first 2 games and needed to make a 3-game comeback. And each game it felt like he was about to be out, and then he did the exact right thing at the exact right time, got the right letter at the right time, and kind of clawed back each one of those games. So Mac has had to fight. Orry is definitely capable of fighting too.
So Wed coming down, this is a great play, keeping CRAP. You can play Carpi, Capri, and you can also play Crap to the right of YU, which is basically what Orry was thinking every single turn of this game. KIF is 25 points. This plays underneath the OLE of a Knowles, keeping DG. And Orry making a little joke there on his rack. It's probably going to end up playing KIF. And we're going to go into a lunch break where Mack Meller is on the cusp already, taking down the leader of the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship after 28 games, Orry Swift. See if Orry can recover, see if he can make grounds. And this game was basically over 5 moves ago.
So Kiff is the play, and we will shortly cut to overhead mic once Mac makes his final play.
Yeah, again, huge thanks to the team behind this stream production, Christian, Andrew K. Crap is the final play for 25 points. 24, 25. Let's cut to overhead mic.
I challenge you every time, Mack Meller. How much was that?
25.
520.
Yeah. Hey.
Let's go check it. Come on.
Wait,
come on.
Oh, just for the stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, got to pan to challenge cam real quick.
You challenging all 3? Use that.
Very, very important. Just challenging the 4-letter word. All right. It is valid.
You got expurgated for a second.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh boy.
528-321.
Yeah. Sorry, man. That was brutal.
At least I bingoed last game. That was cool.
Yeah, there's just not much to say. I mean,
A Knowles kept a Q. That was probably the most
Oh,
interesting
God.
turn of the game. You can punk the Q, but like, you know, I'm fishing for
Yeah.
just garbage spots.
at that point you're down so much. Like, if you draw the U and you hit a, did you think about just a null? I mean, that's too blockable, I guess.
I did not actually. That's not a bad play, I guess. But there's there's 2 left.
3.
3 left.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
No. Never
Yeah,
mind.
Yeah.
No.
Didn't work out, but you know, this puts me down like 90 or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I also didn't have to draw this into AIO, so like.
I had like all
Right.
vowels early on. This could at
Yeah.
least.
No, the pool was. I actually didn't mind this because the pool was getting kind of constant heavy at that point, and
Yeah.
at least it kind of blocks this and starts exhausting. But I
The
don't know.
bubble's
This,
cool. It's nice,
yeah.
fine.
I mean,
It's a correct play.
equably maybe better. I don't know, Blue Jay, but
No. A bubble's definitely the best. 3-piece. Come on.
yeah. This was actually kind of interesting. I could have played up here. I had COME,
Okay.
but I could have. I don't know. I usually just like so restrictive.
Oh yeah. It turns out I wasn't even.
Yeah, well, it sounds like since you
Yeah.
traded for this
I
was
was just-
turned out to be a good decision because you played here. I was gonna bomb for 60. but,
Yeah.
I mean, Jeez, I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do there. Like, just.
All right, lunchtime.
Yeah. Yeah, not much else to really say.
Lunchtime it is. And Orry Swift needing 3 wins in a row. But we've seen it before. We might see it again. Scrabble can surprise us. Anything can happen. Mack Meller losing 5 games in a row this tournament, followed by 10 games in a row that he won. Streaks are possible. Streaks are statistically incredibly probable, Morris Greenberg.
Indeed. And keep in mind, Max now won the past 5 times they've played each other. So it's at some point you're bound to flip to a tails rather than heads. You just don't know when.
Absolutely. It can happen. And so we'll wait and find out. We'll also wait and find out when the lunch break will be ending. It's pretty much up to the players, I think. But the rest of the games have pretty much finished in the playing room. 31 rounds were played by everybody else other than Mack Meller, Orry Swift, Josh Castellano, and Austin Shin. If Mack Meller wins the next game, that will be 31 rounds. But everyone else was playing 3 more rounds today. Those are pretty much done for. So let's actually take a look at the standings. I don't know if we have those available on stream, but it is relevant. Right now, it looks like Joey Kravchik has 20.5 wins, 9.5 wins. Okay, so he's not actually done. Rafi Stern has come roaring back and has the possibility of finishing 3rd if he beats Joey Kravchik in this final game. Joey Malik has won his last game against Eric Goldstein, so he is pretty locked in to either 5th or 6th, I believe. Anyways, the standings haven't fully finished here, so we don't actually know who got 3rd place. If Joey Kravchik wins, it'll be him. If Rafi Stern wins, it'll be him. But while we wait for that, we're going to take some sort of break. We'll show on the screen at what point the lunch break will be ending. We'll also be able to see the players coming back. Joey Kravchik has beaten Rafi Stern, just as I say it, 483 to 413 to take 3rd place in the Scrabble Players Championship. That is huge for him. Of course, unfortunate that he didn't make it to the finals, but that's a big congratulations. That is in order for him.
Yeah, and I think Rafi's highest finish previously was 5th place. And Rafi, an excellent player too. So I think he'll drop right behind Joey Malik. He's tied his best result ever at this tournament too.
Well, pending on Jason Lee or Carl Johnson, one of them is probably winning that game. So Rafi's going to finish 6th in almost every scenario other than a tie between Jason Lee and Carl Johnson. So we'll wait for that result as well. One more thing to mention as well. one more game possibly, maybe 2, maybe 3. Again, this is a best of 5, but after 3 wins, it's over. And special guest, everybody. We're going to have a special guest, most certainly, come on to commentary for rounds 3 and 4, I believe. So I'm not going to say who that is, of course. Why could I? How could I? But we will have a third commentator to call the shots for round 3 of a potential 5 in the best of 5 finals at the Scrabble Players Championship 2026. Morris, thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure to call the games with you, and we will be back at some point soon after the lunch break for round 3, the best of 5. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. More Scrabble.
Oh, you mean those guys? Are you videotaping?
Yes, this is their view.
Okay, I'm trying to stay out of your...
Don't, yeah, I know.
Welcome to the award ceremony. Thanks for all you attending the award ceremony today prior to the third game of NWL Championship. We'll see that after the award ceremony is over. Did everyone have a good time this week? 31 rounds of hard-fought Scrabble. So I hope most of you won a lot of games. Those who didn't win a lot of games are probably sitting amongst us, and we'll get some awards in just a moment. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for being in Cedar Rapids this week for the Scrabble Players Championship. Let's get this thing going. So we have the division leaders to my left. They'll be coming up and presenting awards for each of their divisions. And then after all that's done, we'll flip the screen on and we'll see game 3. So I'm going to present right now. We're going to have division leaders coming up. The first one up is going to be, hold on one second. Oh, there's the print. I'm going to bring John Merlo up here. He's going to present a few awards.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Merlo. The first
Closer to the mic.
award that we're going to present today is an award special to this tournament called the Closest to Zero Spread Award. So what we have as a prize for this is a collectible plate commemorating the state of Iowa, so I have to order it correctly, donated by Jay Levin. The player who won this prize has a win-loss record of 17 wins, 14 losses, and a Q of +3.
Bill Code.
Bill Code. The next award that we have to present is this year's Rose Award. Rose Kreisworth was an expert Scrabble player for over 30 years, and she cherished the game for its educational values. An accomplished player, Rose was as well known for her sense of fairness and her congeniality as she was for her competitiveness. The Rose Award is awarded each year at the National Scrabble Championship to a female player who, in the opinion of the judges, and that's your esteemed tournament director, best exemplifies the fierce competitiveness and compassion that we remember Rose for. So before presenting this year's Rose Award, allow me first to say a few words about somebody who would have been a great nominee. Vicki Julian was a tournament player for 25 years who unexpectedly passed away not 2 weeks after finishing second in her division at a multi-day event. As a friend told us, she could be found practically apologizing for beating you. So we offer condolences to Vicki's friend. So we move on to our actual Rose Award winner for this year, who finished strongly in Division 4. In addition to her performance in this year's Players' Championship, she was described by a clubmate as being someone who is always willing to help and someone who they've never heard an unkind word about. She was also described as someone with an unflinchingly positive attitude about both Scrabble and life in general. So this year's Rose Award winner is Sharon Dalgleish. Back to Alan. Undoubtedly, it takes a small army of people to produce these championships. So let's give a hand to all the people behind the scenes and in front of the scenes who made this happen this week. Here in Utah,
All right, so introduce Jason Idofsky for the CSW 2 Awards. Come on up, Jason.
Hello, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jason Idolsky, division leader of both Collins divisions. But for the purposes of this prize ceremony, you can think of me as one of David Kleonski's 2 warm-up men. Going over before I go over the prizes for Collins Division 2, I just wanted to say a few thank yous so I can get that out of the way before the Collins Division 1 prizes, which will be awarded later. First off, I want to thank all 38 players across both divisions. There were no issues with late dropouts. There were no issues with procuring equipment, as there usually are, especially in the Collins division where we have so many players traveling from abroad. It was just a great group of 38 players to direct, and I thank them all. I also want to thank my division leaders up there, especially Jeffrey Nelson and Chris Seaholm. As being on my side of the room, they did pick up my slack and take a couple directors' calls when I was out. So again, thank you to all of my colleagues. I also want to thank my streamers at Table 1, Josh Greenway and Heidi Robertson, not just for their work this week, but also for all their work with Let's Play Scrabble and expanding Scrabble streaming in general. So I want to thank Heidi, I see there, and Josh is probably already back in the plane. I want to thank both of the division assistants, Michelle Chester over there and Sarah Rosenbaum, especially Michelle, who was such a pleasure to talk to and get to know this week. Also, seemed to be on my side of the room more than Sarah, so thank you for all your help, Michelle. And one final thank you to my friend Frank Tandretti. Obviously, it was really good to have him here. And those of you who attended trivia both this year and last year saw what a much more organized and well-run thing it was. Well, I think it was this year because I did not have to host last minute. All right, it's now time for the players receiving awards. Am I starting with the seniors trophy, or is that being combined? Okay. So the seniors trophy, the highest finisher over the age of 60, with a record of 24-7 plus 1756. That trophy goes to Terry Pang. The Collins 2 division was 18 players, so it was split in half. So we have one class prize. The player finishing the best out of Class B, coming in as the 10th seed with a record of 19-12 plus 742, gaining 117 rating points from 1284 to 1401. $300 goes to Ather Sharif. Coming in third place with a record of 19-12 plus 913. Looks like about 171 spread points ahead of Ather. I know that they had a very close game in round 31, which this player won to vault himself into third place. $400 goes to Jacob Bergman. Coming in second place, and stop me if you heard this one before, but with a record of 24-7 plus 1756, $700 in addition to the seniors trophy goes to Terry Pang. Oh, okay. Not yet. Okay. All right. Our CSW Division 2 winner, coming to us from St. Louis, which is really good to see that the Scrabble scene there expanding with so many good players, including this person who I know is really studying and really getting better and really committed to the game. It was very nice to see this person win. And gained 231 rating points in the process, from 1330 to 1561. So this may be the last time you see her in a CSW Division 2 at an SBC. with a very impressive record of 25-6 plus 1,815, winning $1,500 and the trophy, Elise Bickford.
Move up to NWL Division 4 leader, John Merlo. Sometimes this will stay up. What? Come on, guys. Yes. Okay. Again, I'm John Merlo from Division 4. We have 52 players in Division 4 this year, and thanks to the other directors for helping, mitigate when there were issues and challenge disputes or directors' calls over fishy or whatever you want to say. I want to start right off with our senior award in Division 4. The player that earned the senior award this year is a player who had a 22-9 record this year, and this is Linda Stratton. I have 2 awards for people that started off the tournament in Class C. The person who started off in C, who finished second amongst those players out of the money. With a record of 17-14 plus 328, Brendan Poirier. And the person in Class C who finished first amongst that group is a player who also had a 17-14 record, but with a spread of plus 377. $200 goes to Marcy Anderson. In Class B, we have 3 prizes this time. The first prize has been awarded because she left already, but finishing with a 17-14 record, minus 132 spread, Donna Biederman. Second place finisher in Class B, also with a 17-14 record with spread of plus 3. Something that will go along with his plate is a nice, juicy $150 award. Bill Code. And our first place finisher in Class B, also with a record of 17-14, but with a spread of plus 509. $200 goes to Diane Kerner. Moving on to our top 7 who all received prizes. The player in 7th place with a spread of plus 618, a record of 19-12, $250 goes to Henry Moses. In 6th place, also with a 19-12 record,
spread of plus 643. $300 goes to Sam Bowers. Fifth place goes to a player who also has a 19-12 record, but her spread is plus 648. $400 goes to Joe Noblesdorf. Finishing fourth this year with a 20-11 record plus 365, Sharon Dalgleish. In third place this year with a record of 21 wins and 10 losses, plus 643 spread, $550 goes to Leah Shin. Second place goes to a player who came down to the final game and finished with a wonderful record, 22 wins and 9 losses, plus 1,359 spread points. $1,000 goes to Linda Stratton. And finally, our first place finisher, the champion of Division 4 for 2026, a record of 23 wins and 8 losses, spread of plus 1,938. $2,500 plus the championship trophy goes to Vinay Shirsagar.
The motto of NASPA is making words, building friendships. We all made a lot. Who came up with that? Some idiot. Anyway, you made a lot of words and you built some new friendships. Lifelong friendships. What's that? Yeah. Don't you remember? I said we should have some kind of a motto like making words, building friendships. That's the color everybody will speak. No respect. Wow. All right, time for Division 3 to bring up David Klejowski.
Hello, everyone. It's so great to be here for a second year in a row. I'm convinced that I'm a much better director than a player. If I were playing in this event, I would be toward the bottom of Division 4. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I've been playing for a long time, and I think I'm better as a coach and a director. That having been said, I'm going to give myself an award for the senior. I'm almost 65. With the most senior moment. A fellow director had to explain to me just recently the difference between rating spread, spread and a, well, I don't even remember what the difference between a spread and a rating difference. So, anyway, I made up a couple of my own awards. So forgive me for the slide being out of sync a little bit, but I will go by the order that I was given. Just a quick plug though, some of you know that I do a charity tournament along with Andy Hong and Samuel Chetty, my co-director in Raleigh-Durham. Over 16 years in the past, we've raised over $117,000 for a Duke Children's Charity. I encourage you to look on cross tables and at least list yourself as tentative for our tournament because it means a lot, and you can pay whatever you want as the entry fee as long as you make a donation. All right. That being said, my made-up prizes that are not awarded, we had a 620 game by Deb Mulrooney. Is Deb here? Okay. Good job. I want to acknowledge that. That was a cute game. Another streak, I think a record streak. I'm not sure for this event, but someone won 10 games in a row. Finished out of the money, but I want to acknowledge Lewis Siegel. Great comeback for Lewis. And the best dressed award will either go to Harry or Larry Dubrin. I think it was Harry. Harry, are you here? Couldn't be either one. All right. Now for the real prizes. The seniors trophy to my fellow senior with the best performance in this tournament, and that is over 60. That's going to go, I will tell you his record and his spread in a little bit. Doug Critchlow. Of our Class C contestants, in second place in Class C is my casino buddy with a record of 16 and 15, Olinga Flysock. Thank you. Come on. You didn't hit the Buffaloes, but you hit the money. Okay. But the only reason we got out of the casino at 11 o'clock at night is we happened to find an Uber driver who was also playing at the casino. I almost had to call Art to rescue us. The first prize in Class C for the record of 17 and 14 is Dinesh Rajangam. In our Class B contestants, third place with a record of 17 and 14, Diana Spiller. And in second place in Class B with a record of 18 and 13 plus 8, Greg Kendall. Okay. In first place in Class B with a record of 19 and 12 plus 129, it's Kevin Nui. And that brings us to the top 10 in Division 3 with a record of 18 and 13 plus 10, 11, Tom LaForge. In ninth place in Division 3, 19 and 12 plus 202, Paul Wilson. In eighth place in Division 3 with a 19 and 12 record plus 429, Bennett Jacobstein. There he is, all right. In seventh place with a record of 19 and 12 plus 8, 69 from Marionette Park, Illinois, Don Rothberger. And in 6th place, with a record of 19 and a half and 11 and a half, at his first NSC. What? Yeah,
SPC.
What did I say? SPC. See a senior moment. You're fired. What is the NSC? At the first SPC, at his first SPC, that is Alon Silver Frankel. In 5th place, also at its first SPC, with this person is also the best in his class, but that went by default to the second person, I believe, with a record of 20 and 11 plus 264. Dalton Huffheim with $400. And I want to say that this division was in contention right up to the very end. We had a lot of players who were very close. And it was very impressive to see those play, especially toward the end. In 3rd place, also I want to recognize this person for a 643-point game, in which I believe he got 2 triple-triples. You will correct me if I'm wrong. From going 20 and a half and 10 and a half plus 1661. From Toronto, Canada, Ben Lam. Did I skip him? All right. I skipped 4th place. Get back to it. Senior moment, I'm 65, folks. I skipped over 4th place. In 4th place, winning $500 with a record of 20 and 11 plus 967, Greg Rogers. All right. I'm on 2nd place, right? Thank you. All right. This is pretty impressive. This gentleman in 2nd place has not played in a lot of events outside of the SPC. In fact, he's been playing in this event since 2014. He's come in 1st in his division. He's come in 3rd in his division, I believe, last year. And I believe he's come in 2nd in a previous SPC. Coming in 2nd with a score of 21 wins, 10 losses, plus 1020 from Columbus, Ohio, Doug Critchlow. $1,500. And our champion in Division 3 has only been playing Scrabble for 2 years. It is also his first SPC, and we know we're going to see him back. He had a very impressive bingos throughout the tournament, a score of 22 wins, 9 losses, spread of 651 for Montreal, Connor Sell. $4,000.
Take a better picture of him solo.
All right, so before game 3 gets underway for NWL, put it up on the screen, we have one more division to go. So let's welcome the podium. Welcome, Division 2 leader, Chris Seaholm.
Okay, so I've been told I need to go quickly, but I'll do the best I can. Okay, I want to thank the 70 people in my division, and as well as the whole staff, everybody here, for a wonderful tournament. And let's get started. Okay, our Class C, second place, is a gentleman who has Sorry, our senior prize is a gentleman who was supposed to be here last year and had to miss it because of a major medical emergency, and we are all so grateful he's back here again. I'm going to talk more about him later. Frank Tangretti. Our second place finisher is somebody who's a puzzle maker, a puzzle competitor, has appeared on multiple game shows, and decided last year he needed a new challenge, so he entered his first Scrabble tournament in July of last year. Now he's winning money at his first SBC, Andy Krass. Our Class C winner, with a record of 17 and 14, he entered his first tournament at age 9. That was years ago, but he's still young. He's still a kid now, as far as I'm concerned. His older brother apparently plays Scrabble too. I don't know, you might know Sid. This is Rashad. Woo! In Division B, our third place finisher went 18 and 13. This is his 8th nationals. And his previous claim to fame was that in his first game against David Gibson, he beat him. Please welcome Gary Skoronsky. Our B2 finisher went 18 and 13. This is his first nationals. He has the most joyful profile photo of anybody in this room. And he's also, you may have seen all of his Toronto Blue Jays jerseys. He had a different one every day of the tournament. I think he was doing that just to remind me that they beat my Seattle Mariners at the championships last year. Congratulate Caleb Pittman. Yay! Class B winner went 19 and 12. This is his 12th nationals, but he credits Mack Meller for putting videos of his game series against Hastybot for improving his games a lot this year. And now he's winning money, David Grimont. Our 10th place finisher this year. This is his 13th nationals. He's been playing since 1985, and he tells me he once got a double triple when his opponent opened below the double word score with a pass. And so please congratulate Joel Elkins. Yeah. Our 9th place finisher really needs no introduction because he gives introductions. He was our MC for the week. He directs the LA Club. Congratulate Alan Stern for going to NWL. Our 8th place finisher is in his 11th Nationals. He is also a competitive bridge player. And he went 19 and 12 as well. Richard Popper. Our 7th place finisher, this is his 3rd Nationals. His senior project in high school was coaching a school Scrabble team. And you may have seen the live stream setup in Division 2. He was live streaming his games for people who wanted people to see their family to see what they were doing. Please congratulate Matthew Zelsman. Our 6th place finisher is in his 11th Nationals. We've already had one of these. He is also a crossword puzzle writer. He's been published in the New York Times and several other papers. He had 19 and a half wins. Congratulate Ricky Surway. In 5th place, we've already met him once. He's been playing since 1986. This is his 13th Nationals, and he also leads the annual trivia contest. This has already been mentioned. Frank Tent ready. In 4th place with a 20 and 11 record in his 5th Nationals. He's from just up the road in Decorah, Iowa, where he teaches mathematics at Luther College. Please congratulate Mike Johnson. He had a really spirited competition for the top 3 spots. All 3 of these guys are young guys who are new to competitive Scrabble, and they've just had incredible runs. Our 3rd place finisher was seeded 68 out of 70. Wow. Don't worry, it's going to get more impressive later. Yes. His first tournament was just like 4 years ago when he came to one of my tournaments up in Seattle with his mom. His only win that tournament was against his mom. He went on a tear and destroyed almost everybody in Division 2. Congratulate Theo Hildebrand. In 2nd place, he's been doing this for only 2 years. This is his 2nd Nationals, even though. Frank Tangrady told me this guy beat him 3 times, costing him the championship. And another person who has incredible hair, you just saw Theo's. He had to leave early, he had a flight, but congratulate Charlie Mann. Yeah. And our 1st place finisher, although he's in the same age bracket approximately as those guys, he doesn't have nearly as, the flowing hair. He got a year to grow. He's from Winnipeg, Manitoba, where he just started teaching statistics at the University of Manitoba. He started playing Scrabble only, a year ago? 2 years ago, after watching Will Anderson on YouTube. He said he hated Scrabble until he found Will Anderson's videos. He went 21 and 10, won the division in the last game. Please congratulate Callum Biengrad.
I guess I don't have it.
Where's that one? Oh, wait, which one?
Remain seated. Strap on your seatbelts. Game 3 is coming up here in just a moment.
All right, thanks everyone. We're going to fire up the NWL screen next. If colleges goes beyond that, we will continue. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship, the best of 5 finals between Mack Meller and Orry Swift. Here I am with a very special guest, another guest that you've already seen, Morris Greenberg, who is very special, but not new. This is Nigel Peltier. Welcome, 2025 champion Nigel Peltier, in the booth with me today. How's it going?
I'm doing well, Josh. Thanks for having me here. First time, very excited. Hi, everyone.
So he's a bit nervous. We'll let him sink into his boots a little bit. But we're super excited to have the champ here. I interviewed him at this point last year, right after he won, and he gets to hang out with us and commentate because he's not in the finals this year, unfortunately, but also got to benefit from the expertise You've played so many nationals. What year is this? Like, how many nationals have you played in your life?
The name tag said 11, so I'm going with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
First one in
That's
05.
That's a lot. Oh my goodness! Wow. Yeah, that's more than Morris. Is more than me for sure. And game 3 is about to get underway. Everybody, huge thanks to NASPA Games for sponsoring this live stream. Orry Swift in massive danger here of losing in 3, getting clean swept by the 2024 champion and 2025 runner-up, Mack Meller. Players are sitting down, so we can certainly
I assume you're fine.
pan to the board and have a look at how they're doing, and we'll get the game underway as soon as possible. Morris, what are you expecting from this game? Is Orry Swift going to come back? Is he going to fall in 3? Let us know.
I'm going to predict what I want to happen, which is Orry wins the next 2 games, so we get a game 5. So I'm not saying what I want to happen after that, but I want Orry to win these next 2, I'll say.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of wanting this to happen, because otherwise it'll just be a little bit underwhelming. But Scrabble can be that way sometimes. We saw an amazing game 1. I was just showing Nigel over here. The biggest mistake actually so far in this series was Mack's play of Foisted. According to our analysis, Mack Meller should have passed up his 90-point bingo because he would have lost to an R draw, which he noticed. But with no time to consider anything else, that was his decision to play the bingo. Made perfect sense to everybody. But in any case, Mack Meller did win that game. The second game was completely different. There was no chance, pretty much at any point, that Orry Swift was going to come back based on the letters he had. But he is first to move this time. He gets an advantage from that. Do you ever find, Nigel, that when you're going first, the momentum is just always on your side?
You know, I was about to say something to the effect of yes, but Josh, this rack is certainly proving challenging for that theory. Orry exchanges nicely here. That's about as good of a lead as you can ask for with those tiles.
Yeah, so just a 4 tile exchange, JLGT, I believe, keeping ERT. I think that's what you do in a position like Orry's. It was not worth it to take 20 points to play Jet, keep 2 Rs. Meanwhile, Mack Meller setting up Weepy, keeping an O and an M. He would play that with the Y on the star, for a little bit more defense, than playing it with the W on the star. But this does take an S hook, so we will see if that comes into play at any point. Orry redrawing 2 more Rs. Hopefully he's had time to shake off his 2 losses, Morris. This was a long lunch break, and if anybody can just recover from losing 2 in a row, it's Orry Swift. See what he manages to do with this rack.
Indeed. So the first play that I saw, which is this play Orry has set up, is BRR or Burr and BY. I think that makes a lot of sense. It sets up a back R, which Orry does have. So I think, yeah, play it quickly, move on.
Yeah, this is a great play. BRR to BRRR. It's very fun when that happens. Get to set yourself up. Orry also knows he threw an R back into the bag, so Mack has a less high chance of having an R than usual, especially with 3 of them already seen on Orry's rack. Let's see if he can draw a good rack here. EEGNRTV, just 1 letter off, it looks like. But Mack Meller now probably wondering, does Orry have an R? If you see a play like this, Nigel, quickly as well, Orry made his first 2 moves in 50 seconds. Are you thinking he's got the 3rd R?
I'd say it's likely here. Playing a play like Burr in such a short amount of time generally would give a player pause if they're not holding the exclusive hook themselves. Yeah, I think Mack's got to be worried about an R here.
And if he is, what does he do about it? Probably nothing. You could try to block with something like Axiom, But playing Axiom and AR to the left of BRR, setting up an S hook, setting up huge overlaps alongside the X cannot be worth it here. So I think he's just going to have to deal with it and hope that Orry doesn't connect. What sort of move are you looking for Mack Meller here? Are we playing the X, or are we keeping it, trying to set it up, Morris?
So it looks like he might have Maxima and ABY set up now, unless there's a second spot for Maxima I'm not seeing. That to me looks slightly strange. I mean, all the plays here are a bit strange. You can't put the X on a power spot without giving huge things back, right? Like Moxa, for instance, would open a triple. So Mack is now shifting to an idea like Imam, which is a beautiful setup idea. I think this is really cool.
Wow, Imam making AW and ME. Can't see it in the booth here. Nigel giving that the nod of approval. It's a little dangerous, certainly, in a vacuum playing IMAM, setting up huge overlapping plays, but is it worth it to set up the X in this way, especially after a play like BRR, Orry Swift, gunning for some other part of the board, seemingly less likely than usual to have a big response. So putting the I out in space, allowing OX, AX immediately as an overlap on that triple letter score, is it worth doing here, Nigel? What do you think?
You gotta love the counterbalancing effect that play has. I think the issue that Mack's going to run into here, I think he may very well play this, is that Orry's just going to take that spot and bingo right through it. But the idea is very sound. Orry could have a much stronger leave than he does. He could have an S or a blank to go with his nice tiles. He could easily hit that double down low very hard. So Mack's thinking, I like this thought to draw the attention to somewhere else on the board.
And with 21 minutes left, already an almost 4-minute difference between the player times, but Mack, after contemplating for long enough, decided to make the setup. Does this smell like a rat to Orry Swift? Doesn't really matter, does it, Morris?
Indeed. So everting is going to come down with the R front hook looming. Possibly that's going to be a fun wrinkle into this position, especially because the V will make it hard to play parallelly above on the triple. So, but Imam's a really cool idea by Mack, and I think once Orry sort of sees this, it'll be a huge sigh of relief. It felt like for the first 2 games for him, when he had pretty good racks, the right tile wasn't really floated. Now the right tile is finally floated. But look at his facial reactions. Is he like getting brain fog and feel like, am I making up everting right now? He looks completely like, I don't know how to describe the feeling.
He's almost certainly seen this instantly, everting, but he needs to be sure of it. And there goes. The confidence still remains. This is certainly something you could chicken out of. Is everting the only one? Is it overting? Is that a word? Everting? There's an R hook. Have I seen this? But there we go. Very important find for Orry Swift. And Mack Meller suddenly behind, seemingly almost for the first time in this series. Feels like a lifetime ago we had that crazy game 1. He still has the X. Can he use the X to score points here? There's now another R hook on the board. Is Orry going to redraw his 5th R of the game and be able to use that triple to his own benefit? What sort of play do you consider down 37 points in a position like this, Nigel?
Well, Mack could go a couple different directions here. He's got Oxalic set up. That would hit a double for massive points and just keep things moving. The R, as you mentioned, Josh, is a very important tile right now. That's a 1-point tile that doesn't normally get so much airtime, but right now, the first 2 in R is going to have a nice advantage in this one. Turnover seems like the way to go here. I like what Mack's got set up.
Yeah, it's a nice 6-letter word you don't see very, very often. But Oxalic would fit with GO, and it would score 36 points. Not necessarily what you want to score with an X. Mack certainly wanted 50 plus with the play of Imam. But this is a good second place prize for him, trying to gun for that R, tying the game up virtually 90-91. Orry Swift has not drawn an R himself. He's drawn 2 Fs, a V, the word VIF newly added to the dictionary. First thing you see on this rack, but on this board, that doesn't really go down except from the V of everting. Morris, is there something more pressing on this board than just trying to take points, trying to balance your rack? Do you want to play more tiles, just like Mack has in this position?
It's still pretty early, and I guess Mack did draw a blank here, but it's virtually a tied game. You're not going to be able to depart with both Fs and the V this turn, as Josh said. So I'd try to figure out which of the, if I either play the V now with something like Volti or VIF playing 2 Fs, which ordering would be likelier to score better for the next 2 turns. So I think this is the right idea. FF can be a really powerful 2 tiles on some boards, but to me it doesn't look like it will have that much potency on this board. So I like this idea of discarding these kind of hefty double Fs. And OVAT, it's not the best leaf, but in a lot of situations it can work quite well with like the floating R on the board, the floating L on the board, things like that.
I don't know. Was Orry considering Volta from through the L of Oxalic to set up VIF for 39, or was he considering VIF keeping VOTA? Looks like he shifted the 2 sets of tiles. Normally, I think Orry likes to consider the play on the left side of his rack. So Volta would be extremely dangerous to set up a double lane immediately, but with the benefit of setting up a second spot for VIF, it just might be worth it. Like you said, Morris, FF, a pretty dangerous combination, not something you really want to keep a lot of the time. But if Orry can draw an R, he might get a huge play with reverting. Looks like he's reaching for IFF to keep Vota instead on his rack. I wouldn't know which way to go here. Which of the 2 ideas would you prefer in Orry's shoes, Nigel? It's like VIF coming down.
Interesting. This retains bingo potential. Volta largely gives that up. I do like the setup though, but this is an interesting position. There's so much going on this board and so many opportunities that that it's really, it kind of comes down to what Orry chooses to pursue here in the short term. He's going for bingo, and the E is a really helpful tile, but I don't think he's...
What a draw.
Oh, yes. There's some...
So...
Morris, talk to us. Look at this.
Yeah, so Overtake will be playable for Orry next turn. So that's the advantage potentially of playing VIF there. VOTA, as Nigel said, gives some bingo chances and he happened to draw into it. I don't think Mack is going to be hitting that area of the board. I mean, he could play BRRR and Yor or Oyer or something. Toyer to me looks really cool though, and a lot more points.
Yeah, so if we see YORE and Burr, or OYER, that would actually just be a miss, a flat out miss for Mack. There's really not a reason for him to take that R spot right now, with the bigger one now floating on the top left of the board with reverting. But Toyer from the T and everting is 28 points, a really nice overlap. But for me, in this position, I want to keep an R at all costs if I'm Mack. Not all costs, there's always a price to something, but I feel like a shorter play, a lower scoring play, keeping that R, maybe even in exchange. I'm looking at Oily through the L and Oxalic, keeping EOR blank. I feel like that gives Mack the best chance at a very, very high scoring bingo next turn. So Oily coming down, just as I say that, for 16. Mack Meller down 11, and he's about to be down 80 plus after Overtake through the R of Burr. And we see how fast the board was turned. Orry Swift ready to go, overtaking Mack on score and getting his second bingo in 3 turns. Love to see it for Orry coming back here. Mack fans, you got to be a little bit worried about this game right now, but let's see what he draws out of the bag. EOR blank It's hard for it to go wrong. Draw a couple vowels, but no. Wow, that is a very, very good draw for Mack Meller. How do you maximize your score here?
Well, the interesting thing is you don't get to hit the reverting hook. I don't think there are bingos that play with R in first or second position. So it's like you do have things like chowders through the C in oxalic. But the highest point lane that Mack was likely gunning for, I don't think he's going to be able to hit this turn.
Wow, look at that draw for Orry Swift. EORSTTU. That is a bingo rack for him. And Mack Meller, like you said, there is no way for him to maximize his score. He's just one letter off of an 100+ point bingo on the top left of the board. His highest score in this position, a lowly 86, bringing him within 2 points. But he's obviously going to be searching for more here. You look at reverting first, then you look at the E of overtake to try and find a double-double. No double-doubles exist. Mack has one and one only bingo scoring over 80 points here. Let's see how long he takes to find it. He's got a 5-minute disadvantage on the clock. Not a huge deal at this stage of the game, but he is the fastest player in the room at finding these words. Do you instead, Nigel, talk to me a little bit about what you're thinking in this position? Do you instead pass up the bingo?
I'm seeing an option here for 49 points that retains the blank. And you got to wonder, being down almost 100, these types of plays start to pop out with some extra merit, because Mack doesn't just need a bingo here, but he needs a bingo and probably another one more than Orry in order to catch him in this one. So Drew, I'm seeing in the top left, is a very nice possible play to consider here. I don't know if Mack would be looking for a play like that with bingos available here.
Yeah, that's the first order of business. Look for your bingos, and after that, wonder if they are worth playing over Drew for almost 50 on the top left, keeping the blank behind. A lot of new players, they tend to ask the same question. When is it appropriate to pass up on a bingo score? And really, the only time where it seems to be reasonable is when you have a blank and you have a big, big score, keeping it, especially when you're down as much as Mack Meller is down here. Maybe you need more than a bingo. Mack can make the score very close right now and draw a random rack, or he can take a stab at his deficit, narrow it to around half, keeping the blank for a potential bingo next turn. So Drew keeping HO blank has good chances of drawing something potentially through the E of overtake, but more likely from or through the C of oxalic, the C and H, best buddies in the game of Scrabble. And this is what Mack, I think, is contemplating, but he's been looking for a long time for bingos, and he's lining up Whoredom, which is his highest score at 86 through the O of overtake. Is he going to pivot and make a more thematic move such as Drew? Because there still are 2 R's remaining, right, Morris? It's very dangerous to leave the reverting spot open, but maybe you do. Maybe you want chaos. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, so I think if your opponent is not Orry Swift, Drew seems like a home run. But because it is, I think Mack actually probably wants the volatility of Whoredom. Right, like it's going to... The problem with Drew is Orry could start doing Orry things to the board, as we've sort of seen. And it could make it really tough for Mack to eventually get that second bingo down by delaying a bingo a turn. So I think given the opponent, this makes all the sense in the world. I mean, Drew is 49 points. This is 86 points. The blank on average is worth around, I think, 26 or 27 points. So the difference here is 37. In a vacuum, that's worth it. Sure, the volatility of the R hook of everting is scary, but I think that's actually chaos Mack wants here.
Chaos he'll get. Orry Swift with 3 7-letter words on his rack. None of them have an R in early position. So outsert, stouter, and touters. he's going to have outsert with overtakes. And through the E is his highest score as well. 82 for outsert.
Outsteer.
And outsteer is 82 as well.
Or you should see this. Maybe not.
It's the same score.
Yes,
So
yeah.
I don't see much of a difference between the two. But look how quickly he's decided, I don't have anything through the M of Whoredom. I don't have anything better than this or outsteer. And he's counting it. 82 points. Let's see what Mack Meller draws. That's a J and a lot of vowels. Oh boy, this is not what he wanted on his redraw. Suddenly, Orry Swift in a hugely commanding position now, depending on what he draws as well. But pretty much despite, pretty much instead of if he draws 7 consonants, he's going to be in great shape no matter what. What do you do if you're Mack Meller, Morris? Struggling right now. You have the chaos you wanted, but maybe a little bit too much of it and not with the right score line.
I mean, Hefe does score a lot. It blocks the R and reverting that chaos you might want in this position, but you're getting over 40 points, and that closes the gap a lot. One other thing I just want to comment on outsert versus outsteer. Orry might have been thinking about, you could get a lot of annoying parallels after outsteer with like overtaken, even though Orry happened to have drawn the 3 ends this game. If Mack had ends, he might have not liked that extra spot that created. So, but yeah, what's jumping out to you guys?
Well, this with this board, you need to basically add 10 points to your opponent's average score every turn. I mean, Mack needs to score just to stay afloat in this one. I think taking the points is Hefe set up another massive scoring opportunity from the J, and hope the tiles fall your way the rest of the way is about all you can do here that I'm seeing.
Mack instead looking at JEU. This is 30 points if he plays it to the left of the WH of Whoredom, and it doesn't keep the U, the worst tile on Mack's rack. Is it really worth sacrificing 14 points? Maybe Mack's either not seen Jefe, which I'd be surprised, or he's seen it and he doesn't like setting up an easy play from the J for Orry Swift to sink his teeth into, and he prefers retaining that volatility of the R hook. Now there's only one R. If you draw the last R, suddenly you might be the one to score 90, 100 points at some point in this game. Because of how open this board is it worth sacrificing 14, or is this just too much to give up at this point in the game? Orry Swift with 6 consonants is not going to be able to do much about either of these plays. He's actually okay. We're pivoting to JEU here to the left of the AM of Imam. This also makes sense, leaving things open, potentially plays to the W. But what if you played to the left of the W? Maybe it makes it a little bit harder for Orry to block that area of the board. A very interesting choice by Mack Meller. I don't know. I feel like I'm taking the points, and this is going to really have bounce right back into Mack's face, exploding. Dematon, another beautiful double find made by Orry Swift. He's been so fast and so clean with these double finds, iodating in the previous game. This is 40 points better than anything else, and Mack has drawn a 3rd eye. So this is looking great for Orry Swift down the stretch. He needs to see a couple vowels here, and Mack needs to see an end of these eyes. So I think if you're Mack Meller, you want to play Tibii. Oh my god. I think Mack's going to play Tibii and block ANNEALS, but that's a huge draw for Orry Swift.
Just that.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Morris.
Oh, no. Sorry. I was going to say the one thing that Mack might not like about Tibii is it's starting to get large enough of a comeback that he might want the triple open, but when you can score that many points, I think you got to take it.
There's nothing even close now. And Mack Meller under 9 minutes. Now there's a 10-minute difference between the two players. Here we see it again. Mack Meller low on the clock. Pretty late in the game, but not late enough for this amount of time. Nigel, you had a game on stream where time was of the essence, and Mack doesn't feel like he's spotted tibia. I feel like this is just the play you have to make in this position.
Yeah, I can really empathize here. This is bringing back flashbacks of my game with Joey, I think you're referring to. Orry's playing incredibly fast, faster than necessary, fast enough that it's clearly intentional and it's clearly working in this one. If Orry's going to have his only bingo blocked, if Mack finds this best play here with tibia.
What's going on?
Oh,
Is he
better.
about to play a Cini through the C? Oh my goodness. This is a very, very big blunder by Mack Meller, and it's going to cost him dearly as Anil's now has an even better spot along the triple. I think this was just a flat-out miss under time pressure for Mack Meller.
So which spot do you guys take? I mean, Anil's in the new spot making NA and IN does close a triple, and it scores more. But the other Anil's does mostly obstruct a triple-triple opportunity. I think it's going to be close. And so Orry goes for the higher 0.1, but I'm not sure which is actually the correct one there.
It's a good point. I mean, that is a triple-triple. It is an M, but I think with the danger lurking of reverting, you just want to take out the triple, give Mack one chance at a triple-triple. You're up 151. The plays through the M are probably not even going to get you there. Let's see what Mack draws. There's the Q. Okay, there goes his chances of a bingo. And I think Orry Swift has won this game unless something insane happens. That Q is death at a score like this. Nigel.
Yes, Mack needed a big play here, and the window was closing, or he would have been plugging up every spot, each and every one at a time from here on out. With this a rack like this, Mack might still be a couple turns away from having any chance to score a bingo bonus, which is what he desperately needs right now. So this game is looking very nice for Orry. I think he's breathing not easy, but I think he's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, after QI in the top right for 35, it would seem like Mack Meller needs 2 bingos to win this game. QI will leave 14 tiles in the bag, so that it is still mathematically possible for Mack to draw something here, then draw something again. There's still a blank out. There's still the R for reverting. We'll see Orry Swift potentially take some time here, unless he's found something great in this position. This is a little bit complicated. What do I cover? Where do I score? How do I maximize my winning chances? But
I was hoping he was going to draw Shambled, and we would have been, but he was one tile off. Sorry. Orry, though, I think you probably want to block triple-triples here, if I had to guess, given that it's either 2 bingos or 1 triple-triple. Why not just take out the 1 triple-triple? And looks like he might have mugs set up now with that thought in mind.
yeah, but what if? I mean, Orry might be thinking here, is it triple-triples or is it reverting bingos? What if Orry goes ahead and plays MUGGS, which he's thinking about right now for 18? Going up 407 to 275, 132 points ahead of Mack Meller. What if Mack draws something like crazies and reverting? How much does that score? That's 141, I think. And that would just propel Mack Meller into the lead and set up something like a T-hook. That's one of many possible very, very high scoring bingos Mack can have. So if you're Orry, there's a little bit more to think about, I think, than just blocking that triple-triple, but he's not thinking. He's putting the time pressure on. Mack Meller will not have such a bingo. That was definitely something to consider for him. Now, if you're Mack, I think bad news is coming soon. I don't think you have enough time to bingo twice. He's going to try. He's going to try something. Try to draw the R, try to draw something very, very specific here. But oh my goodness, Z blank for Orry Swift. And I think I can call it now. Orry Swift will make it at least a 4-game series unless something insane happens. So we have a finals. That's good. You were happy that it was 4 games last year, right, Nigel?
Oh,
rather
yeah.
than 3.
That's the ideal after 4. You want a series. You want to get your money's worth of action. And this is exactly what the people want here. Another game, more Scrabble.
Morris, 5.5 minutes for Mack Meller. Where's the hope? This is where you come in. Morris is such an outside the box analyst. What in the world can you do here to win this game if you're Mack Meller?
So normally my eye would be drawn towards the W, right? Something like HEW would set up the S, also the T and the C, which do both lurk, but and the P actually. But I think you actually want to leave that area alone and try for a reverting play. Given the amount of tiles left in the game, as Josh was saying, Mack would either need one huge bingo, so that could be with reverting, or get 2 bingos. So the amount of tiles I play here is going to really matter to me. I think given that there's only 17 tiles unseen to Mack, 7 on Orry's rack, that means 10 remain in the bag. Most of the time, or if Mack even plays like 2 tiles here, Orry will make sure that there will be less than 7 in the bag the following turn. So I think that means by deduction, Mack needs to go for 1 bingo only this game off a reverting play for a ton of points. And then you need to think about how can I get that like 130, 140 point knockout punch to really give me chances. So given that, I think you probably want to play, go for something like Brazes, right, or something in that vein. And then that might not be the best version of it, but then if that's the case, I'd want to get rid of my HLND this turn, or something close to that.
Under 4 minutes now. Yeah, I'm looking at a potential play of Heeds through the ES on the board. Mack's looking at Hide in that same location under overtakes, but if you play Heeds and you draw R, A, Z, which Mack Miller's not going to draw, you know, all those 3 tiles are on Orry's rack, you can draw into Brazils and reverting. Maybe that's what you need, but it just feels like impossible that Orry's going to leave that possibility open. I think at this point you're going for practical chances rather than real chances if you're Mack Meller. 3 minutes left on the clock. I cannot believe the difference in time. Such a reversal from what we saw prior to the lunch break and the award ceremony. So while we're waiting for Mack Meller to make a decision, again, huge congratulations to everybody that won prizes at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. Hopefully some of you were watching the award ceremony, some really new players, some young players, some Canadian players, a lot of those doing very, very well in this year's finals. So yeah, we have not seen the Division 1 or CSW Division 1 results yet because we're waiting on the best of 5 finals between Mack Meller, Orry Swift, and on the other side of things, the CSW side of things, on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, we have Josh Castellano fighting for his life against Austin Shin in the same position Orry is in here. So will we see another game for CSW side of things? We're certainly going to see another game on our side. So thank you for joining us. Thanks for watching. Thank you for liking the video. We have a lot of fans at home, a lot of new people as well. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. And we'll see what happens in this best of 5. And look at that. He's found the idea. Heeds, Nigel.
Josh, that's a great find by you. Mack has the same idea here. A play I don't know that I would have spotted, particularly under time pressure. Mack is clearly gunning for Brazils. As you pointed out, there's 3 A's remaining in the bag. So he has a real chance of drawing that from his point of view. And I find it incredible. Mack is able to squeeze these small winning percentage chances out of these seemingly unwinnable positions. Very tough to keep the focus to find that type of play.
Yeah, so if you're Orry Swift, do you want to play Braza or Prez with reverting for 80 plus, or do you just play this? Look how beautiful this play is. Zeta for 61, keeping PRA blank. Gunning for the reverting spot. You have the blank, you have the R. Mack cannot touch that huge bingo lane. So we might see Orry Swift get another huge bingo now that there are 4 tiles in the bag. Is Mack Meller going to block it? It doesn't really matter at this point. The game is over. CNU is Orry Swift's draw. Mack Meller with 1:15. We have not seen time trouble like this in very many Mack Meller games. If you're a fan of his on YouTube, you know that he plays very quick games against the bots on Woogles.io. He plays very quick games against his friends, specifically Joey Malik, who, by the way, podiumed, finished in the top, I think, 7 in this here championship, but just missed out on playing the finals. Mack Meller going to play OBI. This seems very reasonable, Morris. For 22, keeping EILS. Game is over. You might as well try for something. That T and outsert is nice. If you draw the R, you might get a reverting play. Let's see what comes out of the bag. Isolate, something like that. Might be possible here. And Orry with ACN PRU blank might actually make the move that Mack Meller made as his final play last game. Crap and reverting. Is that his best play, Morris?
Well, he knows it's now valid, so he might now know that he can play it. But it scores, I think, the most. And with one tile left in the bag, I guess you might want to look at it. Do you want to make sure Mac doesn't have a crazy bingo? But it doesn't really matter. You're winning anyways. So he has Puranic set up, which I don't think plays anywhere.
Unfortunately, not quite. But yeah, is Orry Swift going to just decide, all right, I don't have a bingo, I might as well just score 50 now? Or will he try once more, play off the P, for example, and maybe try to draw something in 2 spots? That seems like it might be the best play, Nigel, to just play off a P for 10 points and draw something in 2 spots. The T of outsert is really nice, and the hook for reverting. It is just academic from here, but would you drive the dagger in deeper with a 1-tile play?
You know, I'm looking at the times on the clocks for these players right here. Orry with 14 more minutes on his clock. This game has the feelings of really having the potential to kind of reverse the momentum. Orry seems to be picking up steam with every play in this game, and it makes me worry a little for Mac in the following game. So, you know, if Orry is able to take one more jab at Mac in this one, maybe that could somehow carry over to the next. What do you think? What do you guys think?
Yeah, maybe momentum-wise, just emptying the bag here with a 46-point play is just not the psychological call, Morris. Just try again. Say, I am going straight for the throat. I'm back in business here. I need to win 2 games in a row after this, but I'm ready. Momentum is in my favor. See what Orry does. He has a ton of time to think about it and let Mac just trudge through this position. From Mac's perspective, ACN PRU T blank. So there's a T in the bag. So Mac's probably thinking, I would be really lucky if Orry Swift doesn't bingo for the rest of this game. Maybe the blank's in the bag and he just takes out reverting. Maybe he just decides not to go for it. But I think possibly if Orry plays off the P or maybe the C, if there's a spot for the C at core, he will be bingoing out with a T draw.
Right, you're saying taciturn. With the P draw, it's taciturn and truancy, I guess. With the P draw, with the C dropping, what's the bingo through the P?
I'm not. You
Or
think
through
I'm
the
actually,
T?
think I'm actually looking? I'm just intuiting this. Yeah, I don't know if there's a 7, like a sun trap unstrap doesn't work. There might be something, but I was looking at Trapunto. That was the first thing I saw through the.
I see, gotcha. Cool.
But is there a 7? I don't really know. If there is, Mac won't block. If there isn't, he'll probably, even with 41 seconds, Mac's going to be able to find all the bingos Orry Swift has for his final rack. We'll see what he does. And while we're waiting for that, just want to shout out again just the whole team behind this tournament, the biggest event in North America, $10,000 on the line. I think second prize is a nice $5,000 though. I think both these guys are very happy if the other wins. Obviously more happy if they win. I think they've already planned a nice night out after this where they're paying for everyone's drinks. So if you're near the Cedar Rapids area, feel free to join the big party. I will not actually dox the brewery we're going to at this point in time. But yeah, great showing here for Orry Swift. And like you said, Nigel, momentum is huge in Scrabble. And I think people don't tend to understand at what point psychology becomes the #1 factor when players are so close in rating and in performance and in ability. It really does come down sometimes to psychology, right, Nigel?
Well, it makes you wonder. I wonder what Ori's thinking about here. I imagine he's trying to solve this position, make the very best play that he can. The thing is, it would be easy enough to make any old play because this game is over. Save your mental energy for the next one. I'm wondering if this might be the Scrabble equivalent of taking your time on the way to scoring a touchdown. Do you see it that way, Josh?
Could be, yeah. Could be also that Orry is expending too much energy on this. That's the other side of the coin. Both of these guys have already played 28 games to get to this point. And although 7 games a day is not the most difficult in top Scrabble tournaments, sometimes you'll have a 10-game-a-day tournament. There are crazy things that go on outside of North America. But 7 games a day is still very much mentally and physically exhausting. So if I were Orry, I would probably not think too hard about this. I think he seems a little bit relaxed. I think he's enjoying the position he's in because it might be the last time that he's able to enjoy such a pleasant position against none other than the top-rated player in North America, Mack Meller. And there we see it. Crap has been lined up on the rack. And this is a mathematical position. There is a possibility of actually determining what the mathematically best play is here, but we're human beings. That is very difficult for us to do. I think this is a nice way to say, hey, I'm going to use your word against you, Mack Meller, to much greater effect. And Mack Meller now with AEILLOS no longer has to worry. A little bit of smiles exchanged between the two. And Mack Meller with 30 seconds now. Hopefully he has found a way to do something. And actually, that is hilarious.
Very impressive.
Wow. Morris, what do you think about this extension?
Did he determine that it's more points to not do that? That's awesome. We talked about psychological blows. Mac just flaunting, yeah, I can see the play you make, the extension to plays you make right away. Come at me. I'm going to make it higher point play anyways. That's a lot of swag.
Yeah, this is swag. This is sportsmanship. This is friendship. And I think Mack Meller definitely still feeling confident about his chances. He just needs to win one of the next 2 games. Maybe this was just a little bit of a blip, a little bit of a bump in the road, a route on the trail. Mack Meller, of course, if you know anything about him, you know that he loves trailing up mountains, going on hikes. On the other hand, Orry is a college professor by trade and loves to play games, tons of games. He's so good at Magic the Gathering. He's so good at Scrabble, of course, we know that. He loves to play League of Legends as well, probably some other games. He's got 2 children. And he's able to get away from them to try and take down the most difficult field in North America. Will he be able to do it, or will Mack Meller become the 2nd-time champion of the Scrabble Players Championship? We will soon find out. Possibly 2 games remain, possibly 1 game. Mack Meller, a Scrabble coach by trade and a crossword builder. He helps build crossword puzzles online. Maybe you've played one of the ones he's worked on. Just have to ask him. Both of these guys super friendly. They've got a lot of fans online, a lot of fans in person. It would be great to see either of them win this championship, as Orry Swift about to take the final turn in this game 3 of a possible 5. Morris, has the momentum shifted, or are you feeling Mack Meller is still very, very confident?
I think Orry looked so dejected after the 2nd game that I'd say the momentum has shifted a bit, in the sense that this sort of win, especially where like Mack floated an eye early to give Orry the one bingo he could have had. It just probably puts Orry a lot more at ease. So even if this hasn't rattled Mack at all, I think this was something really nice for Orry.
All right, Orry finding his best outplay. Futon, Mouton, or Futon, doesn't matter. Mack showing the tiles. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Thank you. I miss anything with, how did I have uncrapped blank? I saw Puranic.
That was a.
Did I hit some better with
Collins.
these?
People talked a lot about it.
About what?
About hoarding.
Oh.
We're talking about lobes?
No, Hoarding. Was there something like obviously better?
No.
Okay, because I thought about Drew saving the blank. Or
That
Homer.
was, yeah, people were talking.
Homered or Drew.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as I didn't miss a double or a 7, I'm not too mad because I consider those. No, I felt that, I don't know, just Drew didn't seem like it was quite worth it to me, but it was close.
Homer Drew is a coach, isn't he? Is it right?
Overtake does not take an R, correct?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, Overtaker isn't good, right? Man, I was an X setup. I had AXO.
Oh, I think I was gonna. Well, I was gonna try not to pony there, but
We think like Virgins or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this ended up.
Yeah.
Think of this play, John.
Yeah, I just.
Which,
Imam.
but they thought that it blew people's minds.
Okay. In a good way or bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I was actually. It's funny. I mean, obviously the I helped him, but I was trying to block the E. I mean, I guess you got revenge there.
Yeah, I just really wanted Virgin to be good. I was
Yeah.
like, I can't.
Everybody on the stream understood that this is Orry trying to persuade himself.
Yeah. No, because I don't know. I could have put like Moxie for 30 keeping A, or Maxima, but I just didn't really love those. And I figured you're going a decent amount and leaving.
I almost regret the deal. So I could score less here and knock out the triple because I'm ahead by so much. But the deal is you just like make a state play and you bingo here.
Maybe. Yeah, I was close to actually. I had 6 fouls here.
Well, he makes it like crazy display up there or something.
Yeah.
It's not-
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Bingo with Whaley, right? EOR blank. There can't be any.
Oh my god. Your rack was that good?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Now there's no 8s. Okay. Yeah.
it's a little slip.
Yep. Once you do the honors. All right, as long as I didn't miss something like better with that, I don't feel too bad.
Did I miss anything for you?
All right.
No.
Okay.
So no glaring errors on either side.
Actually, Bassini, did you look at PPI?
Oh, I did not see that. Although I don't know if I would have done it anyway, because at that score. I was down. Yeah, probably. Or at that point, but I think I was honestly. Hold on, leaving the triple open. I'm not gonna lie, because alpha doesn't matter here. But might be close enough that.
Okie dokie, everybody. Orry
Down.
Swift has made a dent in Mack Meller's 2-0 start to this best of 5 for $10,000 US. This was a very fun game to commentate. Good to see Orry back in it. Thank you, Nigel, for joining us on the commentator booth, in the little booth that we have set up here. It's been pretty lonely, so Nigel has joined me for this one game and this one game only. So unfortunately for you guys, no more insights from this man. Until next time, we would love to have you back commentating something or other.
That would be great, Josh. This was a lot of fun. My first time. Hopefully I didn't screw it up. That was a great game. Great game to watch. Both of these guys are exciting players, really interesting strategists. And I'll be excited if either one of them is to take this thing down, which I expect that one of them will be.
I think so, right? Right, Morris? I think one of them is gonna win this.
Yeah, it's a fight to the death if they go 2.5 and 2.5 or something, right? Yeah.
Anything can happen. 2 games potentially left. 1 game potentially if Mack Meller takes down this best of 5 and 4. Nigel, it's been a pleasure. We're going to take a break while the players get set up once again, but don't go anywhere, everybody. Game 4 coming soon. Welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship 2026, the best of 5 match between Orry Swift and Mack Meller. This will be round 4, and I have another guest commentator for you guys, Chloe Fatsis. Welcome back to the booth, Chloe.
Thank you, Josh. It's great to be here. I'm excited to get to commentate this exciting match, round 4 of the final.
Of course, one shouldn't forget co-commentator extraordinaire Morris Greenberg is still here with us. We haven't gotten rid of him yet. Thanks for staying over with us, Morris. So round 4 is happening. That is very nice. We were all sort of hoping for that, even if we're Mack Meller fans ourselves. Having a longer winded match is always good. Some close games with some ups and downs. And Mack will be going first in this one, Morris. So this is probably his best chance to win the series.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's any game we'll see, I guess. We could say it's his best chance to win, but if he starts off with terrible letters and needs to exchange and Orry has moose chicks, it might be another story.
That was some prediction. We had a prediction in the YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. Again, let us know where you're watching from. We had a prediction. The last game ending in a 6-pass. There could be a tie. There could be just complete and utter pandemonium. Anything can happen at this point. Let's pan to the board. The players are seated and ready to go. Oh man, I'm excited. Chloe was my co-commentator at the Causeway Challenge just around 2 months ago, and she's back here. You played in this event too, had a pretty decent finish, coming back from not playing for like an entire year.
Yeah, it was a fun tournament. Would have liked to do a bit better, but after not playing for so long, one can not have super high expectations to compete with people like Mack and Orry, who have put on an amazing show this whole tournament. So it's good to be here in the commentary booth where I belong.
Same here, right, Morris? Mack Meller starting off with a bang, blank NNTEIS. Oh my goodness. Are you a fan of tennis? Well, if you're not, then look away. If you're a fan of long series, let's hope Orry Swift gets a decent draw here. DDEV.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Well, if you're Mack Meller, something like Tennessee, Tennis, Intense, Senates, something that, yes, you don't want to do something that takes a hook. You don't want to do something that gives back 6 unique tiles to play through. So maybe Intense or something like that would be on the table. Morris, which bingo would be your pick here? Lots to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would first look, because of a bubble a few games ago, I'd first look if there were triple N bingo. But in this actual case where it isn't, just play something fast. I think Intense makes a lot of sense for the reason that Josh said, of having as few unique floating tiles as possible. If he made it a V, for instance, in Vents, that could give some extra bingo possibilities back to Orry in like 1% of the time more. So this looks fine to me. Play quickly. We saw Mack be really time pressured last game, so I'm fine. Just making a good play, moving on.
Yeah, Chloe, this flank was, in fact, a V, which makes it a lot more difficult for Orry. If this was a second T, QAT would come down pretty quickly. Now instead, Kaid, is that Orry's best try here? DERV is a pretty good leave, but 14 points facing an opening bingo can't feel great.
No, it doesn't feel great. I think you take the points with Kaid. I don't think it's worth exchanging. DERV is flexible enough that you can be bailed out. You can draw bingos through the E, potentially, but it's not a good position for Orry to be in right here. And maybe you exchange DVQ, leave everything open.
It's an interesting choice to make the blank a V. The V is a very bad tile for bingos. But Kaid coming down now, Orry noticing that setting up the lane on top of that D might be worth doing in the long term. Taking 14 points rather than 0. I think this is the correct decision. He's going to need a couple of vowels here to give himself a good chance back in the game. Mack Meller, on the other hand, drawing IMOTTY with that J. And it's a little bit of a weird position Jivey does spring to mind through the blank V. There's also a bizarre possible play of Tyin, T-I-Y-N, if you want to get rid of one of those two T's underlapping the QA that were just floated on the board. Morris, do you play off Jivey here, inhibit that E of invents, or do you play a little bit more aggressive with Tyin, keep that J for later? Orry's seen invaders, which will go down either to the S of invents or on top of the D of Kaid. What are you playing here, Jivey?
I like Jivey here. I think it's, Tyin, I mean, they both seem reasonable to me. The J will slow Mack down a bit, though, by comparison on this board. Once Tyin comes down, it blocks that triple letter score. So the J might not score a lot anyways. So I'm fine getting rid of it now.
Vader coming down for 78. Certainly Orry's best move. Big draw for Mack Meller. That R out in space could spell disaster for Orry Swift. He has to make this play. Hope for a decent redraw. He's tied the game up. There is time for him to stay in it. What does Mack Meller draw out of the bag? An N, a U, and a W. All right, not the best. Orry Swift still in it, Chloe.
Yes, not the most flexible to go through the R that Mack would have hoped for, but he still will have enough. He can deal with the spot. He can score some points here. Yeah, what does he have?
So something like Worm for 36 might be his highest score. Keeping TTNU doesn't feel great on this board. You want to keep something that scores, and wow, what a draw for Orry Swift. He's going to have scoring for days. But do you play Worm here? Do you try to get rid of a U and or a T? I don't really see a great way of doing that. Underlap like TOW comes to mind, but I feel like Worm is just too many points to give up, too restrictive. And Mack could draw a bingo to the S of invents, draw a 7-letter word with a couple vowels. I think this is probably the call to make, Morris.
Yeah, and Worm has some nice extensions too, even though Mack is holding a bunch of one-pointers. Something like Worm Root could go down with one of the T's he's keeping, or like Wormcast. So that's another hidden advantage. I think this just scores so much more than everything else and gets rid of the W that it seems worth it to me.
Contemplating this, I've seen him take some time on decisions where it doesn't even seem like he's thinking about anything else, but I promise you he is. He's looking through so many possibilities, thinking about so many different things that might happen. WOT underneath the ADE is probably the other candidate move here, setting up the U with Udo, setting up possible plays on top. Do you do that instead, Chloe? WOT point sacrifice is 27.
I think it's a 9-point sacrifice. I would not do that. I think you just take the points and continue building a solid lead here. I don't think it's worth the sacrifice.
Worm coming down, 436. Mack Meller up 37 points to Orry Swift with his very interesting high point draw, but also nice balance with that E and that I. First order of business is, do I have a big spot for the Z? Not really, not any longer now that Worm is on the board. So do you keep it? There's a play of PEH through the E of Invader, keeping BEILZ, which is a good leave. It scores very well, Morris. PEH seems great to me.
Yeah, seems very good, and I don't think that gives Mack back a bingo, which is really good. Or Newton, I forget, does that take an S or not? Anyways, PEH seems great. The Z is one of the high point tiles, probably the best one of them to hold on to for at least an extra turn.
I guess there's Zeal, though. Just seeing that now. Zeal through the A is 46. Pe would keep Zeal as a possibility, and Zeal would keep Pe as a possibility. Maybe it is worth just taking 46 and trying to run. Orry Swift is behind 37. That means Mack Meller does have a tempo advantage. Considering how much Orry's going to score here, it'll be Mack to move. But his draw, not so good. So regardless of what Orry does, Mac's going to need a turn or two to try and build his rack towards a bingo. Doesn't have any great options. So what will Orry Swift do? Zeal for 46, PEH for 31. I think those are the two candidate moves. Fizzes, PHIZES to the S of invents also makes some sense. Now he's looking at Bizzes, that same spot. I feel like PEH, given that it keeps Zeal, given that it keeps Bizzes, it's actually a really nice play here.
Yeah, I like PEH. I think that the Z can improve here. Like this leave of BEILZ can improve a lot more than the leave after a play of Zeal. Because you're keeping the P, H, and B super clunky letters all together, whereas PEH, you're taking out this spot now and keeping multiple options in different spots on the board for the Z next turn.
Yeah, I don't know if he's even considered it. Now looking at Fizzes, just a couple of two-tile draws would give Orry a bingo with EZIL, Zibbeline through the N, for example. So it's a pretty good. Sizable is also possible from the S. I actually feel like this might be by far the best move the more I look at it, but I'm not in the hot seat. Orry Swift can score 40 if he wants it. He can score 46. Points are often king in the game of Scrabble. After all is said and done, whoever scores the most wins the game. And Mack Meller is not going to be able to score much, regardless of what Orry does here.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Orry, this might be like stylistically what Orry likes. The S in invents can be the sort of spot where you're giving your opponent really easy bingos. So if you have a bunch of close plays this turn, it might just be a tiebreaker where it at least eliminates that easy spot so much that you would kind of need to actively sacrifice a ton of equity on future turns to do so, that it might just be best to deal with it now, is Orry's logic.
Interesting. Mack Meller now, like we said, 2 N's, 2 T's, a U. Ideally, you play a T, a U, and an N. There's not a great spot to do that, so it might be important for Mack to just play underneath. Oh, wow. Gambler for Orry Swift. That is a huge draw. But if Mack Meller decides to play tan under the IZE, keeping NUST, he might respond to Orry's bingo with a bingo of his own. But wow, great draw for him. Keeping BL, drawing all those consonants, but the balance with the ABLE, B and the L like each other a lot. That's going to give Orry a great chance to take the lead in this one. What will Mack Meller do? There's no M for Stuntman. Tan under the IZE is 23. Is there another play you're thinking of? Morris Hunt, maybe, for 14 from the H and Fizzes? It feels like those are the two plays you're thinking about.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Hunt might be called for here, given that there hasn't been a U played left yet in this game. The U is starting to become an increasingly worse tile. 2 U's on a rack really act like molasses. It just slows down your ability to both bingo and score so much. So given that, I think it is worth the point sacrifice. It also creates a spot for your S, which right now on the board there isn't. So I think I probably would do the point sacrifice here.
That's certainly what Mack is contemplating. This isn't a very complicated turn in terms of finding your best options, your candidate moves. That's the first part of every Scrabble turn at the top level, finding moves to debate between. You have 2 N's and 2 T's, just very few plays to work with. And Mack is a fan of points himself. So tan for 23, keeping the U rather than keeping the A. I think it's very, very close. We'll see if Mack ends up drawing a second U after this play. That would be pretty disastrous in a lot of scenarios. But now Orry Swift with an even better spot to play Gambler or Gambrel. We'll see what he chooses. ENG is a word. This is going to come down very quickly. Orry Swift barely under 20 minutes. But not a big decision here.
Yeah, it's pretty similar between the two. Maybe you do Gambler just to put a slightly worse letter for ending 8-letter bingos with in the double-double lane that this will open up. But aside from that, it's a pretty marginal decision.
I mean, so it is a question, though, I'd say. Like, this is more points, but I do wonder, is it ever worth it, given Mack's last play, to knock out the easier bingo spot, En can only take a G and an S. I guess at least the saving grace is if Matt can bingo at the top of the board, you'll likely be able to stack above it on the triple word score. But I would still think about, in this position, not having that. And I realize Mac has butanols now.
Yep.
Right?
I think so. So Gambrel would have given a slightly better spot for this word, butanols. Max already spotted it. He just hasn't quite lined it up. Yeah, Gambrel in the other spot on top of Invader, but this board is so wide open already, and Orry Swift only up 60 after this. So Butanol is going to tie the game, but there's the blank for Orry Swift. A huge draw for him. Will he be able to bingo again? He needs a couple of vowels. There's that E. Great draw for Orry to stay in this match. He has possible bingos now through the R of gambler, and they're very easy to find. Pictured, captured, 2 common English words. Great job by him to draw another bingo after gambler. Mack Meller's next draw is going to become very, very important.
Yeah, he's already found pictured. I expect this will come down quickly when you realize this will hit both of those double letter scores with the P and the C. So this will be a pretty high scoring bingo. It'll be hard to do that much better on this board.
Mack Meller AS. It's a good start. Oh, wow. Okay. Not a terrible draw, but I think that is not a bingo pull for him. We'll have to see. We don't want to jump too far ahead. Orry Swift probably going to play pictured quite soon. And there it is. He's going to play the blank last. Okay. That was interesting. Interesting choice of tiles. Some players like to choose the tiles they put on the board in certain orders, but none of that's happening. Pictured coming down for 86. This is serious, guys. 298 to 222 for Orry Swift, and Mack Meller with AEKISTU wants to play a U and a K off at the very least, but maybe something like Corey on top of the ID of Invader.
He doesn't have an R, so I don't think that.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, like, I mean, he could do the crazy galaxy brain play of Auk off the A and Gambler. I don't think the score differential is quite merited yet for an idea like that, but those sorts of ideas could come to play if Orry keeps pulling ahead.
Yeah, wow. Another good draw for Orry Swift. Setting up Oleic FT. For those in the know, that is a very, very inside Will Anderson joke. You guys in the YouTube chat, when you see this, are going to go wild. Again, this is serious. Mack Meller with 16 minutes on the clock. AUK, that's a crazy suggestion by Morris, but it just might work in this particular instance. I think Mack's not going to do that. AUKS is 21 in that same spot, gets rid of the S for not too much. Do you extend Worm to Wormiest now? I feel like that's just not great in terms of leave. Chloe, what sort of play should Mack Meller make here?
Yeah, I think Wormiest doesn't score enough to make it worth it. It's only 39, I think, and you're keeping the pretty inflexible AUK leave. And you can always hold on to that for down the line, or even go for potentially higher scoring extensions of Worm. I think the idea would be to get rid of the U and K here. I think Auk in this scenario with 1 S remaining in the bag might be a little too scary. It's not quite late enough in the game, as we've been saying, for something so risky as Auk from the A of Gambler. I'm not seeing anything that stands out to do exactly what Mac wants, which is to try to get a bingo and come back into this game.
So I have another idea. He could play KI and Kid and in, setting Skid, so that isn't quite as much of an all-in gamble as Auk. But one advantage of that is if Orry does have the other S, he could flush it out and then make a play at the bottom of the board thereafter. So maybe an idea, and he has it set up now. So I think that could be a cool sort of idea to sort of breathe life into the position.
Yeah, I like this too. It also scores a lot more than Auk in the other spot, and it's good to make sure that Max stays within the range of 1 bingo here. So he doesn't want his deficit to grow to the point where even if he gets a bingo down, he'll still be losing. So by scoring the 20 points with KI up top as opposed to 7 for Awk, he's still staying within this 1 bingo range.
Yeah, that's a great find by you, Morris, and by Mack Meller. It seems like he is considering that play to set up his S at this score deficit. That is definitely the sort of play you want to look for, trying to bingo pretty soon, trying to set up a big threat. Right now, the lane on top of the IN of Invader is open to anybody, but why not make it very hard to access the bingo lanes on this board? For Orry Swift bingos, again, the game is over. But more importantly, Mack Meller needs a bingo to stay in it. Lots of O's remain in this bag, which may or may not help Mack Meller hit a bingo. If he draws one of those O's, he's going to need something like N or a C or something like that to bingo. So maybe he's looking through the likely 2-tile draws in the bag, just hoping for one of those that's going to hit with Engs and with Skid. It's all the more important when you set up an S hook in a position like this that it isn't the only one on the board. But look at this. Orry Swift immediately playing flexion. Didn't really matter, did it? Holy moly, 98 points. That is 396 to 242. Is it over?
It's certainly getting to that point. This will put Orry up about 150 points. So that is going to be quite the deficit for Mack to surmount. And I don't think he's hit. Oh, sorry. He has Vestural. I see. He's hit.
Still a little bit of hope for Mack Meller hitting Vestural. The F of flexion still open. The triple through the V open. What is Orry going to draw? Wow, that is great for him. Another nice high scoring rack. And it looks like if he wants to, Orry, he can block the V of Vestural if he thinks he's up by enough. If he wants to score elsewhere, he can do that as well. Morris, is it time to block the triple up by only 78? There's a lot of good tiles remaining in the pool from Orry's perspective.
Yeah, well, I think it is reasonable because, like, as Josh has said previously, in these sorts of positions where you're up by a lot, you want to sort of guarantee you can keep on scoring. So if he plays something like Aver, he'll have things like Fax next turn through the A Invader. He's guaranteeing himself like pretty good scoring plays at a minimum. The H is a sneakily good tile through the T and the blank I of Pictured also. So I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like overwords are still in the bag. There's still some scary things, like Over Wiley would be sick, for instance. So I like this idea of Air.
This is insane. If you're Orry, you're probably like, all right, flexion, game is over. But unseen to him, tons of vowels, and he's basically having to wonder if Mack Meller has some of the good stuff remaining. What's going to happen if you block the triple? The likelihood of drawing a vowel is immense, but not 100%. Mack Meller, on the other hand, how has he missed everything good in the bag? 2 G's, a U, and a W. So that is not what he wanted to see. If Orry Swift goes with this 24-point play, Mack Meller is going to need to open something else quick and score some points. After AVER, the skid hook is still alive. You can still hit a 7-letter word on top on that triple with the right tiles to go with it. The F of flexion is still alive. The S hook on Engs is still alive. So suddenly, Orry Swift dealing with a lot of threats. He can't handle all of them at once. Is he going to choose to leave the triple open because of the other threats on the board? Or will he just try and claw his way into a maybe potentially very, very low scoring win against Mack Meller if Mack gets another bingo down?
I think with the vowel heavy bag that is remaining, that there's 5 more vowels than consonants, playing off both of his vowels with Aver is not quite as scary as it would be. We were talking about how he can draw into a lot of things elsewhere, keeping the X, these high scoring tiles. So it's not so scary. I think taking out this threat of the triple will put him up nearly 100 points. Sure, a bingo from the F, for example, could get Mack right back in it, but I think the biggest threat needs to be dealt with here.
And he's going back to looking at Aver. Aver is how Morris was pronouncing it. 24 points would lead to 420 to 318 plus 102 for Orry Swift with around 15 tiles left in the bag. You've got to feel pretty good if you're Orry. You can even draw something through the T and the blank in the center of the board like Thirl, THIRL, even if you don't draw a vowel. So I think I agree with you, Chloe, that in this particular instance, you're normally not looking to play off both of your vowels, but it's probably fine here. HAEN is another option to the left, I guess, of Vestral that he might be looking at, which does the same thing. It blocks the triple triple. It gets rid of one extra consonant. Chloe, is that better?
I don't think it's better. I think another nice thing about Aver is it also inhibits the S hook on skid. So bingos that maybe had the S in the second to last position, or even that start with V and end in S, would still fit after HAEN, but Aver would obstruct that lane a little bit more. Things can still fit on top of kid, but it's just a bit harder. So I think I prefer inhibiting as much space as possible for bingos on this board.
And Morris, if you don't block the triple triple, you have a very nice 42-point play in Thief through the eye and pictured. And if Mack can't hit a triple triple at any point in the rest of this game, I think that is enough points to just coast your way to a victory. So a lot to think about for Orry. He's going back and playing Aver. His three best letters, he is playing defense. He does not want to lose to a triple triple, and he's confident that his lead is big enough to survive anything else. Morris.
So one thing I'll say about the Thief option, which is actually a bit scary, is given the F inflection, it's really bad to put an F on the opposite side of the board, the exact same position too. If Mack has a high scoring bingo at the very end of the game that starts with an F, Orry can literally do nothing about it at that point. So even though it scores a lot, I might avoid that just because it can introduce some really annoying scenarios where Matt can specifically fish for bingos starting with F at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's a very good point, but it might just be enough to outrun even the biggest bingos from the F. And if we see Mack play the word he has lined up here, wag, to the right of the ED of pictured, which is a very sensible approach to this position, scoring points, getting rid of a W and a G, leaving things open, trying to draw into a big bingo. He's in desperation mode. Wag makes a lot of sense. Now, Orry, who's redrawn an E, he's drawn 3 vowels, by the way, a huge draw for him. Thief would probably come down among other possible plays, potentially even bigger plays that Wag would set up. But I think Thief would be fantastic after this play of Wag. Mack Meller going for it. I think this is right for him. But if Orry Swift had spotted Thief last turn, this might be
He did
quickly.
He set it up at some point.
All right, so we know that he sees this word. It's a really weird find through a blank, disconnected blank on the board. And now with 12 tiles unseen, where he can play 3, leave 9, Mack has drawn the S. Oh my God, that is a huge draw for him. He might be getting closer to that all-important bingo he needs to save this game, but with the 77-point delta, it's going to be really, really hard to come back for Mack Meller. This is looking more and more like Orry Swift's game to lose. Morris Greenberg, is Thief the play now, or are you still scared of something?
So maybe I was wrong. He separated the H, the E, and the F at some point last turn, I thought. But it looks like he has high set up now instead, which would also block this area. So I wonder if he's nervous about a specific 4-tile play even that Mack could have parallel to Wag that he set up. I'm not seeing that with the unseen tile pool, really, though. I think Thief, yeah, he has it. He's back to that now.
Yeah, this is a huge play for Orry. Really not much of a problem with this play. Even if Mack does get that overlap, suddenly Orry can make one more play, block the board. This is great. 462 for Orry Swift, keeping very nice tiles to keep scoring with. And is the tempo in Mack Meller's favor? He needs to go for another desperation move here. Is there some way for him to draw a huge bingo from the F of flexion? Maybe he's going to hope to draw the X. Maybe he wants flexions himself, Flexions. He's down over 100 points. How do you untangle here? Is there some way, Chloe, that you can score enough and threaten enough to win this if you're Mack?
Yeah, I think something like flexions is the idea of what he should be going for. It would be great if he had another big threat in another spot, but the board is too restricted now. But I think, yeah, Mack, even something like flexions, I don't think would be enough at this point. So
Yeah,
it
so
will be tough here.
flexions is 107 and Mack Meller down 119 now. There's still that spot with skid that's all max now. Orry cannot really do much to block that, especially with the secondary threat of the F inflection. I think Orry's going to always be looking to just score. So Mack Meller has the chance here to try and find the highest scoring bingo he could possibly draw out of the bag. You might see him take some time just looking for a needle in a haystack. This is so close to over, but there might be something lurking in the bag. There might be some tremendous possible bingo. What if Orry has 5 O's and 2 I's? These are the absolute best case scenarios that Mack Meller is looking for here, Morris. Is there something on your radar?
I'll suggest one other idea that might be an outside shot. So with a one tile play of just the U, he could go for one of the 5 O's for foliages, right? So if he plays MU off of Gambler, and he has to then hope that Orry has terrible tiles and exchanges, which is definitely possible in this bag. In that scenario, then Mack could then bingo another tile.
So if Orry has O, I, and there's 1 O left in the bag, you play off a U, Orry decides for some reason to exchange, or I think he wouldn't. I think he really would just play through and prevent you from getting 2 bingos, which would be the idea, the long-term idea of foliages. I'm looking at something like Bug from the B and Gambler, which Mack now has set up. It's almost as if we're communicating telepathically. There might be some way for Mack to draw a big X bingo after this, or even score something next turn and then draw the bingo next turn after that. There are 9 tiles in the bag, so Mack's going to get probably at least one more turn to score something and threaten something big. Is Bug the play? We think that it's not going to work out. We see Orry's rack. Orry can play Axed, AXED for 36, something very big like that, and he'll be just way too far ahead to win. But Mack needs to hope for everything to go his way at this point in the game. But if not, we are getting a game 5, folks. So, wow, what a turnaround.
Yeah, this is a huge comeback for Orry, and now he has the momentum, assuming that this game plays out as we're expecting it to, going into a 5th game. He'll have this momentum going for him. So it'll be really exciting if we get to see this game 5.
Yeah, Orry lining up Delhi, which fits for so many points to the right of Wag. That is 40 points for Delhi keeping the X. That's exactly what he actually wants to do here, just to keep the X to score. Mack's going to play Bug, or he's going to recognize that Delhi is still such a good play, but maybe he'll want to block Bugs if he wants to. Axed.
I think you play Axel. I think you play Axel and keep Denny, right?
Yeah, AXEL, keeping DENI in that spot on the bottom right looks really good. Or you just play Delhi now and keep the X to score with. I think all roads lead to a victory for Orry Swift. He's just going to double check what is there in the bag. There's a Y. How much can I get hit with a Y? Probably not enough. He's up 107, 147 after this play. Mack Meller drawing OOA. He knows it's over. $502 for Orry Swift. This is crazy. All right. Well, we got what we were kind of hoping for. The momentum has shifted in Orry Swift's favor. He has a 1-game chance after this victory to get the $10,000 prize, win his first ever national title. He's made it to the finals before, but he fell to Michael Fagan in 2022. Mack Meller also making the finals 3 years in a row. Even if he gets second again, he'll be happy with that. Orry Swift very much wanting this national title, and we all know he deserves it. He is such a strong player. He had the best record in the division coming in to the series, but he's facing the #1 player in North America. without a doubt, Mack Meller, he plays the most Scrabble. He has the highest rating. He's a national champion. We see his results. He is the best player in North America right now. But this is Orry Swift's stage. Can he take down Mack Meller, play the best Scrabble of his life? One more game remaining. Mack Meller playing Pooh of an OE. Another running joke between them. And we'll see what he draws out of the bag.
Yeah. Now Ori can just come down with something like expire between the E of flexion and the P of fizzes for something like 48 or 50 points.
Yeah, and of course already found it. He has no trouble seeing these disconnected moves. His play finding has been tremendous. His time usage also tremendous. He's thinking about putting the R on. Am I 100% sure expirer is a word? Even if he thinks that it might not be a word, he can't lose here. There's just no way. The unseen tiles don't even form a bingo. So whatever he does, he's fine. Morris, this is incredible.
Yeah, I think like even though these players are like close to 50-50 in any game, I think now the past your year you won, a game went to a game 5, right?
That's correct.
So I think, yeah, for 4 years in a row now, we're getting 5 games, which is just, I don't think that's actually the likeliest outcome. So it's really, really cool to see these sorts of 5-game series year after year after year. I'm pumped for this final game.
Yeah, it almost seems like karma believes in content. We love to see it go the distance. Any one game could go any which way, but after 28 games, cream is sure to rise to the top. Orry Swift has played lights out Scrabble for the entirety of this event, and he's continuing to play so strong against Mack, facing an opening bingo, coming all the way back, getting 4 bingos of his own to Mack's 3. And all he needs to do now is make a couple of plays, not let his time expire. He has 10 extra minutes if he goes overtime. See what he does. Expirer. Actually didn't mean to make that pun. Time expiration. But yeah. Crazy stuff, guys. At the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship, we will be having a Game 5 save for some bizarre occurrence. Chloe, would you want to stay and commentate the Game 5?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Morris, do you veto this, or are you okay with it?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Morris,
what if I said no?
You're the only person that I could imagine saying no as a joke to something like this. But I think we're gonna have Chloe stay with us. If you guys are cool with that in the chat, let us know. A huge shout out to you, Chloe. After 31 grueling games, come back and commentate. How fatigued are you after this?
Not very, honestly. I feel good. Coming into this, it's been a whirlwind past couple months. I would say since the Causeway Challenge, it's just been go go go, and this feels like no exception. So I've had a great time this tournament. It's been so much fun to be playing Scrabble again. It's my first Scrabble tournament in a year, so I've just been trying to enjoy the whole thing, and I'm happy to do a few games of commentary as well.
And Chloe has been living in Greece, teaching, and you plan to stay there and potentially take up the international lexicon. Is that still in the cards for you?
That's what I've been telling everyone. So it better, I'll be disappointing everyone if it isn't still in the cards. Yes, I think the plan is to start playing in international Scrabble tournaments. I am living not in North America. I'm living in Greece, like you said. So I am closer to tournaments now that are only offering the Collins lexicon. So that is the plan.
And Morris, on the other hand, you also don't play that many tournaments. We don't see you that often. You've been working, you've been staying busy, but you've been staying in the community. You've been doing a lot of work with regards to Scrabble engines. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, I shouldn't say I more just suggest Galaxy Brain's idea, the Discord for all of this for now. But yeah, I'm hoping to bring kind of the same sort of revolution we saw with like AlphaGo in chess when Google sort of created amazing chess engines. I'm hoping to see that in Scrabble. We've sort of kind of beefed up to almost maximum capability the kind of structure we've seen in engines like Maven and Quackle, with engines like Macondo and Magpie now. But I'm hoping we can kind of beef that up in a new way that will yield kind of some really interesting new ideas that computers can show us. So that's all hopefully going to happen in the next year or two.
And whenever Morris plays, it's always so fun to watch your thought processes. We love your analysis. Thanks for coming back to us while Mac challenges Expirer. I guess just because he can. It's a free challenge pretty much. Game is lost. Ends up being good. So Orry was right to play it, I guess. He's going to get another turn in this one and maybe get somewhat close to the 600 point mark in this game 4 of 5, the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. Some updates from the CSW side of things. I haven't heard anything in a while. I wonder if that is also still going on. Orry Swift going to get the final move here with NOO. We're going to get those standings for you very soon. And right now, it looks like a very, very close game in the Collins section between Austin Shin and Josh Castellano. 312 to 315 right now. Josh with the small lead. So it looks like potentially that also going the distance. And that's just more content for everybody. Love to see it. ONO is 14 points to the left of Expirer. That's Orry Swift's best outplay. Mack Meller can no longer make a move because he challenged the play of Expirer. Orry Swift's going to win by over 200 points. This is his second victory in 7 games against Mack Meller. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
584 to 367.
Yep, good game.
Had to turn around at some point, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't remember for sure if that's good. Doesn't matter at that point. But,
it was 100%.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I couldn't remember if that was one of the ER words that, or the
Yeah,
ER words
I
that
was
good.
thinking for so long just leaving the R off and seeing what
yeah.
odds I had.
I blew a bunch of spread, but it doesn't matter, thankfully. So I guess it might if we tie, but
I think at this point I'll probably have to tie.
yeah, it was probably gonna be true either way. So
Yeah. I wanted to play Worm Gear.
yeah, I should have played Wormiest, or you can play Diversely actually at the end there too. I just did not doubt, but
There were just too many triples
yeah,
available. Yeah. I actually kept HFX and
Oh wow, yeah.
But there's a ton of vowels. You draw
Yeah.
42.
Yeah, and at that point you're up enough to withstand the regular bingo, I think.
You just can't. Basically.
Yeah. No, it was just I couldn't withstand those 3 in a row there. I mean, I had to do that. I had 8 to you. I think I had to. Pretty bad spot at that point. Went down 70.
Selection was crazy. So.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, okay, that's just. Hated this mic. NUTT.
You want to play Worm Nut?
Kind of.
Yeah.
I think
Jeez.
exactly.
800 points.
Like that. Yeah. UOP, but which instead of overlaps, but I figured it's too good a spot for you too.
Defense? I was thinking, but I.
Reinvent?
Oh. I wasn't too concerned about it because they just didn't score.
Yeah.
You know.
We'll enjoy the show with the fluctuation.
I had I lined up to play again.
Alrighty, so round 4 is complete, everybody. We're getting a round 5. This is a best of 5. This is the most amount of games possible in this finals. Chloe is staying with us, so we're going to have Morris, Chloe, myself for the final round, calling the shots. We're going to take a break as well. So just to get the players set, I think both of them are going to want to take a little bit longer of a break than usual. It is going to a final game. Everything is riding on this game. 10,000 US dollars first place, 5,000 US dollars for second. Who's going to win? We'll find out just after this. Don't go anywhere, everybody. This is it. Welcome to Game 5 of the Best of 5 finals between Orry Swift and Mack Meller at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. I am Josh Sokol. Here with me in the booth, Chloe Fatsis and Morris Greenberg. Chloe, Game 5. This is what we were all hoping for, but it didn't look like this was going to happen.
No, it didn't. Mack got off to a 2-game lead. He was up 2-0 in this finals, and all of a sudden, Orry, taking the next 2 games, has put us into this 5th and final game. Winner takes all.
Absolutely. And Morris, it's always great to commentate with you. In terms of how do you think the momentum is going between Orry and Mack? I feel like it's shifted in Orry's favor, but like you said, anything can happen. Orry Swift is going first in this game, so he will get a slight advantage there. Do you have the numbers a little bit there between two equally matched players? I believe the number is 55% of the time.
Yeah, 55, 56, something like that. And to put it in context, recently, so I've been helping develop Makondo's recent inference algorithm. If you actually had perfect inference capabilities, basically you knew exactly what tiles your opponent kept on the previous turn, that only gives you a 53% advantage on average. So going first is better than being an oracle of what your opponent's tiles could have been.
It's better than like standing up and staring at your opponent's leftover tiles. So it is a big advantage, similar to chess. Also, while we're speaking about a 2-2 match, there's another 2-2 match. We just got confirmation Josh Castellano has won his 4th game against Austin Shin, also making it a best of 1 final game over at Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. If you're not watching that stream while watching this stream, I assume it's because of your internet or your computer, because there's no reason not to be watching the most exciting matchup of the year at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. We are in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The date or the location of the next championship have yet to be announced. So we don't know where we're going to be next year. Chloe Fatsis might be in Greece. I might be in Timbuktu. But we are also going to be waiting a little bit longer because the CSW game just finished. There's a little bit of delay before Orry and Mack are going to be ready. There was a little bit of controversy last year. The playing room was a little bit loud, but there was also a situation where an interview was happening right next door to the final game, and that distracted the players. Didn't end up mattering, but we want the players to be as focused as humanly possible, as locked in, with as little distractions as possible, so that they can go into this game playing at their best. And wow, if we watch Mack Meller, we know what his best looks like. He is finding things instantaneously. 9-letter words, 10-letter words. Seems like he has no limit to his play finding ability. But Orry, with the tactics, the board control, it's just so great to watch him try and navigate every unique position there is in Scrabble. Would you say Orry Swift has any advantages over Mack? In this series, Chloe, I've seen one advantage, and that is time usage.
Yes, definitely time usage. We saw in the game prior to this last one we watched in game 3, Mack was down around 10 minutes more than Orry. Mack was at like 7 minutes when Orry had 18, and then all of a sudden he was down to 1 or 2 minutes for his last moves of the game. So Mack certainly was taking a while on these earlier turns, and we even saw that in this most recent game, taking a while on the early turns, that Orry was able to play a bit quicker, and you sort of develop an advantage. You know, when your opponent is taking a while to make their first moves, you can think on their time, and then you make your next move quickly, and it's this thing that kind of spirals and spirals and can become a problem later in the game if the position is tight and close and it requires a lot of thinking.
Yeah, time is money, but I think time for the final game, that was the worst worst segue, but here we're panning to the board, guys. We're having a great time here. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Morris, for joining me, calling this final game. Let's hope for a close one. Orry Swift going first. Winner takes all. And whoever wins this, it'll be great for the game. Orry Swift actually, teaching at college, he's also taught a Scrabble class to his students, showing them some Will Anderson videos. We saw his shout out to Will Anderson last game with the Oleic FT rack. Orry drawing first. Mack has shaken the tiles. The bag is emptying itself slowly but surely. Will Orry be able to play quickly, put the time pressure on Mack Meller? Will he get off to a good start, a bad start? Will it be a close, closed, tactical game? Only time will tell. That is EEIRX and a third E and an S. So that is a pretty good opening rack in my book, Morris. But are we going to see a small cagey play of just X for 18?
That has to be the top equity play, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, like, it is slightly annoying. The counterplay gives to some extent, right? There are so many things that go in front of EX, but I think you just take it.
But Mack drawing Pageant as his opening rack, that will go down regardless. So Orry going to need at least probably one constant on his redraw. X for 18 coming down. Mack has a few different positionings of Pageant to look at here, but he cannot hook any of his letters onto EX. He doesn't have a 3-letter word. So do you play with PE and AX? I feel like that is the highest score and the best play, but we know Orry Swift has that S to hook onto Pageant and hit the triple. What is that draw? An L and an R. Reliers is Orry Swift's redraw. We're going to have a bingo exchange. We have a game, folks.
Yeah, so exciting. I do agree. I think that playing Pageant on top of EX with PE and AX, taking the points, highest scoring play is the way to go here. I don't think you can read so much that Orry has an S from that previous play, maybe slightly more likely than average, but either way, you take the points. But yes, this is an exciting start. It'll be a good game after this.
And I think Orry going to be able to get this Reliers play down reliably quickly. And we were talking about time usage. Like you said, Chloe, things can spiral if you're able to make your plays quickly. Your opponent has a decision. Suddenly you get to think on their time. In Scrabble, at the top level, 25 turns. That's around the average amount of turns per game. So with 25 minutes and 12 and a half turns a piece, you don't want to be taking more than 2 minutes on average. And right now, 1:14 used by Orry and less than a minute for Mack. But no tiles have been seen. Mack has to do his tracking before continuing. He wants to make sure he has everything written down and tracked before making a decision. You can get so lost in the sauce, so used to looking at the position if you're playing online. But look at that. Wow. Presidio instantly. He doesn't even need to turn his tiles over. Oh my goodness, 94 points for Mack Meller and a B and a W for Orry with a couple more consonants. This means most likely that we have.
Oh my God.
No.
Another bingo.
Oh my goodness. This is a shootout. Orry just needs to be sure that windable is a word. I mean, all of us saw it. So Orry's certainly going to see it. Will he be confident enough? We've seen his word knowledge so good, and he's not hesitating. Here it comes, 82 points for windable, and Mack Meller again needs to draw something here to maintain his tempo advantage in this one. He opened with a bingo, so he should be a little bit ahead in this one, 185 to 170, but he needs to draw an A, an E, or an O to hook onto that W or something through that W to keep the advantage. We don't know what's going to come out of the bag, but how exciting was this start, Morris?
Very exciting. I mean, the problem for us is the game's going to finish so quickly now. They've already played through 30 tiles. It looks like Mack won't be bingoing here. He draws the blank, though.
No, vacating. Oh
my God. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I just saw CVG, and I'm like, there's no way there's going to be a bingo. But no, you're right, vacating. Oh my God.
Oven-like is a word, but that's not going to play.
No Nova-like either, but he'll still get Invoke down on top of Windable for a lot of points.
Yeah, jeez.
Okay, Mack Meller is vacating the only bingo. Yes, 63 points through the eye in Presidio. It's probably not worth covering that triple, or is it, Morris? Is it worth
I think it might
sacrificing
be.
points to play VAT on the top rather than taking 63 now? That's such a huge spot.
I think this is very appropriate. The blank is worth like 26 or 27 points in a vacuum. That is 35 points. So versus 63, that's a 28-point sacrifice. You're keeping the blank here. And that spot at the top of the board, on average, should give Orry roughly 10 to 15 extra points per turn than if you don't cover it. That I think those two things together make it worth it to forego the bingo here.
Yeah, as much as we would like to see a 5th bingo in a row, I think you might be right. Chloe, do you agree? Covering the triple, keeping the NG for the I in Presidio, and the C and the G, not huge friends in the game of Scrabble. They don't really like each other. But do you agree that you would take 35 here and keep the blank?
Yes, I think I would. A lot of plays on top of Windable will score close to a bingo, and vacating itself isn't a super high scoring bingo. Of course, the I will be the biggest help for Mack in drawing a bingo if he goes with VAT. So for bingoing next turn for these ING words, there's some small chance that Matt could get like bogged down with consonants on his redraw. But I think still bingo chances are high. Take out the biggest scoring threats so that once he does get a bingo down, he actually is able to cement a lead instead of it just being like they're trading bingos again.
Wow, what a great decision. We agree with this one. Upon further reflection, Orry has no idea Mac actually had a decision here between bingoing and covering the spot. Invoke would have been 50-ish points. Now you get 42 with AWE, but definitely much worse than if the triple had been left open. I think Orry realizing there's no A, no E. This is my best score with a V and a K. 42 is quite nice. He'll take a 20-point lead, while Mack Meller is going to need just one vowel most of the time to bingo. But if he gets 3 consonants, he'll be saddled again. See what he gets out of the bag. Again, things are happening so quickly. Mack not even having enough time to do his tracking or his scoring. And they're going to dispute the score, just make sure that they have the right score in their hands. And there we go. Invoke is 42, 227 to 205. There's a second G, an S, and an N. So, is this a draw that doesn't result in a bingo? I believe so. This is not what Mac needed, but he's still in great position. Down 22 with a blank gang through the A of Windable. Looks pretty good to me, Chloe. Anything else you're looking at?
Yeah, just gang is what I saw as well. Gets rid of the clunkier G tiles on his rack, gets rid of the second N that he has. Keeps a very powerful leave, C, N, S in the blank. There's also a good balance of vowels and consonants left, so seems pretty likely he'll draw at least one vowel, which is really probably all he'll need to bingo next turn with the I of Invoke open, with the I and O of Presidio available. There are some vowels Matt can work with on the board.
And lots of consonants already played in this game. There's an equal amount of vowels and consonants, 26 to 27, which means Mac's more likely than usual to draw a vowel or 2 or 3, especially given that Orry only has 1 vowel himself. So in reality, there are actually 25 vowels and 21 consonants to choose from in the bag. Mac just double checking there isn't some weird 8-letter word here through an I, but gang looks pretty good. CNS is a very nice combination, especially on an open board such as this one. Morris, this is a great game. Is there anything else other than gang in this position you might consider?
I don't think so. I mean, you would love to keep one of the G's for the ING, right? The I in Presidio isn't going away super often, but I think there isn't an easy way to get rid of the second G without sacrificing a significant number of points or significant leave value. So I like this play. Orry, I think, will have an interesting decision after on how he wants the board to be shaped a bit. Right, there's going to be Hotly in a few different spots. Parallelly to Presidio, I think, is 27 points. Making Hex is also an option. So, yeah, it should be interesting what he decides to do here.
Yeah, or just 1 tile off of Tally-Ho. But Hotly now, he's looking through the O and Invoke. That's 27, keeping the LOT. But you were talking about playing the O, and that's what he's looking at now, blocking the IDIO of Presidio. And I don't think you need that O, Chloe. I don't think the O really helps your leave, especially with an unseen pool with so many vowels.
Yeah, I agree. I think the decision is between hotly parallel Presidio and hotly making hex. There is something to be said for how hotly next to hex obstructs a lot of the space on the board. It also prevents 7-letter words from coming down. Although of course at the tie game you're not worried, you're not in defense mode. But I think in terms of having some control over the board, it's an interesting option.
Yeah, or he's sorting through his options. TOLYL, also an option to the left of the IDIO, keeping that H to score with. He does have a small advantage on the scoreboard. The H is a great tile to keep to score with. You can even bingo with it sometimes. Now looking at the die to the right of Presidio, which to me, somewhere else, I mean, I don't think I'm playing those tiles. TOLL is not a good leave on this board. But look again at Max pull. 3 consonants. Where are those vowels? 4 U's remain. So many O's, so many E's. And it seems like Orry Swift has 9 lives in this game. Mack with that blank was able to bingo on VAT, chose not to, and he's facing the potential consequences of what we believe is the correct decision. If I were Orry, I think I would play hotly to the left of Presidio rather than through the O of Invoke. Normally, it is nice to keep a vowel with 2 consonants, but with this unseen imbalance, I believe it's worth parting with the O. Morris, what are you thinking?
I'm actually kind of liking the hex version for 2 fewer points. I think like it could really start to exhaust the board in a nice way. But he's going for this one with the O. It's interesting. I mean, or without you, I should say. But yeah, I think this sort of position is going to be quite instructive for what happens during the rest of the game. Right, like all these different options, they scored similarly. It really just changed what it does to the board. So this one is about as open of a choice as you could have.
Wow.
He would have had aleatory if he played in the other spot, though.
Draw for Orry Swift. Not seeing necessarily anything. No E for aeriolate. The Y not in the right spot for aleatory. But Mack now, with these 6 consonants, 2 S's, and a blank, it's just really hard to find a move. Is he going to play Jins, DJINS, through the I of Presidio? Is he going to leave the S off and set up an N hook? There's only 1 N remaining. Seems pretty good. In this position, Chloe, are you willing to give your opponent information about your leave if you play off the S for just 1 point in order to keep more balance? Are you okay with that? What can Orry do with that information?
I think with that information, Orry will become more concerned about the Presidio's hook. And yeah, go into a bit more of a defensive mode. It's just hard to deal with all of the bingo lanes on the board at once now. I think that's why I preferred one of the other hotly spots, either with hex or parallel Presidio. Just to start asserting some control over the board. I think the positioning that Orry chose is kind of just leaving things mostly as they are, opening some new, 7s lane maybe to the left of hotly. But I think in terms of, what do I want to telegraph to my opponent? Ideally, not much. I think I would hold on to the S.
The S can have more value than one expects it to. Djinn does set up the S for potential bingo with Djinns, which might be more defensive than a Presidio's bingo, or just a scoring play. And again, it just casts a shadow over Mack's possible leaves, or he's going to think, Mack has a lot of consonants, but which ones? It's very hard to figure it out. There's also the option to play JIN through the I of Invoke, setting up the D, or JINS for that matter, with 1 D remaining. Is that something you're thinking about, Morris, or are you just thinking about bingoing here if you're Mack?
I think it'd be tough to kind of move away from the bingoing idea after kind of thinking about that for a few turns in a row. The other thing about Jin is not only does it signal consonants, but I think by now, right, given how much time Mack is taking, I think Orry could probably deduce Mack has the blank by now. If he had another vowel with Jin, so like join, for instance, would play with an I, Gion with an E, I'm sure, or Jin through the N and invoke with another I. I think Orry might start to think about what sort of tiles could Mack have had over the past few turns, and I think he might come to the conclusion that Mack has a blank by now, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, this is a really interesting decision. It could also just mean, like, when you see Jin after such a long period of time, this could also just mean that Mack was close to exchanging with a lot of consonants, maybe 7 consonants. So I'm not really sure. I think this obscures Mack's range as well as possible. But for Orry, he's got other things to think about right now with his 7 1-point rack. Caught a little bit in the sticks, and he's going to need to get rid of an A and an O probably. Try to score some points. Chloe, it looks like there's a nice way to score here on top of the PAG of pageants. Is there anything else that you're considering in this spot other than Alar?
Yeah, you can do Alar. That would keep pretty well, scores well. You can also, if you really just want to get rid of the O and the A, you can play Oba through the B of Windable for fewer points. So either of those options is fine. I think just taking the points, though, makes more sense. I don't think the difference in the leaves is so much. But either is fine. Looks like Orry is setting up Oba.
I'll throw a crazy idea out. Do you want to make a 6-tile play below the D in Jin ever? I guess it really depends on what you read for Mack had, but you could do something like Areola there.
Yeah, Areola is a great idea. 2 blanks unseen to Orry, but also 4 U's. Mack didn't have any of those U's with the play of Jin, so I also like playing it short here. Orry going to take a small lead, but Mack about to bingo with Chouses for 92 points, making Presidios. That blank is an H, and this is a great defensive play. I don't think there's anything else to think about in the position. Mack has had enough time to look through his options. He's down to 14 minutes. He wants his time.
But
Orry
has Inflator.
Has drawn bingo of his own. So we have a game. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
The bingoing has resumed. Chow's is for 92, bringing Mack to 325. But Inflator will be 8 plus 3 plus 5. That is 66 points, I think. Is that how math works? No, 63 points. I tried for Inflator, bringing Orry to 334. So Mack actually might have turned the tables despite Inflator coming down soon. Orry is holding this word. He has every incentive to let it go if he has any small doubts, because he has Inflator available. But does he not recognize this play? Chouses, Presidios? Does he think Presidio might not take an S? Does he think Chouses isn't a word? I think he's letting it go and playing Inflator, but a little bit of hesitation there. Orry still in great shape time-wise. And Mack, first dibs at drawing the final blank. Will he draw it? Will Orry draw it? Will it remain in the bag? Again, we have a situation where both racks are totally empty. 334 for Orry, 325 for Mack. Because it's Mack's turn, he'll have a little bit of an advantage in general, but it all depends on what comes out of the bag. They're going to fix their scores once again before drawing tiles. The drama, the teasing is huge, Morris Greenberg. I cannot wait to see what comes out of the bag.
Yes, but one thing to monitor is this board is starting to get exhausted. All these bingos at the beginning of the game, they kept kind of creating new areas of the board, but now those areas of the board are starting to get filled up. And because there's been 6 bingos played already, it might be tough after these next 2 turns to actually have 7 contiguous tiles anywhere on the board. So neither player drew the blank, but it might be that the blank won't be best used for bingos by the end of this game.
This is crazy. Is Mack Meller going to leave the T of Inflator open, allowing Orry to play Dits for 72? keeping EEEO. That will not be a killer blow, but it'll be a huge one. Mack's best play on points and leave looks to be farm through that R of Presidios, scoring very well. Is that T really that dangerous from Mack's perspective? There's an H, a Y. Those are pretty big tiles, but I think the biggest deal in this bag is the blank. There's also a Q. There's also a bunch of U's, a lot of weird stuff. So because of that, I feel like Mack is incentivized to just work on his own rack, play something like farm. The leave isn't great, AEMU, but the U is okay when you have an M, but it's the first U out of 4. So is there a play here, Chloe, that keeps no U? Fume? F-U-M-E? Can you play that anywhere reasonable?
No,
Flume?
really. Yeah, I guess I don't think there's reason to be worried about the T of Inflator. There's only a few tiles that could really do much damage there. But I guess if you want to get rid of a U, you could play something like Mute through the T. I just don't think that's worth it at all. I think Farm makes a lot more sense here.
I can't be feeling great though. He's down 9 points. There's a blank out. His letters aren't great. He doesn't have great options to him in the future, and there's a bunch of openings on this board. You were talking about it, Morris. The board is getting exhausted, but right now, tons of space to the left of Inflator, even to the left of Hotly. If a play gets made through the H of Chowses, even more space will open up. So right now, there are some immediate threats to Mack Meller's small lead after the play of farm, but I think you just go for that, and then he's going to get hit hard with bits. He's going to need to draw something good out of this bag to keep his hopes of winning his second championship alive. Let's see if he decides on farm with 11 minutes remaining. Wants to make a decision soon. He doesn't want to suffer the consequences of time trouble. Chloe, how fast is Ditz going to come down after farm?
I'll give it 4 seconds. No, that's maybe even too much. I think, yeah, that seems like an instant decision. I mean, there is a risk that Orry draws a ton of vowels after the play of Ditz. It'll keep 3 E's and an O, and he's going to be drawing into a pretty vowel-heavy bag. We have 14 vowels and 11 consonants remaining. So there's some risk there, but there's no other play to consider here. You take these points and go.
Yeah,
So-
briefly considering a far to keep both M's. You want to speak a little bit about that, Morris? Maybe keeping 2 M's a little bit safer with so many vowels remaining.
That's what I was going to say. It looked like a curious decision at first until you realized from Mack's perspective, the bag at the time was 16 vowels to 11 consonants. And at the beginning of the game, there's 60 consonants, 40 vowels, or I guess depending on how you count the blanks, but roughly 60% consonants. So it's good that Mack's already locking into this nuance.
Ooh.
The Q there is actually a pretty good tile for Mack holding the U. Now the other U's in the game are going to be really bad for Orry, for instance. Yeah, I like that Mack sort of already indicated that he's aware of the nuances of this bag.
Yeah, the Q drawn with the U, but I don't see a great spot for it right now. This might be just saddling Mack. You might have to keep it for another move, maybe play through one of the ends on the top left of the board. Orry counting the tiles from our perspectives here, 18 tiles unseen, including 4 U's, a Q, and a blank. So the play of Ditz for 72 is great on score alone, and it blocks part of the board, but you could have some disaster draws and be stuck with vowels for many, many turns on end. So Orry actually pivoting to considering zone through the N of invoke for 50 instead. He doesn't want to float that D out in space to let Mack bingo to it, but I feel like you cannot sacrifice 22 points at this scoreline.
Yeah, I was wrong in my prediction of how long it would take for him to make this play, but I think this is the right call. I don't think that sacrifice is worth it. And zone through the N of invoke would open up big plays through the Z anyway. That would allow Mack to score quite a bit of points on this board. Bingos aren't the only thing to be worried about when you make a play like zone. So I think you have to.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
There's the blank, folks, with 6 vowels, but Orry will have the opportunity to exchange down next move. There's enough tiles remaining that is an option open to him. What a humongous draw for him, though. Up 50 points against the champion. Mack Meller, 2024 champion. Mack, with a decision on his hands, does not have a Q play. Like, just QUA and AD, that cannot be good enough. So mono potentially through the N of Invoke, keeping QUAE might be Mack's best shot here. But slowly but surely, this board is going to die. Dit's forking the board in some manner, but you can maybe consider a Y hooking onto that later on. There's a Y unseen, but the D is a big, big spot on the board. If Orry just plays through it next turn after mono, Mack might not have enough to come back into this game with just the Q. So suddenly the door seems to be closing. This is what you were talking about, Morris, with the board getting exhausted. This is a very, very uncomfortable position for Mack Meller.
Yeah, so a few things. One, Orry, right, it looked like he counted literally every tile in the bag. My suspicion is that with Dits, he thought, okay, I'm keeping such a horrendous leave of EEEO that I want to make sure I have the opportunity to potentially exchange next turn. So, right, by counting out that there were actually 18 tiles remaining, he thought, okay, I'll play off 3 now, that'll leave 15. Mack, even if he gets a bingo, I will still have enough ability to exchange at that point. So, right, if there were only like 10, though, instead of 15, then that's a bit scarier of a proposition since you need 7 tiles to exchange.
So is it time for Mack Meller to actually be a little bit more desperate? I just talked about mono through the end and Invoke. That's 22 points. Mack can play Moo below the ES of Chouse's for 16 points. Is he, because of how long Orry took, Chloe, on the play of Dits, can he try and infer that Orry had too many vowels and will not be able to effectively block the openings that Moo creates? Is that crazy?
It seems a bit crazy, but I agree. I think it creates some different lanes on the board. These are high-scoring, powerful lanes. I think you can read, yes, if Orry had a balanced leave after Dits, he would have played that very quickly, a lot quicker. So there must have been a reason why he took so long there. It is a bit desperate. I might wait one more turn. But you also want to create some like upside for this Q moving forward, some way that it can hit hard. After mono, it's kind of the same situation with the Q. There's not a great spot for it unless he draws into some big bingo. Nothing that I'm seeing at least yet.
Well, Quare or Quate after Mew, right? Sort of thing, right?
If he's doing it,
wow.
What amazing resource for Mack Meller, recognizing the danger in the position, the board getting closed. I love this for him. And Orry, despite having this blank, probably scared to death right now. What is Mack Meller up to? And I cannot do anything about it. I think he's going to first consider trying to block the spot that Mack just opened.
Burn the blank, EMEU underneath.
EMEU. That is insane. Mack has drawn a T for Quate, but 2 I's to go with it. Yeah, what can Orry do? I think you fight fire with fire here, Morris. He could play NEEM and OE and just play one of his vowels, but what is he considering? V from the V and Invoke? Isn't this the time to exchange? Wow,
It scores enough, though.
This?
18 points, keeping 4 vowels still, drawing into a still vowel-heavy bag. Seems like he could just draw 2 more vowels, get hit super hard in one of these 2 spots, still not really be able to use the other one effectively.
There's the T and an H. Oh, wow. My goodness. Is that good enough for Orry Swift? Has he drawn into anything through the D of Dits as a 7-letter word? Not quite, but those 2 consonants huge for him. Mack Meller looking into the bag, not quite literally looking, but he's thinking about what's
Here
left.
unto though plays, right? Here unto.
Oh my God, it does. My God, and he's seen it. It looks like, or he looks like he's seen it, or not. Maybe he's lining something else up. But here unto through the R of inflator. Mack Meller, if he does not block it and Orry sees it, I cannot see Mack winning this game. He has 51 points on offer, tying the game with Quite, either with EME or MOOT. Then what? Here on 2 comes down, Mack would have to bingo out to win the game.
and the bag is so bad he can't. Right, there's 2 more U's left from Mack's perspective. Right, like it's just Orry has basically most of the good tiles left.
Mack has 5 minutes. Orry has 16 minutes to find here unto. He'll have all the time in the world to look for it. How is Mack going to block that? There's no path here that I feel makes any sense for him. If he plays quite, I feel like he wants to play it with Moot because I feel like he is still behind in this game and wants to leave options to Bingo open on this board. Chloe, do you prefer playing with Moot or with EME here?
I think you play with Moot. It seems like it's a bit harder to deal with the other spot from Orry's perspective. Maybe. I think, though, there's an interesting thing of what do you read from Orry's play of V? Because almost all the time, your opponent, when they see a play like Moo come down, they're going to do anything they can to block it. You know, if he had OE, he would have at least tried to partially obstruct, you know, one of these lanes, maybe. Maybe not if he wants to leave one of them open to counter one of Mack's plays. But I think a play like V implies that Orry was very vowel heavy, right? He couldn't effectively deal with both of the spots that Mack opened up. But he was confident enough to not do any sort of partial block in his future options. So I think you can kind of infer maybe he has the blank here.
What is
He's
Mack
gonna block it. Quiet.
Wait a second. We didn't see this play. This makes so much sense. QUAI and ID, keep the T, keep the consonant. I think this is the right play for Mack Meller. Instead of taking 51, take 36, but leave everything open. He looks like he's about to make the decision 3 minutes to go. Mack Meller, you have to go now. If he doesn't play QUAI, he will almost certainly lose. But if he does, it's a game still, with Orry still having the advantage, of course, with his blank. But there it is, like as if he has eyes in the front of Orry Swift's head. QUAI for 36. It's not quite committed, but there he goes. Wow. EEHOTU blank now for Orry. How do you continue this game? I think you have to cover those 2 triples that are open now.
Yes, I think something just like HET, making SOH and OE would deal with both of the spots. Those are the biggest threats on the board, and I think Orry will have to deal with those.
Or, Morris, is it time to again fight fire with fire? Orry has such good tiles in comparison to the unseen ones. He can't block everything at once. Can't block the D of Dits. Can't block the lane underneath Moo, to the right of Moo either at once. Will he play something like HUE for 6 from the blank H of Chouses just to keep his best possible bingo leave? Is that crazy? Or is he going to play some defense here?
I think... So I might do Ute underneath MOO, something like that. I bet you can draw into triples a lot of the time as a maybe not with this pool, but like something like that could be a really good idea to shut down that area and make that still an exclusive spot for you. I might be looking at crazy ideas like that.
Yeah, you would be looking at crazy ideas like that. Mack Meller has drawn 2 consonants and hasn't drawn a U, and he's actually hit Diatribe. Wait a second. Oh my goodness. Diatribe threatened by Mack Meller. If Orry decides to play defense here, Diatribe will come down and Orry will be absolutely helpless to bingo on that board. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. This is insane.
Wow.
What is Orry thinking about? He has an E separated. Is he going to slow down, make a decision? We thought he was going to be able to play his bingo, but suddenly Mack Meller is drawn into a bingo of his own. Is Orry going to repeat what Mack just did and somehow block the wrong spot? It doesn't feel at all possible. If Orry chooses offense, he can still win this game. But if he chooses defense, this will be Mack Meller's title. 13.5 minutes to go. This is the most important decision of the series for Orry. Diatribe threatened on Mack Meller's rack. He will need absolutely none of his remaining 3 minutes to make that play. You can't block the tee. There's no play there, Chloe.
Yeah, there's no reason. I don't see anything that seems worth playing there for Orry. What is the best offensive move though now if you go the offense route like we're talking about?
Eku through the C, setting up an S, HUE setting up an E.
I would say X's, right, just plop the one E down, I think. Maybe that doesn't hit enough, but that hits with like Euthan. That'll hit with the C. That'll hit with a lot of tiles, I think.
Is that what Orry was considering with his E? If he drops it, so many draws will hit in 2 spots, through the D of Dits or underneath Moo. That might be the right way to go here. He also has Hexos in that spot, Hexose, for an extra score. That might be enough to outrun some bingos through the D, but certainly not Diatribe. And if he doesn't draw a bingo to come back, that'll be it. So he has to do some math here. What happens if Orry draws a second U and plays X's? Does that work? What happens if he draws an O, an I, an E, an A? All of the tiles unseen to Orry are his friends. He needs to work with those to try and figure out if the one tile play works out for him. If not, he has to consider something else. He already has considered other things. This is such a tough decision, and I think Orry knows how much is riding on it. I would like to look up, Chloe, what happens if Orry plays 1E here?
Yeah, that seems like the best fish, right? You're keeping both of your consonants, and it scores well as well. You need to keep a bit of scoring pressure on to make sure that your bingos will score enough to beat Mack's bingo that we're assuming he'll be getting down.
Yeah, the T in pageants is actually also a potential lane for Orry. But yeah, if he draws an A, he can only bingo with the D of Dits. If he draws an I, he's good. If he draws an O, he has out echo underneath the EM, and that's it. But Diatribe would not block that, and he would win the game. The R works beautifully, of course. The consonants are much better to draw than the vowels. With a B shout will fit underneath, but nothing through the D. So it's not a guarantee for Orry Swift. Of course, the U is the disaster draw for him out of the bag. The Y, Euthan, mentioned. That's actually amazing find by you there. Is possible. T, I think, would lose as well. So it feels like if Orry drops an E right now, he has just a little bit over 50% chance to win this championship. Why? There are 6 tiles in the bag. After 1 tile play, 5 tiles in the bag. Mack Meller will play Diatribe no matter what. There is no other way for him to approach the situation as far as I'm concerned. And after Diatribe, the bag will be completely empty, giving Orry one opportunity. He is playing here out.
Oh no.
This is not a word. And if he plays this, he will lose the game on the spot. He's designated the blank, hit his clock, and I think this is getting challenged. Actually, hold on. This brings him to 513. Mack Meller is going to play Diatribe for 86 and win the game, I think, if he just lets this go. He has to do the math with 2.5 minutes left. I actually think Mack Meller has to accept this word to win the game, or he's going to draw 7 out of the bag, 6 out of the bag. And I think just lose by a tiny little margin here. Oh my goodness. Are we going to see a phony accepted? Orry has 22 on his rack, 432 to 513. Mack Meller only needs 81 to win this. He's got 2 minutes to make sure the math is correct. And Diatribe will win the game Will Mack Meller challenge? He can if he's 100% sure, but I think he's going to let it go. Even Mack Meller with the best word knowledge in the game is just going to double check the scores and let this go. It doesn't even matter if the blank is a Q, an A. If you're not 100,000% sure, I think you let this go. What is going on? I can't believe we're going to end on this note.
Yeah, Mac is just checking his tracking to make sure that the calculation is correct, that he knows exactly what Orry has, and Orry has realized what Mac has on his rack. I think he sees how this game is going to shake out once this bingo of Diatribe comes down.
Oh my god.
Oh, so brutal.
Mack Meller will become the 2026 Scrabble Players Champion in a ridiculous final game. Let's listen to the overhead mic for one last time. Mack Meller, two-time champion. Orry Swift, just a few points out.
All right, 496. Yes. 22, 518. Yep. Let's recount.
Yeah, this is no good. I intentionally let go because you're out. Yeah.
18.
Right. The game will be recounted, after which Mack Meller will have won by 5 points. While this is happening,
I don't know.
just
But
want to say thank you to Chloe and Morris for calling these games. What an insane finish. Can't believe what we just witnessed. Chloe, I'm kind of beyond words here.
Yeah, that was not how we expected that one to play out. The tough ending to what was a really exciting game and a really hard position for Orry there on that turn. There were so many different options to consider and approaches to consider. So that was a really, really hard spot he was in.
Yeah, Morris, I mean, if you have any level of confidence that hear out is a word, you play it and win almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, like, was Diatribe, I think, probably the only bingo left in the bag. There were no other E's left. Maybe there was one or two other things, but very, very unlikely given the ugly 6 tiles that Orry ended up with.
Yeah, I think he can take solace in the fact that hear out wasn't a word, so he was losing a lot of games regardless after that swing, but man, that is not what we expected. Not a good way to go for Orry Swift. His chances at the championship squandered in one.
I had to bingo. Oh my god.
So we will be interviewing Mac after this game.
Presidio's got right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Orry was holding play of Presidios on Chows's.
What?
Okay, hang on.
I probably didn't do that. 5, 7, 42, 92. 63. 33. 72. 16. 10. 15. 496 plus 2, 518 to 513.
Thanks.
Sorry guys, can you do that again with the...
I'm sorry, man. I was really lucky too.
All right, the pictures are being taken. Mack Meller will be sent up for an interview. If anybody has any good questions for Mac, we might be able to use some of your questions in the chat. But anyways, I mean, we're a bit deflated because that was insane. But Mack Meller has won his second national championship in 3 years. Are you kidding me, Morris?
Yeah, this reminds me, I'm from Boston, so this reminds me of like the Patriots back in the day of just like make it to the Super Bowl, win sometimes, lose sometimes. But yeah, Mac, just an incredible fighter, an incredible player. I mean, 3 times in a row going to 5 games, both this time and the other time he won, it came down to the final 2 plays. Just such a resilient player.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think anything could top the ending of the 2024 championships. If you haven't watched that, go back on YouTube and watch it. But this might have topped it. I don't know, Chloe.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Mac. So amazing. 2 times in 3 years, 3 finals in a row. An amazing and deserving champion. So happy for him, and I'm so excited to hear what he has to say in a little bit.
Yeah, 5 points between Orry Swift and Mack Meller in the final game, and 1,031 total point game. Very apt. These 2 guys, they know how to score. They know all of the words from 2 to 8, even 9 letters long. What a banger to end things. We're going to get Mac sent up here eventually. Until then, I think we're going to say goodbye to Chloe. Morris, you can stay. Don't worry. And we'll interview Mac. And after that, we'll interview whoever wins the CSW game. Haven't heard who it is yet. The game might still be in progress. But Chloe, thank you for joining me impromptu for the last 2 rounds.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It's been so much fun to get to watch and talk about these games with both of you. Thank you, Morris, for having me in, welcoming me into your stream. And thank you, Josh, for carrying this whole stream, all 31 games plus the 5 of the final, I guess, something like that. So it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chloe. Okay, so we're going to take a short break, get Max set up in here. We'll have an interview with the 2026 SPC champion, winning $10,000 and bragging rights for the rest of his life. One of only 3 people, I believe, that's won multiple national championships, maybe 5 people.
4.
This is extremely short. Yeah, maybe 5, 6.
Or 5, 5, yeah, 5. Yeah.
I'll figure it out. But it is insane. It is an incredible achievement. That's just all I'm trying to stress. Chloe, thank you. Morris, thank you. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the interview for Mack Meller. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, here we have it. And let Morris Greenberg be the first person to say,
Congratulations, Mac, on being one of the very few two-time Scrabble Player Champions.
Thank you, Morris. I appreciate it. That was I'm not really sure where to start with that one. I mean, I thought when I won in 2024, that was as crazy as it could get, and then that happened. So
it's going to take a while to process things, but while you are alive, exhausted, and well, we are so, so proud of you, Mac. We're so grateful to get to watch you play, make such incredible decisions over the board. And you're as deserving as anybody, as deserving as Orry, to become the 2026 repeat national champion. The only person that's done this faster than you is Nigel Richards. How does it feel?
Yeah, I think as it did before, it hasn't really sunk in yet. I mean, it's funny because last year when Nigel Peltier beat me right in the last game, it was decided very early, so things kind of sank in. Then both of my wins now, it was literally the very last play, so it's gonna take a while to fully process it. But you know, before I say anything else, I just want to give my utmost respect to Orry. He played an awesome tournament and an awesome match, and he scarcely he doesn't deserve to lose, not even scarcely. It's just you know, if I draw one different tile out of the bag after Quay, it's his, and that's just how it goes sometimes. You know, he played super well in all of the games. You know, he may have even outplayed me, I think, in a couple of the games, and he honestly deserved it just as much as I did. And yeah, I mean, this was just an absolute roller coaster of a tournament. I know for myself, certainly. I mean, starting out well and then losing 5 in a row and then winning 10 in a row. And then for Orry, I know as well, he had his ups and downs. But yeah, I just want to say he played so well. And yeah, it really sucks that, honestly, that someone had to lose this. But I really want to send him my best. And I want him to know that he really deserved to be there. And I want to see him back because he's going to win. At least he definitely will. So I really hope he keeps at it.
Yeah, we do too. It's so great to watch him play too. He could have won. It was just a coin flip at the end there. It was just such a crazy roller coaster, like you said. And unfortunately, yes, someone has to win, and sometimes in some of the most brutal circumstances. But Orry is such a deserving finalist. If he had won that, I think he would feel the same way that you're feeling now, just such a mix of emotions. It's so great to see you back here, Mac. Congratulations on winning. And I'm not going to keep you much longer. We'll analyze these games ourselves. Mac and I, after this tournament, are off to your home state of Kentucky to just chat about this tournament probably for 95% of the time we have together.
Yeah, I guess we have about 9 hours or so in the car tomorrow, and yeah, we have a lot to talk about. Like I said, right now my brain is just completely mush from all of the Scrabble the last 5 days, I guess it was, and I can tell I'm still like the adrenaline is just gonna wear off, and I'm gonna absolutely crash tonight probably while we're out having dinner, because that's what happened last year. And like I said, I still just am kind of processing everything. It all kind of just feels like a blur, and it's going to take some time. But yeah, we will definitely have a lot to talk about. And I don't even want to think about having to start making videos about all this, because that.
But you are. That's incredible. You're so driven with the content, and you know what? Both times you won, it was the most ridiculous content ever. So it's just in your blood, it seems, at this point, creating these entertaining moments for everybody to watch, for everybody to enjoy. And the Scrabble world is so much better off with you in it, Mac. Congratulations. You deserve to rest now. We're going to let you go. The 2026 national champion, Mack Meller. Congratulations, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right, let's take a break. and we will have another interview coming your way soon with the CSW winner. Don't go very far. More Scrabble talking. Okay, everybody, here I am with the CSW Scrabble Players Champion 2026, Josh Castellano. Reverse sweep, 2 reverse sweeps. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. It's still a little surreal. I'm still taking it in. Yeah, I don't think it's fully hit me yet, but yeah, it feels pretty good. I did not expect this to happen. So yeah, pretty amazing.
Morris, what, if anything, do you have to say about this ridiculous, amazing result other than congratulations?
Thank you.
Well, first, congratulations, Mazel Tov, whatever
Thank you.
else you want to say. The other thing I'll just ask is, did you feel like the tournament you played last month in Thailand, did you feel like that sort of stamina you needed for that helped you at all in this sort of situation where you kind of needed to grind out 3 wins in a row?
I don't think it made a huge difference. I guess like that tournament the way it helped was I just understood that, okay, you need to play fewer phonies. That was the takeaway from that, and that's I think what helped me here. That Thailand, I actually played a lot of phonies. It was really bad, like 5. Here I didn't play any. I went too far and chickened out of like a bingo or 2, but having not played phonies, I feel pretty good about that.
And now having won a second championship in just a couple of years, what are your aspirations? What can you still win? World Championship? What's your next big event? What are you trying to do with all these wins, Josh? I mean, you're scaring me.
No, I'm just trying to get better at playing Scrabble. That's, if you try and really, go for the win and you really want to win, that's, I don't know. It doesn't feel great when you come up short, but if you just go in trying to play your best, you can, that's, I feel like, more achievable, and that's a better goal. But yeah, my next big one is World Cup.
Yep.
So I'll be there. Yeah, so looking forward to that one.
Great. And so you have a very specific, I guess, brand of studying. You're studying definitions of words. I think you're up to around 6. Am I allowed to say?
You're allowed to say.
Yeah,
I tell
6
people.
letters.
Yes,
6 letters long.
yes.
And you work so hard at trying to just master the lexicon. But for those watching who are newer to Scrabble, who are interested in trying to improve quickly, just give them a little bit of advice, because, I mean, you're such a role model for so many people.
Oh, thank you. I guess the first, you mentioned definitions. I actually probably would not recommend definitions for most people. It's probably better to just anagram more words, but maybe if that's what gets you really to study, that's ultimately the best way. So if that is definitions, you should do that. But it's probably more productive to just anagram stuff. And as for, general, advice, yeah, I don't know, just go in, don't try to get wins, just try and play your best. You're not playing against your opponent, really, you're just playing against yourself, is one of the ways I look at it. And also, well, for me in particular, I'm playing against the clock. Usually most people don't do that. I'm playing against the clock.
Yeah, that we have seen that in a lot of the streamed games. Mack was actually also under immense time pressure in a lot of games, but both of you came away with the win. You also are somebody who loves analyzing your games. If that's something you're passionate about too, that's a great way to improve as well. Of course, you need to learn some words and, do both. And Josh likes to do both. And he's always just trying to improve, trying to ask questions, trying to analyze his games as soon as possible after rounds. So congratulations, another worthy champion beating Austin Shin in 5. We're going to have you go down to the prize room ceremony now. Everybody is waiting for you, and us and everybody. And we could see sort of the room in our little nook here is pretty dark now, but they're going to turn the lights on. They're going to get everything prepared. We're going to bring the champions and runners up down for their awards, for their well-deserved applause. Congratulations again, Josh. Well done. We'll see you in Williamsburg very, very soon. All right. Thanks, everybody. I think this is it for us, me and Morris. I think we're out. Morris, thank you so much for commentating with me for these finals. It's always such an absolute pleasure to be with you in the booth.
Oh, actually, I need to make one correction. I did play one phony against one of the Yankees. It was an outplay. It needed to be. If it was good, I win. If it's not, I lose. So that is I kind of forgot about. Just want to correct the record.
I can't top that ending, so let's just cut right here.
Okay, bye everyone. Thank you so much for watching.
play all the time. So I never make it until the end. But I just like that Max. I just picture you as like a 12-year-old trying to set the world record or whatever. Yeah. So right. So you don't
Let's hear it for Josh Noble. No, actually. Josh broadcasted more words than one ever spoke. Thank you. Can we do a proper introduction from Mack Meller, the two-time champion, Mack Meller. You guys enjoy the live stream? Incredible game, just 8 bingos and 2 500-point scores. You may never see that again in a final game. Mack, did you lose a lot of calories during that game?
Yeah, I would say I think I'm gonna probably crashing the dinner table. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question, Mr. Martin. What? You took a long time before you played Quay. And we were wondering in the room what your thinking might have been before you played Quay. I mean, in the room we saw that Orry had here unto. And we were wondering maybe if you had parsed out all the bingos that were possibilities, because even though Quay did score a lot of points, it was an unusual spot to play with other spots on the board that were available. Come over here.
Yeah, no, I've already been getting a lot of questions about that play, and the biggest reason actually has nothing to do with blocking. The pool was quite bad from my perspective, and the biggest thing was Orry had just played off 2 E's in that pool, and I figured he probably had at least one, if not both of the other ones, and with the open D, I felt I absolutely had to keep my E at all costs. And playing on the bottom or on the right, be a tie game, 5 in the bag, keeping AI with a terrible lead in that pool, I just didn't really like my chances, so I felt I'm probably going to need to bingo to win the game. I play ITE, not loving my chances with that pool, but I have multiple spots, and I did think if Orry bingos in one of the lines and I bingo in the other line in the triple, I'd probably do it by single digits based on the score. So I did sort of think that might happen, but obviously it's not like I saw a diatribe before I drew it or saw any particular threat. Like I just didn't like my chances, mainly after the more straightforward options, and I felt I was in a bad position and had to had to go more outside the box. And I guess it worked out somehow. Yeah.
We can do CSW first. Thank you, Alan. Fortunately, my remarks will be mercifully brief before I get to hand the mic over to my colleague, Jeffrey Nelson. Again, with 20 people, we only have 5 prizes to go over. We will start with the Seniors Trophy, highest finishing player 60 and over, with a record of 17 and 14 minus 121, going from 1679 to 1811, a gain of 132 rating points. The trophy goes to Bob Lim. Just one class prize, the Class B prize, finishing best among people seated in the bottom half.
with a record of 18-13 plus 306. $400 goes to Charles Reiki. By the way, I can confirm that this is Charles walking up. This is one of the highlights of my week was finally, after years, learning how to tell them apart. I could tell you all, but then I would have to kill you all because it is a secret, and I promised that I would keep it to myself, but it'll be good to know for the future. Coming in third place with a record of 20.5, 10.5, and this is after starting 1 and 6. So for the past 3.5 days, he went 19, 4, and 1. $500 and third place goes to Alex Seaholm. Coming in second place with a record of 20-8 before the finals, losing the finals in that fifth game 3-2, winning $1,000 for second place, Austin Shin. And I guess it's just 2024 all over again. Then we're in a state that begins with I and ends with A, and we're handing the same two people big checks. So this person also won a North American Championship in 2024. An honor to give him all that he deserves this year. 19.5, 8.5 going into the final, 3 and 2 in the final. $4,000, the trophy, and the title of North American Collins Champion, Joshua Castellano.
I wasn't expecting to say anything, but thanks everyone for being here. I guess that's all I have to say.
How many phonies did you play?
I play. Oh yeah. So I guess while I'm here, I can correct. Maybe I don't know if everyone saw, but I did play one phony. I just wanted to straighten that out. Apologies. I needed it to win. Yeah. Played it against that guy there. No. If it was good, I won. If it was no good, I lost. Simple. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Probably don't study definitions unless you really want to. And yeah, if you're going to World Cup, I'll see you there. Woo!
Josh was Collins, and he's a man of few words. Mr. Nelson, Division I leader.
All right. Well, if Josh offered few words, I hope to pick up the slack if that's all right with the assembled community. Good afternoon, my assembled playmates. I've been an attorney player for 20 years. 15 of it as attorney and club director in Vermont. For the past several Julys, I've abandoned my cocooned fields and orchards for the summer camp of the mind, where we, instead of rakes and hoes, we have racks and pros. And rather than exert some dominion over the flora and fauna, I attempt and sometimes succeed in exerting some control over the megafauna. And I would love to give you some of the color for the Division I. Before I do that, I would like to officially give you notice that the hats of librarians, father's confessor, hall monitors, We have a new hat for the attorney directors, and this time, as a attorney player came to me bleeding profusely, not breathing, that I know of, I was able to render first aid with my bag of holding in a record 45 seconds from my backpack. So I would like to say that if you ever are injured and need to be bandaged, I'm available to you. The other function I perform for my grateful staff, I believe, is I provide caffeine. Keeps safe on both sides of the patron-customer communities. But I can guarantee you that mathematically that from my striding up and down the aisles of Division I, that no one has hoovered more bingos up in my mind, theoretically, than I have. I've gathered a number of them to give you a sense of the bingos that we did not see on the stream. Of course, we saw some fabulous ones. It was the place speak for themselves. But if you were to have visited the Division I, you may have seen bingos like stenosed, beclowns, systolic, diazinon, ostracode, Orry's superstar as a 9-letter word on the second to the last, I believe, annotated game. Cludiad. That last one, there was both a valid cludiad, and then there was one where someone spelled it with a Y. So that was a creative endeavor on your part, and I actually think it was successful. Also, epilyric. So we did see quite a number of great words. Of course, it's not all just the words; it's the strategy and the guile employed therein. But I do have a number of awards that I've been entrusted and I'm proud to offer for those people that competed and proved their best in our little play games. The first award I would like to offer is, and keep in mind the color that I'm delivering to you is, of course, half of that, the 20 years is often pales in comparison to the extraordinary experience that our awardees have had. In this case, the seniors trophy for first place, a person who first played their tournament game 48 years ago, the man who could simply be known in most cases, in most attorneys, as simply Joe. That attorney performance with 18 wins goes to Joe Edley. And starting with the class prizes, the Class C, second place, finishing 11th in the overall tourney, winning $150 out of California. The winner of the Cooper Komatsu sort of look-alike contest, winning $150, Jim Birch. Coming in 9th place overall in the C class, in first place, having played 19 years worth of attorneys off and on, having an amazing 50% payout expectation. That is to say, half of all the tournaments he's competed on that are recorded, he has cashed in 50% of them. 19 years worth of attorneys, that's Menachem Rosenberg. Coming in 12th place overall, ranking 3rd in the Class B class prize, a stellar rate of only 3 years in the game, winning $100. The Pride of Pennsylvania, winning with 17 wins, Evan Chester.
That's debatable. Absolutely. Thank you. Big window. That's for
The next prize in Class B, second with a 10th place performance overall, after 12 years of playing in tournaments, winning $150, also 17 wins, Jonathan Lynn. Okay. In 8th place overall, this is a player out of Texas who had an amazing finish. I believe he had a 12 win streak towards the end, which, as we know, we would much rather do very well in the end rather than at the beginning and go out with a whipper. I think having played for 21 years, winning $200, and of course his son having won a great school Scrabble prize as well, Joe South. And now on to the overall ranking prizes. Having played for 24 years, next we have 2 players out of Oregon, matched very closely, winning $250. The very talented, accomplished composer and brilliant fiction writer, the song and dance man with 19 wins, Carl Johnson. Coming in 6th place overall after 22 years of tourney performance, winning $300 for 20 wins, that's Rafi Stern. Rafi was the one who had Ostercod, and I believe he hooked it with the E for Ostercode.
I hooked it.
You hooked it. He also squeaked Demonizer by you, so I hope you'll return the favor on some other helpless assault some other time.
We'll see.
Great. Coming in 5th, the greatest, besides Joe in experience on this list, we have, for having played 30 years, my fellow New Englander out of Maine, that's $400 for 20 wins for Joey Malik. Well, this summer is another summer of the Joeys, as in 3rd place we have, for someone who... I'm sorry, thank you. For ranked 4th place, having played 16 years, out of Quebec with 20 wins, we have the multi-winning $500 for Jason Lee. That is quite a good spread. Very minor. Now 3rd place for real, having started it just about the time I did. In fact, once upon a time at the 2007 Dayton PC, the first year out on our own, we were duking out in the basement in the final match. And I'd like to say I had the upper hand on Joey back then, but I didn't then, and I probably don't now. But with 21 and a half wins and a spread of 53, winning $2,000, Joey Kravchuk. saw quite a number of great bingos on for the final championships. Some of the other color that I can relate from the tournament as a whole, as I mentioned, the Superstar, which was just that, was an amazing find and spot. Many of these plays speak for themselves, but I'll just simply go over a few of them. Anopsias, Overwide, Fuggliest, just some great character. You can ask him about any particular video game character from any particular year, and he'll know just the deepest lore that you'll never be able to find. Your best luck in trying to beat him on the Scrabble circuit is to get him interested in one more platform for one more video game. What do you say, Orry? Is next year the ColecoVision year? With 20 wins in the overall general fields and an amazing spread of 16-63, and winning 2 of the final 5 games. That's Orry Swift for 5,000. Say much more about Mack than hasn't already either been said about himself or by himself or by others. I'm proud to call him a sometimes Vermonter, and we have that special connection. But honestly, all of us having seen his games and experienced his open warmness and encouragement and simple joy, and I think that's why we all get together, is to experience this great experience. Coming in with also with 20 wins in the tournament. In general, and then of course our marvelous 3 games in the finals. Just an amazing just slugfest in the end, and that is our winning our $10,000 is Kentucky's own Mack Meller.
Testing? Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep this short, guys. My brain is like completely fried right now. I can't even really see straight after that. I was saying in the interview before, in 2024 when I won, that was about as crazy as it seemed like it could have gotten. And I don't really know how to compare this one because it was a very different kind of game. But either way, I want to start by giving another huge round of applause to Orry. You know, I think with that last game, really neither of us deserved to lose. And I think I said this in 2024 after my match with Ian. I'm going to say it again here. Truly, that literally could have gone either way until the last turn. And I just happened to draw bingo out of the bag, and if I drew one other pile, it would have been his. So that's, you know, that is just Scrabble sometimes. But you know, I really do feel for him and Orry. You know, please know you played awesome. You deserve it just as much, and I know you'll be back. Okay. I want to thank all of the event staff as always. always. It takes a tremendous amount of work to put on any Scrabble tournament, let alone one of this size with almost a week's worth of games and 300-something people. So I want to thank Art, John, all of the folks at NASPA behind the scenes for putting on an awesome event as always, as well as all the directors and Jeffrey in particular for doing an awesome job leading Division 1. I really appreciate all the work these guys put in year after year to make this the best event of the year. So thank you all. And like before, I don't think I'm going to try to name all of the individual people I need to thank, because especially in the state I'm in, I'm going to forget people. But I really want to thank all of my opponents who played awesome Scrabble and were super gracious both in victory and defeat. It was a pleasure playing everyone, and all of my friends here who were super supportive. It was definitely not the easiest tournament for me, I'll be honest. It was not smooth sailing. I started out well, and then I lost 5 games in a row. I was 9-2, and then I fell back to 9-7, which definitely, we'll get to you a little bit. So a lot of people were really supportive, and you know who you were. So I really appreciate all those people who helped me get back into a good headspace, and ended up winning the next 10 games in a row. And I guess the rest is history from there. So yeah, thank you to all of my friends here, and lastly, I also want to thank my parents who are back home in Vermont. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it here this year. It's kind of hard to get to Iowa from Vermont, unfortunately, but I know they're watching. So yeah, thanks to my mom and dad for always being so supportive and taking me to tournaments when I was younger, and for getting me into the game. I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you soon. And yeah, hope to see you all you guys here at next year's championship, or hopefully sooner at other tournaments. I think that's all I've got. Thank you again to everyone.
Thanks everyone for attending this year's championship. We'll see you in some city somewhere next year. Hopefully we have more than 300 people. That's a bunch of people. Anyone want to say anything? Or we're done?
Thanks again, whether this was your 21st visit or your first visit. I hope you had a great time, and yes, we hope to see you again next year. Safe travel.